Good morning, good morning, good morning, law nerd of the virtual jury. We are going into day 3 of the state of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin. It is July 12th. It is Friday. We're going to see what happens. Will Hannah Gutierrez be called by the state? Remember, Alec Baldwin is charged with involuntary manslaughter. One of the key elements to this case is, should he have known that his action with the gun on the set of Rust that caused the death of Helena Hutchins was dangerous? Should he have known that his behavior was reckless? Has his behavior been proven in this court yet? No. But we've proved that the gun was working. And yesterday, the lawyers were arguing over statements of Alec Baldwin. I think the video of his police interview is intended to be admitted today. The defense had a big loss on that yesterday, which is wild. And that was due to their own misunderstanding. It wasn't the court handing down a new L. It was the defense not perceiving that the ruling that the court made was in fact the ruling that they made. And the judge is like, I said what I said, period. Go check the ruling. And what's crazy is in this case, you can literally like roll back the tape, which we've been taking advantage of with the replay here because live court. So the attorneys are in court before the jury today to continue arguing on motions about some of this. Remember, Baldwin went to trial within the time period, and maybe we're seeing that catch up to his attorneys. Before this trial started, I said that we would see Baldwin's attorneys papering the ever-living snot out of the prosecution. And they did. Motion after motion after motion, including motions to like keep Kari Morrissey in line and the rest of it. That ship has freaking sailed. Like the shit's so far out of the horse on that one. But they spent so much time on paper. I wonder if they should have spent more time studying the tape of Kari Morrissey's trial strategies and tactics, because it seems that she has ruffled the defense. And then you get Erlinda Johnson, who is the newer special prosecutor in this case, coming in like a breath of fresh air with a very easy courtroom demeanor, an easy demeanor with witnesses, very direct, simple questions, easy to follow. She really is a breath of fresh air. But while the defense is busy fighting against Kari Morrissey, Erlinda's coming in and making those points with the witnesses she's directing and flying under the radar in a way that might be fatal to this defense team. So they need to keep an eye. It's also going to be interesting. This jury is very, very heavily female. This is 11 women, 5 men on this jury. The victim in this case is a woman. Should gender matter in court? No. Does it? Yes, often it does, especially when juries can see themselves in the victim, when they feel protective of the victim. And you have 2 female prosecutors. And so far, the only attorneys we've seen on the record for Alec Baldwin are his male attorneys. So it's an interesting strategy choice for the defense. And now you have their lead attorney fighting with Kari Morrissey. But if the jury feels aligned with the points that Kari Morrissey is making, the defense is going to have to be careful. If the defense can see that Kari Morrissey's snark is annoying the jury, then they need to lean in to fighting back with her, because then the defense attorney and the jury are on the same side. If everyone in court's annoyed with one person and you kind of look at the jury and you're like, yeah, this guy, it's like being at a dinner party with that one person, right? And you look at everybody else and you're like, yep. But I don't know if this jury is on the defense's side at this point. And I don't know if fighting Kari Morrissey will win them any love with the jury. We will have to see. We're going to keep an eye on this. Kari Morrissey's courtroom demeanor would rattle me. It is difficult. It is difficult. And it really just, it violates so many of the rules, but the judge doesn't rein her in, and the defense has to figure out how to do it. And they have such an advantage. It's so rare unless you're going up against attorneys that you practice with every day, which in a lot of jurisdictions in criminal law is exactly what happens. In criminal law, you see the same attorneys every single day. You practice against them, you go to trial against them, you know them, your colleagues go to trial against them. That's not an advantage here because these are special prosecutors who aren't normally prosecuting in this jurisdiction. They're defense attorneys. And you have Alec Baldwin's attorneys who are mostly from out of the jurisdiction from New York. So when you have that, you normally don't know all the moves of the attorney. But all of you, let me know in the chat, all of you who watched the Hannah Gutierrez trial, you know Kari Morrissey's moves. She's doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing that she did in the last trial. The defense had a entire trial to watch her strategy. They know. They have it on tape. Different than just a transcript. But right now, it seems to me, and I'm going to put up a poll after we roll the intro. Right now, it seems to me that the person in charge of this courtroom is Kari Morrissey. It should be the judge. And that I find frustrating, deeply frustrating, because the judge can do it. We've seen her do it in motion practice. Her demeanor when the jury's in the room is so much different. She's a very lenient referee when the jury is in the courtroom. She's just letting them fight it out on the field, which in court is odd to me. You know, it's kind of like in the Super Bowl where they just like at some point stop calling any fouls at all. It's like that. Or at least it feels that way to me. Let me know in the chat. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court. They're going to be fighting over these motions again before the jury comes in. So for all of you that are also like me, that are like a bit chafed by the trial tactics of Kari Morrissey, I want to make clear, I don't think she is a bad attorney. I think this is strategy. Does it rub me the wrong way? Yes. Sometimes it's like sandpaper. I feel like I'm being chastised by an angry substitute teacher, principal, disappointed parent, whatever it is. But is it effective? It absolutely is effective. So there is a difference between not liking somebody's trial strategy and not thinking they're great at what they're doing. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she is pushing the boundaries as far as she can. But again, she is normally a defense attorney. And if the jury is not ruffled by her, then they are going to be on her side, and they are going to see her as fighting for Halyna Hutchins with everything she has. And the judge isn't telling her to stop. And if the judge was telling her repeatedly to stop in front of the jury, she would change strategy. But the judge isn't doing that. The only person the judge said anything to yesterday in that way was the defense. When the judge scolded the defense, saying, don't do that. Don't do that again. Not objection, not sustained. Don't do that. Today's going to be spicy. And the big question is, will Hannah Gutierrez get called to the stand? I want to give you my thoughts on that real quick. Will Hannah Gutierrez get called to the stand? If she does, she has still a Fifth Amendment right. We know that she's being transported. Her lawyer said she might get called today. It might be today, might be Monday. Perfect time for you to get the Law Nerd app. If you're like, girl, I don't have 8 hours for trial today, I've got you. Law Nerd app, lawnerdapp.com. We will send you a notification the second we see a whiff of Hannah Gutierrez getting called to the stand, because her lawyer will need to come to the stand and they will need to do stuff off the record. So with all of that, can Hannah Gutierrez testify? Yes. Because her testifying to giving gun safety lessons to Alec Baldwin isn't against her interest as to whether she loaded the bullet in the gun or not. We know she's the armorer on the set of Rust. That's uncontroverted. So could she testify about the gun safety training with Baldwin? I think that she can. I think that she absolutely can. So will we see that today? Will we see that Monday? Her transport order was originally for the weekend. Yesterday, there were reports she would be in today. I don't know. Yesterday took a bit. I don't think they're going to, honestly, if I had to guess, I don't think they're going to get through the lead investigator today, because they're going to have to play all the interview footage from Baldwin. So I don't think we'll get to that until Monday, but she can take the Fifth. Kari in the chat asked, she's already been tried and charged. Why need her Fifth Amendment rights? Her case isn't final yet because she still has an open appeal. So if that appeal is successful and she gets a retrial, then anything she says in this trial could be used against her. So until her case is final, which it is not, she still has a Fifth Amendment right. Hopefully that helps. All right. Let's see what we've got in court. Let's roll the intro. Let's go to court, and we're going to see what happens. Look, the timing of this is going to matter. So I'm going to keep an eye on court and I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. And I really don't scour the internet for everybody else's thoughts until the weekend. So thank you, chat, for rolling with me. And we're going to go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
The swiftness was with which I was trying to pull this up so we would have good audio in court. Did I do it well? A little bit, maybe, kind of, sort of, maybe, hopefully. So let us go to court. I'm going to zoom just a little bit. I didn't want to miss their motion argument. And this, again, I don't like the way that E-News has titled their thing with Celebrity Court Cam. Feels ick to me, but they have closed captioning, and that is what we're here for. And they don't have moving lower thirds. So we're going to argue these motions. If any of you are ahead in real time, thank you for no spoilers. I absolutely appreciate it because I want to see this in real time. The chat wants to see this in real time. So thank you very much. I know some of you are ahead. It's okay. I get it. But thank you for rolling with us so we can zoom later.
Let us argue.
All right, let's see.
Your Honor, just very briefly.
There we go. That's way better.
Given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
Given the nature of this.
To take testimony from her, she can step out before you.
Sure.
Given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out? And then Kari said, given the nature of this, I might need her testimony. This morning's going to be wild. Already.
One thing that I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office.
Oh, dear.
Come up to the lectern, if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nichols to address the court on the motion.
Okay.
This is just a
We
quick,
have a side
and if
issue.
it takes out of our time, it does. But I get many sort of inbound emails that
I bet you do.
Obviously read everyone or
Don't
take everyone seriously.
email
but
the
I
defense.
got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And I really
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me.
No.
I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues.
The court, did you look to see if that's true? And he immediately says, I was sent a photo. The flip side of high profile cases. Look at this photograph. So we're already in, Your Honor, the prosecution is up to no good.
Issues. This is a high pressure case.
High profile. Well, it might be high pressure for you. It might be high pressure for you. Are you signaling to somebody with scratching your nose? Is that where we're at? What do we mean by signaling? Okay, I'm just going to let this play.
And I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is
I was teasing, by the way. I was being facetious, just in case anyone's not looking at my face and just listening. I was being facetious about him scratching his nose.
And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court.
You say that all the time.
So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case.
That's fair.
Can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. And the grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point in the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the
don't
remedy
piss
you
off the
wanted,
court
but
this
yes.
early.
fair enough. But
Did you hear the court? I did give you a remedy. I just didn't give you the remedy you want. When I say this judge confuses the fuck out of me, she can control these attorneys and this courtroom. Her demeanor in motions outside the presence of the jury is so different than her demeanor in trial. Once the jury's in, she's like, y'all are adults. But when the jury's not in, she very much controls this courtroom in a different way. It's wild. But she said, I gave you a remedy, just not the one you want. Oh, today.
Well, so one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we have limited time.
You could have
but
asked
there's just
for a
never been
continuance.
It's just, I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this.
What is
Where's
the issue?
picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay.
Why didn't you bring it into court immediately?
I am aware
on an
of
iPad?
what you're saying, but look, first I have to see the picture, okay? Now, let's go to the arguments of
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay. And then you can, show me what you're talking
The
about.
way I needed to have my iPad up and ready to go, my note taker, not an iPad.
And I did
I'm
get
not
it, so thank you.
adequately caffeinated yet, Your Honor. I don't
Since
know
we
if
did
my.
submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to
I'm going to go
build
pick
out
up the
some of the
briefing.
facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and have
Good
the
morning,
factual
Mr.
pieces
Nikas.
to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November
Severity
1st,
of what happened?
2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenney's on the,
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
of course,
Your Honor,
I
me
know.
too.
I brought it up yesterday.
Me too, Your
Might
Honor.
even be in my computer bed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
Me too, Your
proceed, Your
Honor.
Honor.
Yes, I'm
thank
sorry.
you. So
Judges
November
take
1st, 2021, Seth Kenney
voluminous notes.
is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenney's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone
That
call,
was
he's
a little
telling Corporal
overclocked.
Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Helena Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live
Who?
ammunition, just as the state has done in this case.
Which one?
says-
Teskey?
Thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, I am, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer,
Look at
not in
this
front of my
photograph.
ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property,
What other
even though
one?
he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins.
Do they have a
2 years later,
discovery issue? Is
November
that what they're
2nd,
saying?
2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed.
Remember when the defense said they didn't want to have a trial within a trial?
And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up and he went with Seth Kenney to the 1883 Yellowstone movie where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition.
Right, they were doing live round.
He then went to another movie with Seth Kenney, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenney then took a green ammo
Seth
can
Kenney's not on trial.
with that live ammunition in it.
But it's going to
and
go
brought
to
it
whether the
with
lawyers
it.
lied, right? Or whether the detective
He says
failed to preserve evidence, et
that
cetera,
could
et cetera.
be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenney called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do.
This is all in Hannah's lawsuit against Seth Kenney that read like a junior high school lunch table of Seth and Sarah don't like me. And they wanted to get her off the movie. Remember, Seth Kenney hired Hannah Gutierrez. Yes, she was a Nepo hire. Yes, it was because her dad was an armorer, but it was also because your client and the other producers needed to keep the budget low. And she was the only armorer that would take this movie, it seems, at this rate. But this is getting into but Thel told us and Seth Kenney told us, and they were trying to sabotage Hannah, and all of this should have come up pre-trial. If you needed to run down this rabbit hole of whether your client was sabotaged, then all of this, no, I'm not going to sing Beastie Boys. Yes, it's happening in my head. All of this, you needed a continuance and you needed to do it. But this is not the time. The judge isn't going to love this.
Do it because he was concerned about upsetting Thel Reed.
Oh, chat, this is all hearsay, but this is motion argument. So they're not in front of the jury. The jury's not in yet. They're arguing motions. So when they're arguing to the judge, there are different things they're allowed to bring in because they're arguing the overall of everything and what will be said. They're not just presenting evidence. So this is them arguing
armor in the business
for something.
And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but
Chad, I also think Seth Kenney's behavior was sketch. I agree with you. It's just not here.
As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that.
I bet that's the judge's notebook. Oh, I love her JA's coat.
Texting with Seth Kenney, angry with Hannah.
The sleeves were
on the license, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close. We know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does.
I mean, it's
November
up to the prosecutor to go get evidence.
Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe, sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Poppell, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed.
Waits till she's convicted. Knows about this, knows she's going to trial. It's not like her trial wasn't on the news.
Could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins.
How does any of this matter to your client's handling of the gun?
What Ms. Poppell did with it.
It matters to the detective.
I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number.
She said there was a sup connecting
March 26th. We want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. Well, it's not there.
Because it's not from the set.
After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Poppell had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor.
Because it's not from the set.
We don't know.
If they had turned it over and told you it was from the set, it would be so incredibly misleading. For all of you asking, how is this relevant? We will see why the defense thinks this is relevant. Remember, part of what the defense is doing here is zealously representing their client. You also have to remember the defense had a massive misunderstanding of the court's ruling about their client's statements coming in. And I think what we are seeing is the defense trying to run this back as fast as possible because they thought Baldwin's statements weren't coming in. And the court yesterday was like, you misunderstood my ruling. So I think this is throwing the spaghetti at the wall.
If it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant
There should be.
had been charged with.
The witness said there was, so this is a discovery issue, but the witness said there was a supplemental report connecting the two files. And if the supplemental report was disclosed, then the defense is kind of lost in the water with this.
Conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession.
And he had an arrest
He had a statement
record.
and an arrest record.
So
It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy,
this is
honest,
to the
no
other
criminal
case.
record. The prosecution
Sorry.
whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true.
this is so different. These are so
Court breaks.
distinguishable.
Defendant says you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been
It's
favorable to
impeachment.
him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. A continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet.
Remember yesterday? Remember yesterday when the attorney says we would have questioned witnesses differently? We would have opened differently. We would have done this differently. Remember? It's mirroring the language of the case they're now citing to the judge regarding something different. But yesterday, this was all about Baldwin's statements. And the court was like, tough, period. But it's the same exact language that they are arguing from this case law to try to persuade the judge, I think, to either declare a mistrial and grant them a continuance or to yeet the case. But they were using that exact same language.
Middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently.
Middle of trial.
The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently.
Exactly
Too much
what they
about
argued
where
yesterday.
the source, in this case, of
Smart.
the live bullet came in
I don't think it's going wrong.
before this
Smart.
was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're
That's
talking about the conduct of the prosecution.
It's very
And that's
different.
exactly what we're talking
No,
about
it's
here, Your
not.
Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that
They're in.
we already have a
They said they were
5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of
They said they
information.
were locked in evidence. So
And Your Honor,
no evidence.
the bottom line is we've got
Sir, what do you want?
5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation.
We'll
Now,
talk about
this
those
is
later.
critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Poppell testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. A continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This
Oh,
is
that's
over
what he's
and
asking
over
for.
and
This
over
case-
and over again.
This case should be
And Your
dismissed.
Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, you said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to
And
give
she
you
did.
your remedy.
And she did.
You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your
The
Honor.
names that they're
This
saying
is
are all
not the
case
first
law
time.
that
It's
they're
not the second
citing.
time. It's not even the third time.
And case law that stands for
It's time for this
specific
case to be
propositions.
dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 5501 requires.
Brady and Giglio go to
Your Honor knows we've got
discovery
remedies in the
violations
alternative, but
of
this is the
exculpatory
one that's right
evidence.
for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's what they want.
you
They
very
want a
much.
dismissal.
Ms. Morrissey?
I need to use the monitor.
They want a dismissal for Brady and Giglio violations. We'll get to those, but essentially exculpatory evidence and failing to disclose. I imagine Kari's going to lose her mind, but they're not going to dismiss the case. Even if this was the issue mid-trial, if this was the issue mid-trial, a mistrial might be the proper remedy. I don't know if a dismissal is going to be the proper remedy here. I'm going to try to limit my things because this is going to be wild. Kari's, look, man, something that can be hard for attorneys
Your
is
Honor,
to
there
pause
have
and
been
take their time.
absolutely no violations of our obligations as
She does it well.
prosecutors. I want to walk you through
She takes her time. She takes her space.
everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel.
Which is
So,
irrelevant
What
here.
you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial,
The defense
is
didn't call
that-
Teskey, did they?
Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores
Heard it from
Mr.
a
Reed's
friend,
ammunition.
Heard it
And
from
the
a
reason that he
friend,
stores it for
too.
Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So
I bet he has a ring camera too.
Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live 45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kenney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know on, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information and these people have this information. So
people.
nothing I'm telling the court is new.
These people.
So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883.
teach the
So
actors.
the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed, and
Can I go to Montana and do cowboy training? Can I like ride horses and shoot archery and stuff? I want to go do that.
Seth Kenney take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the
Lawnner
recoil
trip.
and how the gun is actually supposed to look and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kenney says, I'm going to take
After
these.
cowboy training,
And
we're doing
Thel Reed
pirate
lets him
training?
take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally
Boats and
went
rum and
to the
swimming.
cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from a manufacturer, from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson.
She knows these facts inside out and backwards because this came up in Hannah's case, because what came up in motions but not in evidence is that it is the prosecution's belief that Thel brought those mixed rounds back from 1883, and 1883 came up a lot in Hannah's trial, and gave those mixed rounds to Hannah. So Hannah had the mixed rounds from 1883. They didn't go to Seth Kenney. They went from Thel to his daughter, Hannah.
So they take 300 of his rounds. They go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kenney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kenney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing.
Darn it.
Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition.
We know that from the
So
last
at that
trial.
point in
The
time,
shoot loops, as you will.
Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kenney.
Right. Because
So I want to show you
his daughter.
when Seth Kenney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to, he reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay. And he sends to Seth Kenney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you,
Thank you.
you can tell
Look at this photograph. Can we see it?
these are not similar
Show me
to the
photo.
live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kenney.
And we're in a full side quest.
Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant as she should. I come into this case. I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide
So when she says the chemical analysis doesn't match, and I make the joke about shoot loops, for those of you that weren't with us during that trial, no worries. They were very different. When you looked at the gunpowder under microscope, you could see that some of them looked more like donuts or Fruit Loops, and the others looked like discs or like UFOs or flying saucers or whatever. So they became the shoot loops and the saucers. And you could see it under the microscope that the gunpowder used in the different types of ammo were distinctly different. So the gunpowder that was in Seth Kenney's bullets in PDQ Arm and Prop was different than the gunpowder from the bullets on set with Hannah Gutierrez. So all of the rounds that were tested from PDQ had a completely different type of gunpowder than the gunpowder from the live rounds that were on the set of Rust. And those live rounds were taken out of Baldwin's bandolier, Jensen's gun belt, and the rest of it. All of those had the same type of gunpowder. So two fundamentally different types of gunpowder. So when they're saying we took everything from PDQ and tested it and the things off the set, the bullets weren't the same, they didn't look the same, and they had different types of gunpowder. So that's what is going on right now. And Kari is just like, this is a side quest.
evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene.
Thank you,
So
DJ,
then
for the
let's
gifted
cut
memberships. Thank you,
to
Jenny.
November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it.
We're doing a
She reached out to
full-ass
Mr.
hearing
Teskey
on
and she
this.
said, hey, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico.
He's in Arizona.
And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition.
I want to see that.
Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there. So this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us. So there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday.
You're telling me that Teskey did a pretrial interview with Bowles before he showed up in New Mexico with the rounds that he was asked to mail? And Bowles knew it because Bowles didn't call him. This is probably why this hasn't come up from Hannah's team much, because Bowles brought the interview as one of Bowles's witnesses to the prosecution. So Kari's just like, the impression left with the jury, the impression that I get with the jury is that the prosecution's hiding something when in fact that is not what happened at all. Bowles was on those interviews. Bowles knew about this witness. Him showing up with the live rounds afterwards was nothing new. We had photos of them and he never sent them before. He waited until after the conviction. Isn't that interesting?
Yesterday.
The judge is just
So
like,
this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our discovery server.
and that's how they get access to it.
And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet.
Oh.
When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
The judge is like,
So when I
stay on
have the
topic.
pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it.
Nick,
The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing.
Everything else was.
And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So
No
I
chat,
decided,
not brass monkeys.
I agreed with Detective Hancock. This has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teskey had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case, It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like
A side quest of fuckery?
asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about
For those of you that have said Kari's demeanor is different, right? Because she's arguing to the judge. She's very in control of how she acts in different contexts. So yes, totally different. She is slowed down. She is taking her time, and she is pointing out to the court, Your Honor, this is fuckery. These are all the ways that this is fuckery.
the transcript of Mr.
And the defense
Teskey's
wants the case
pretrial
dismissed.
interview is he does not say this is the same ammunition that killed Helena Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kenney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kenney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teskey indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth.
Yeah, Kari's got all the receipts and does something that a lot of lawyers do not do. And this is because she knows she's in control of this courtroom. She pauses when she needs to pause. No filler words, no hold on a minute, no frantic pacing. She pauses, looks at her notes, and knows that she has all the time in the world. She doesn't. But notice how the defense was saying, Your Honor, I know we got to be quick. I know we got to be this, we got to be that. Kari's up there and is like, I'm here now, Your Honor. Let me just explain why they're wrong. You can trust me. We've got this. We're going to get back to this jury in a moment. Let me just explain. And she takes all the time in the world. It takes experience and a tremendous amount of confidence to do that in court. And it is something all lawyers should take note of. That is good lawyering.
This has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin. But even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value.
Glasses on with one hand,
And
off
you can
with the
tell
other.
from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kenney a text message. And in that text message, she said, is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns? And Seth Kenney responded and said, no, don't do that.
No.
In fact, what he says is, it always ends in tears. It did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use. And it was a spot on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested, because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Kari, ma'am, I think that's the best we've seen you argue in this case. I think that is the best we've seen her argue in this case. Better than the snarky pretrial motions, better than her argument yesterday This was an excellent argument from Kari, which is probably why I get so frustrated when she starts playing the like page in line, name them games in court. But those games throw this defense attorney off. You have now seen why Kari fucking killed her closing argument in the last case. That was closing argument Kari, not in court throw the defense off their game and look exasperated at the jury, Kari. And now the defense is going to be like, wait, Your Honor, but wait. They did learn about the tie, though. No more yellow ties in this courtroom with the weird colored walls. They all look much healthier in the blue ties. Everybody looks healthier in the darker colors on film. Because the white balance in this courtroom.
The court is intending to take evidence or not. So, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Kari, great argument, ma'am.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not. So,
She didn't call anybody.
okay.
I can, if the court.
It is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do on your presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence.
Fuck.
If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to go witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word, not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, I don't even, well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
I thought
I'll be
Kari
very brief, Your Honor.
she was going to call a witness.
If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it,
She said
the
they
fact
did
that they
turn it
put it
over.
under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental
She was talking about the pretrial interview. She did not talk about this report. That is a very, very fair point.
report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing. If it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant.
For those of you that know the rules of evidence, New Mexico seemed to just add numbers in front of the federal rules of evidence. So he's talking about 501. New Mexico added a 5. They added an 11 to like 403. But yes, New Mexico just added numbers in front of the federal rules.
Period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing. What Ms. Morrissey is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility. It goes to the government's bias,
The witness is
improper
on the
motivation
stand.
and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Poppell's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned
Good
by
rebuttal
testing, a
argument.
subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor. And whether Seth Kenney is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant. Because what we know is we don't have those bullets, and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision, fairness. And that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501 requires it.
It's a good rebuttal argument.
All right, thank you. Before I, and we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report the file itself and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I respond?
I'm
real
not
quick?
finished. And the rounds.
See, Kari thinks she can get away with it, but when the court is in the middle of talking, the judge is like, sit down, Kari. Kari's like, may I? We know the judge can control this courtroom, which is why it's so confusing during trial that she doesn't.
The file itself and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I respond?
I'm
real
not
quick?
finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Poppell took from Mr. Teskey.
I want the court to understand that last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Poppell and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message. And then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds to
Thank you,
court
Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey.
I
Thank
have
you,
them.
Ms. Morrissey.
I have them.
I don't, okay, where are they?
They're here. I'll go get them.
All right.
The court's like, Kari, stop it.
Well, actually, I want testimony from Ms. Poppell on how she retrieved those.
Sure.
So I don't need the box, tell her. I need Poppell.
I don't need the box. I need Poppell. Oh, this jury's coming back at 9:30 and we are not going to be near done. Yes, I'm behind real time. So we are going to zoom, but spiciness in court this morning already. For those of you just coming in, good morning. It's good to see you. The defense is asking for a motion to dismiss over whether or not the prosecution turned over a supplemental report regarding Joe Teskey, who is a friend of a friend. No, Joe Teskey, who worked a movie with Seth Kenney and is close friends with Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father, Thel Reed. The armor world is small, it seems, which doesn't surprise me or anyone else. So after Hannah Gutierrez's trial, Teskey brought rounds to Santa Fe and was like, these are the rounds that would match the rounds that were on set, and including the round that was fired at Helena Hutchins by Alec Baldwin. The defense is arguing the case should be dismissed because this wasn't turned over and it violates the prosecutor's duty and obligation to turn over discovery. The prosecutor is like, this is a motherfucking side quest. None of this is relevant. And the defense has kept bringing it back. This is relevant to whether or not law enforcement did their job and whether or not they are hiding evidence. And what the prosecution made very clear is Joe Teskey was a defense witness for Hannah Gutierrez. He did the interview with Joe Teskey. The defense had Joe Teskey. Why? Because he's besties with the defendant's dad. So the defense had all of that. And there's a mutual defense agreement between Baldwin's attorneys and between Hannah's attorneys so they can share information that would otherwise be privileged. That's how Baldwin's attorneys know all of this. Baldwin's attorneys know all of this from Bowles, because there is a mutual agreement there. So let's see what the fuck happens. The prosecution has to turn things over. This witness yesterday said there's a supplemental report, but this witness started getting much more, I don't remember-y when we got to this part of the testimony. And I don't think this witness, this is my personal opinion. Opinion. I don't know if this witness is comfortable with what her supervisors told her to do in making this a supplemental report. I don't disagree that it should have been a supplemental report. They gave it another case number. What I want to see for me, and for those of you that are new here, I was a prosecutor for over 10 years. So what I want to see is if there is a supplemental report under the case number in Hannah's case and Baldwin's case and the separate case number connecting the two, or if they just buried it under a separate case number and never gave a supplemental to connect the two. That is going to matter quite a lot to me, because putting it under a separate number because it happened later and it didn't come from the set makes sense. But if there's not something connecting the two, then that can be a huge problem. So that's what I'm looking for. So the defense wants this dismissed for failure to disclose evidence. The prosecution says everybody knows everything. What's the problem? And the court is now pissed because they are burning jury time. And the judge told the jury this would be done next Friday. The fuck it will be. So now we're getting testimony in an evidentiary motion. The jury is not there.
To the defense.
The jury is not present.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth?
And
the
we
whole
are
truth,
doing
and nothing but the truth?
evidence as part of the
All right,
motion
thank you. Have a seat.
hearing.
Talking to the microphone.
Oh,
I would like to
boy.
read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
Oh, boy. To all of you who have complimented the hair, thank you. I had a moment this morning because we started at 10, so it got a little bit of heat styling today. So what is the defense wanting? Great question. Love to tell you, they want this case dismissed. They want it yeeted based on what they're saying is prosecutorial failure to disclose exculpatory evidence and violation of the prosecutorial duties. The judge is reading the supplemental report. Here's my opinion on all of this. I don't know if the judge will throw this out. I don't know if the judge will let these witnesses be called back and roasted on this or not. I think a dismissal is the most unlikely of the options, but the court is going to hear it all. So we are very early on in this trial, so there are other remedies than dismissal. It seems to me the defense is still rattled by the rulings yesterday and trying to hit the eject button on this trial so they can have a do-over. That's my opinion on this. We'll see. But the defense is like, no, because that ruling yesterday rattled them. They thought Baldwin's statements were staying out, and the court said very clearly Baldwin's statements are coming in. This side quest might actually help them if the prosecution and law enforcement did what they said. Do I think it'll get dismissed? No. Could it get mistried and continued? Possibly. But we'll see. I don't know if we're there yet. I want to hear how this went down. So does the judge. I'm with the judge. So, Flynn Lizzie, yeah, I curse like a motherfucking sailor. And if that bothers, I'm probably not for you. Yep, all the time. Criminal law calls for cursey words, like all the time. I won't unexpectedly drop the see you next Tuesday word, though, but it's going to come up in court. Every case that we've seen this year, somebody's called somebody. So it's okay. But I definitely have a mouth on me. I tend to use it for the power of good.
Where is this
Not
box
always.
of evidence?
In the other room.
I'd like to see it.
Judge,
Do you need to do it, Mart?
as she was walking in, Your Honor's like, tell them I don't need the box. And now the judge is like, where's the box? Your Honor, come on.
Gene, I need the box of evidence.
Yep. Bring me the box. Oh, boy. We're going to zoom. Jive Talk said, I'm a former U.S. Army grunt, so cuss away. We've made the cursey words feel at home. Don't worry. I really, there are some words I find deeply offensive. Skibbity is one of them. Toilet is another one, but only combined with skibbity. Riz. That's not a box of evidence, sir. So there are some things you won't hear coming out of my mouth. The viewer's voice, Nick, it's good to see you. Nick, she said, I don't need the box.
Inspected this?
They handed the
Well,
judge the gloves.
How do we want to do it? I want to look at it.
I do too.
Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
Yes, first, that's what I'm thinking.
Straight up, the judge is like, I have questions. The judge is gloving up to open this
Can I
evidence.
open this, Martine?
Damn! Oh, Judge Paul Abdul is fucking
Anywhere?
pissed.
Like, not in the middle. I mean, up at the top?
Your Honor, maybe let
Can you
her
respond?
cut the evidence tape.
Maybe you need gloves too.
Yeah.
Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it.
The judge is like, I'm back in charge now, bitches. I'm opening
There
evidence.
should be there's a
I need to
separate
Google what's it.
All right,
area.
I'm
What
going
did
to
this
have
judge do
you,
before she took the bench?
this is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down, and when I ask
Just
her
do it
a
in the
question
well.
about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it. Judge.
Okay,
Sure.
so I just need you to have some gloves,
Mm,
and we're going to go right there.
all right,
And
let's
you all
see.
can approach too, so you don't have to,
Oh, she was a former prosecutor.
I don't want you asking
Judge
questions.
Summer was a law clerk at the U.S. Department of Justice Tax Division. Your Honor, I also worked at the tax division. I fucking loved it. Judge, the tea we could
All right,
discuss.
Please pull out the
I feel
three
like
Starline
Judge
Brass
Summer
45 Colt.
would be lovely to have a martini with.
You need to refer to- you have yours.
She also worked for the National Association of Manufacturers. She was a production assistant, and then she became an assistant attorney general. So she was a state's attorney, though she could be doing prosecution work. She could be doing appellate work there. Then ran her own law firm, then was a domestic relations hearing officer, and then took the bench where she is sitting now. Interesting. Very interesting. Did I call her Judge Paula Abdul? Yes. Yes, I did. She's like, show me the bullets.
Let's do the two DHA 45 Colt with silver and color cotton.
Unboxing bullets with the judge. I know a lot of you think she looks more like Sherry O'Terry. That's also fair.
Take your time.
I don't think I've ever seen a judge in their robe with gloves on handling evidence ever. I'm going to try to gain this.
Well, that's your opinion. Okay.
Wait, I want to. The production team from Court TV seems to have gained up the audio because of where all the attorneys are standing. So I'm sorry for the ambient background noise and all the rattling of bullets. The sound is going to be loud. I'm backing up because I want to hear what Kari said to the court. But what they are doing right now is taking out the evidence that was handed over by the friend of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father, Joe Teskey. And the defense is putting on gloves. Everybody's just getting gloved up.
I don't think gloves are necessary.
Well, that's your opinion. Thank you.
Shh, I didn't hear what Kari said, but the judge said, that's your opinion. Thank you. She said, thank you. Oh, that's a better camera angle. Thank you, Court TV. Those are all the rounds. They're going to just do look and find in court and see if they match.
Those will be two BHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
Oh, she said she didn't need gloves. Yeah, we're doing in-court show and tell. Woo. Hopefully that volume came down a little bit for you.
One CBC 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
That would be this one.
All right. Three BHA 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
These things.
All right, I'm going to pull up some of the member chats while we're doing this. But they are speaking in unpredictable ways, so I'm not going to be talking too much. We'll do a shout out in a minute. So I don't want to miss something, and I
One
can't.
Winchester 45 Colt. I don't know if you need the Winchester.
That one.
We knew
Two
Winchester.
45 Colt.
We knew Winchester was going to come up somehow.
It's silver primer. with brass primers, silver casing.
Okay, got that. Okay, 1 SIG 45 Colt. All right. and
Marlo
then
Summer.
10 Starline brass 45 Colt. All right, so do we have the microphone close by? Or can you pick this up? Are you picking it up? My question.
We've got one here.
All right, so point out to me, let me ask you this. Did Ziegler Ziegler tested the rounds in the Hannah Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Hannah Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
I don't know if Kari is wandering around the courtroom, but the court is taking witness testimony, not at the witness stand. They're all standing in the well. The fucking chaos that is wrought in this moment. But this is formal testimony of this crime scene technician standing in the well with the court wearing gloves as they're standing around a table of bullets. I can't emphasize enough how fucking weird all of this is. This is a weird day in court. Weird.
We sent all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types
And the judge is questioning the
of,
witness.
bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez, on the Rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set,
The witness just said, while looking at those bullets, the silver primer Starline brass are similar to what was collected from the set of Rust.
went to Ziegler.
Yes.
All right.
And
thank you.
those-
I don't have any further questions.
And
but
those got sent out to be tested. Those were sent to Ziegler, nothing else. So that is very interesting.
I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
Maybe she could take the witness chair.
The judge looks fucking pissed. She looks pissed. We're in an evidentiary hearing before the jury comes in.
Good morning again.
The defense has asked to dismiss.
I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene of Ruff. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
And that's what she said.
I understand that.
She said, I don't recall. And then she said the round that killed Miss Hutchins was recovered from the set.
That's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
Our supervisor.
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the
wasn't with
rest set,
her.
and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
And
This
that was,
under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case, that's under the Rust investigation case number, you would agree with me, there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of rust.
It doesn't match.
This was put under
They didn't do the analysis to determine if it matches, which makes the question very misleading. But if there's a supplemental connecting them, that's what I want to know.
a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenney comes into
I get
the
why he's
precinct
pissed.
and he gives you ammunition,
I get why he's
you
pissed.
vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenney.
Well, let me take a step back for a second, just to make something clear. Investigator Poppell, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you, I apologize.
I'm a
not doing
crime
that.
scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm
Just
only
Miss
doing that
Poppell.
because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect, okay. CST Poppell. When you took the.
She is not having this at
You're
all.
effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenney evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're
Inventory.
using.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenney walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes,
You took photos of it, right?
yes,
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
She
Okay.
doesn't do that though. That's
Somebody
the thing.
else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who is a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later after a trial that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching,
I mean,
not trust?
That calls for a lot of speculation. There is no jury here. I'm getting stuck, and you're going to see me getting stuck because I want to know if this report and these things were connected by a supplemental. If they were, my feelings are very different than if they weren't. So I really want them to give me that part first and then get into the rest of this. But there are a lot of people in the chain of whether or not this is a problem.
Did law enforcement and then walk
It
them
might
into the
be.
precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in,
You guys, we are
obviously
behind real
recognize it
time.
as Starline brass,
So
nickel primer,
no spoilers in the
45.
chat. Thank you.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells,
But
right?
this is not a small issue.
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay, but he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
Oh, I need to move me.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that match.
Some of those look very different than others. Remember yesterday in the photos, they were talking about the ones that were more rounded on the top being very much more like what was recovered from set, and the ones with the more elongated cone-shaped tip being not like the ones on set. So now there are some that aren't like the ones in the picture that were sent to Kari Morrissey. And this is the first time we've seen it. This is definitely a problem.
Round that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
Again, I
How
wouldn't
much
use
of a
the word
problem? I don't
match
know.
without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenney. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenney.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted, and
He had evidence the defense had wanted.
no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
And he was the one using the word evidence.
He. This is
you
so
said to
wild.
him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the person in charge of the evidence, the CST, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said, to you,
What is Nika's
this
doing?
ammunition was in Seth Kenney's possession. And you said Seth Kenney's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenney, right?
I don't recall that.
I mean, they are. They are. For those of you just coming in, we are in the middle of motions before the jury comes back in, but we are knee deep in what may be a very large issue for the case. The defense is asking for a motion to dismiss. They are taking evidence from the crime scene tech about the rounds that Joe Teskey brought in to law enforcement after Hannah Gutierrez's conviction. Does this all feel like a side quest? Yes. But after the ruling yesterday, is the defense going to do anything they can to perhaps get another crack at this? Yes. The jury is not present.
So,
which we have pinned in the chat.
This ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back?
Yes, I do. I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case,
I've never seen an SOP that says reports have to be done within 24 hours. Her statement makes more sense to me that evidence needs to be checked in within 24 hours and reports can happen later, because checking in evidence is more her job than writing up reports, because some of the evidence gets checked in with the information on the check-in log. So different than writing a report that I collected this, but holy moly.
Done the same day that the incident occurred.
This witness is not happy, and neither is the defense.
How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize.
wild.
I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy.
Miguelina, will you just ping the app to let them know we are in the middle of a very spicy evidentiary hearing?
I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
The following month.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? CST Poppell.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
Not the answer he was expecting.
No.
Okay. Who was involved in the word
Not the
choice
answer
in
he
this
was
report?
expecting at all.
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She has to write
She
the
was
report.
notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandle.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so.
You continue to read
Okay.
that correctly.
In your career,
Again, I don't think that's wild. They're gonna be doing this all day. I don't think that's wild that they are noting that this did not come from the movie set. I think they are trying to make it abundantly clear this was not collected from the movie set. Somebody walked into the police department and was like, here, you need this, which raises everybody's red flags of why are you walking in here handing me things? So I'm not surprised that that's in the report.
going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither. So you're,
This is wild.
you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this
To
you
everybody
filled out
joining, we are in the
versus
middle of motions
lieutenant.
hearings. The defense is asking for the
The
case to be
section that
dismissed.
starts at the top with my
Jury's not
name.
in.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
Occurred, did this cause you,
Well, they're all reading along.
after this occurred, did this cause you concern, CST Poppell, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
And as I asked you yesterday, you actually said when you were meeting with Mr. Teskey, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Rust set, didn't you?
She did.
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying it.
These are the rounds you're looking for? Really?
I
How
don't
does
know
she
whether
not
the
remember
most
that?
critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Miss Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Miss Hutchins.
We're
Would you
asking her
agree
to
with that? That those are
evaluate
probably the two
what's
most
more
important
important.
pieces of evidence in this entire case.
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure.
Oh,
Would you agree
ma'am.
with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Chad, I'm holding on to your questions
Was-
about Hannah.
Broken by the FBI lab.
Okay.
We'll have a break
And
at some
the
point.
report that was
I've got
issued
them.
by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay, and then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Well, she's never going to see it that way, counsel. That's a really argument for the judge because she's never going to see it as buried
the precinct
because she made a report.
The evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that
It was somebody else.
your partner or your colleague
That's what she
dealt
said.
with the evidence viewing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Mhm.
my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this voucher sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
The request from the defense of all ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
And this was not pulled from the case, is what she's saying. So
You're
this
asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm
not
saying
under
whether
the
there
Rust
was
case
or there
number.
wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
That's.
I'm not sure what you're
attributing
getting at. There was
malice.
a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant.
It says
then
it's
writes that
not
sentence
evidence
in
from
saying
Rust,
this isn't
to be
evidence from
clear.
Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday? How I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, "Oh, you better pick up that glove,"
You know, Carrie's not
you don't know
objecting
that
because
that
these are
person's telling
motions.
truth or not,
The
but you
jury's
pick up
not
the
there.
glove, right?
She needs to hear all of
Depending on the
this.
circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case,
Matching is not the right word, but okay.
where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it,
Oh, she is just biting back at him, and it is. He's arguing to the judge. The jury is not there. He's trying to point out they are asking for this case to be dismissed based on an evidence violation, based on this evidence being, as they've argued, buried. So she's like, in that fucking soliloquy, what's your question to me? She is pissed at this defense attorney and snapping back at him in a way I don't think she would in front of the jury. But does it look evasive to you or not? Is it fair? Because he's asking her things that she didn't do. She's being asked about jobs that weren't hers, decisions that weren't hers, and she's mad about it.
under a different case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Right.
Finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time.
Right. And that's what the defense is saying. We didn't get this. And the
So,
prosecution is
I
saying, but
will-
you did get this.
Pass the witness.
And the court's like, move it along. I want to know if the supplemental
One
report,
second.
did a supplemental report under the Baldwin
asked you
or
this,
Gutierrez case number
yesterday, but I wanna
connect
ask-
these two case numbers? I'm not mad that it's under a different case number yet, but there should be a supplemental connecting the two. And we don't know
Again,
that yet.
Which is, you told Mr.
She said there was
Teskey
yesterday,
that you
but we
would write
don't
up a
have
report
clarification on
because
it.
of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, on to the prosecution.
For the record, that was State's Exhibit 29 to show the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation.
Somebody do it.
Is it a court exhibit or is it just marked as defense? It's just,
I think it's, well, since I started it, are you okay with courts exhibit?
Court's
That's fine
exhibit
with
is
me.
appropriate for the motion
However you want
hearing.
to handle it.
All right, courts exhibit what?
Court's exhibit for the motion is fine. That's the supplemental.
All right, thank you. And it is, any objection?
No,
No,
there's no objection.
certainly
It's a
not.
motion hearing.
Go ahead.
All right, we're getting into the prosecution, trying to
Ju-
tie this in.
just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kenney on his way over. He'll be here any minute. We intend to take testimony from him.
Oh, boy.
I also intend to take.
Remember when Kari wasn't going to call any witnesses and then realized that the judge, this is reading the room for Kari, then realized that the judge is actually livid. And Kari's like, and we're going to have a full day of evidentiary hearings.
Testimony
So
from Mr. Bowles.
Here's what we're going
Judge, I
court
have
just
to make
said
a
no.
record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
the court just said no.
The issue is the disclosure,
I
okay?
understand.
All right, so
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So
Did you disclose it or
all I'm
not?
asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this. So what I'm going to do,
Did you disclose it or not? Seth Kenney didn't fucking disclose it.
for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like you did with Poppell yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenney up. You can move Seth Kenney up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
so but here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do
The self-awareness.
is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that.
Oh,
So I am
boy.
getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full
She
record
knows it's
on this
possible.
issue.
Well, what's interesting to me,
What's interesting to me is that Kari knows it's possible. So Kari knows that this is a problem. So what wasn't disclosed, Kari? Because they said that the interview with Teskey was turned over to the defense, and the defense very clearly pointed out, notice she didn't say anything about this report or about the bullets. And she didn't. And the defense drew the attention back to that. And Kari now looks like she is as rattled as the defense was yesterday. This might be a massive tide shift in this case. And there's a middle ground here. The defense is asking to dismiss. The court is hearing evidence. The prosecution looks inordinately stressed about a potential massive violation, which could cause a dismissal. It could also cause a mistrial. Today is going to be fucking wild.
to be quite honest, is that yesterday, you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report.
You never saw them. It's your job to see them. I never saw these, and I never saw the report. Are you fucking joking me? Oh, screams and former prosecutor, screams and former prosecutor. Oh my God. This might be a Brady violation. Oh Oh, this is why Kari's panicking. Chat, I'm granting your motion for code red, and we're going to rewind that moment because this is going to signal what's going to happen here. This is going to be a very, very, very big issue. We're going to go to code red for all of you. We're going to talk about what Brady is in a minute. It is a prosecution's obligation to turn over evidence, but we're going to go to code red. For those of you that are new here, code red is flashy. The flashing ends when the music does. So if you are sensitive to flashy, I get it, but I love this bumper. So it is literally 8 seconds long. The flashing ends when the music does. This is definitely code red, y'all. I'm going to back this up. I'm going to tell you what's happening real quick. The court said yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. So why are we here now? And Kari said, I never saw these rounds of ammunition that have now come into court, and I never saw this report. It doesn't fucking matter if the prosecution never saw it. If it is in law enforcement possession, it is presumed by the law that the prosecution knows. And it is the prosecution's duty to turn over evidence, even if they don't know it exists, if law enforcement has it. Law enforcement is part of the prosecution's team, which means if your lead investigator didn't do that, you're the one who stands in court and bears the consequences of it, and so does your prosecution. That's different than the prosecutor willfully hiding it. That's a whole separate issue. But not knowing about it doesn't matter at all. It is your job to know. It is your job to ask. It is your job to talk about it. Isn't there anything else? And if Hancock, your lead investigator, says there's nothing else, that's on Hancock, but the prosecution team bears the brunt of it because they are a branch of the prosecution. So if law enforcement has this in their possession and the prosecutor doesn't have it, they still are obligated to turn it over. So this might be a very, very serious issue for this case. And Kari Morrissey saying, I never saw it, changes my opinion on what happened this morning. This morning, I was like, is the defense just trying to pull the escape hatch on this case? This is why I do this in real time. Is the defense just trying to backpedal after that ruling that they misunderstood? But Kari not seeing it means this is a very large plot twist because it's very, very real that the defense had no idea, that there was no supplemental under the proper case number to tie these two things together, and that it was never turned over. And if it's never turned over, that could end this case here. So when we've talked about the defense bringing things up and whether they were just throwing it against the wall to make it stick, this is the moment where I've gone, oh shit, this is not just the defense throwing stuff against the wall. This is not the defense going, oh, I only got this, I only got this. Oh boy. Y'all stay tuned. We're going to find out together. If anyone has watched this in real time and knows where we're at in IRL, I keep pausing to talk because this is too big. Thank you for no spoilers in the chat.
Going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
Oh, fucking hell.
So here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that.
Holy
so I am
shit
getting
today.
my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is
The
that
court's
yesterday
mad.
you didn't even want to do a written reply.
Mhm.
You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report.
Look at the court. The court might grant this motion.
I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until
So
this
ask
morning.
questions of this witness and then
Look at the court's
you can
face.
line up your witnesses and I'll see, but we're going to go with Hancock after this.
The court is pissed.
Ms. Poppell,
This is
I just
bad.
presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see
Not
them,
her
is that
job.
right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay,
It's
so
it's Hancock's job.
do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday.
Oh, Uriah has
that
got you
he
in trouble,
is the
girl.
friend of Thelreid.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around for 3 years. Okay.
Ma'am, now is not the time. Now is not the time. Now is not the time.
If these bullets match the
Chad, I
ones
see
that
your
were on the
questions.
set of rust,
I'm going to wait till Q&A.
is that evidence, additional evidence that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of rust?
Yes,
And has she been convicted for that?
yes.
The court knows this, Kari. The jury's not in the room. Look.
Is this evidence
at
that Seth
Nikas's
Kenney provided
face.
live ammunition to the set of rust?
No.
It doesn't matter, Kari. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Relevancy is not the issue here, Miss Morrissey. Brady violations are the issue here. It doesn't matter if it goes to prove a point. It does not matter. Oh, you're in danger, girl.
So let me ask you.
And this might not be your
Ms.
fault,
Poppell,
but it doesn't
if you
matter.
buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Poppell, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
All right. Thought I had one more question.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you?
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
Yeah, it's not in dispute.
right? Never mind. Okay. So you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out?
The court will get to decide how serious of a potential violation this is and whether it goes to Baldwin's actions or not, or whether it just goes to the witness testimony. The court's going to get to see.
Or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept, obviously.
Well, okay, so it'll be Court's Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Court's 12.
This might not
And,
affect Hannah the same
my
way it
only
affects
question is, do you want them back
Baldwin's.
do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be at the courthouse if we can, yes.
This might
Well,
not affect Hannah the same
She
way.
divided them all up, is my only point. So is she going to,
Hannah's lawyers knew of this witness. This witness came forward to law enforcement after Hannah's trial, but Hannah's lawyers had access to and knew this witness. This is different.
keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the,
No, this is my question.
Yes,
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify
Yep.
what's this, what's this, what's this.
Yep.
Okay, so do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag?
Leave them
That's all-
out for the
that's
rest
my
of the
question
hearing.
for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial.
Okay, it's
When
not
if-
vouchered in New Mexico, sir.
Question.
How many times have you said vouchered? That's not what they call it. You're confusing everyone. Stop it. They need to stay out in open court during this hearing, obviously.
Okay, so here's my question.
That's not
If
what
I
the
put
court
them
asked.
back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine
Court, just tell
appropriately.
them what to do, Your Honor.
Appropriately.
Just tell them.
Okay, you're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is, let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Poppell to put it back.
She just walked out.
That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay?
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenney, and I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenney's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a witness.
Okay, well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do
We're in the middle of
both,
Hancock's
and I'm going to
testimony.
hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually. I'm thinking why can't the jury hear this?
Because we're in the middle
They
of
heard Poppell.
a motion hearing.
I'm sorry?
They heard Poppell.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to
They're not going to hear.
motion
Okay,
hearing.
I'm going to take
So
evidence from
confused.
each of these folks. Do you have? Is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So this is why I want to do it this way. Okay. I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenney comes, you're going to do all of his testimony,
I
all of
don't
his
know why they
testimony,
need Kenney for this. It doesn't.
including
It's
this.
not relevant
Okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave.
This is a
But I don't
very
know-
bad
But I
idea.
think that they can do Hancock and Kenney in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure.
Rod ESQ says all of his testimony in camera. Well, they're not in chambers. They're in open court on motions outside the presence of the jury, and they're approaching. The court also seems a little flummoxed by what's going on here. So I'm going to zoom as they're at sidebar so we can catch up to what the court is going to do. The court wants to get this jury back in, but this has to be addressed, and the court has to decide what's going to happen here. So, this is today's going to be a day. Let's see. They are still up at sidebar. I am now scrubbing to get forward on sidebar to the attorneys getting back.
After I call in the jury,
All right. They were trying to figure out what they're going to do on this motion hearing. I can't believe Kari's never seen those reports before.
tell Steve to bring the jury.
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury. Trial is unpredictable. And the lawyers have to be ready on their feet
After
to do all the
the jury.
things.
This is on the record. I got to go quickly. After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even. Okay? Just want to settle.
The court needs a minute. Processing information, and the court processes a lot of very serious
He's calling
information
him in.
in real time. So the court wants to take a minute to pause and think. Very smart on behalf of the court. Let's see what happens when the jury comes in. All right. We're going to zoom till the jury's in.
Record,
Back on the record, jury is in. Let's see what happens.
jury,
Jury is in.
thank you for coming in.
She's excusing them.
I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry. Trials are fluid. It's not something we predicted. Okay. So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning,
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Monday. It's been a longer week than usual.
Yeah, it has, ma'am.
So,
Yes, ma'am, it
Monday,
has.
Okay. So have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence here received here in court. Don't read any
Wow.
accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, et cetera.
Jury out for the
Okay?
weekend.
Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
All rise, jury out. The jury's out for the weekend. And the court's going to be taking a break. We're going to zoom past that. Woo, trials. Never a dull moment. In the chat, those of you that are saying it's been a long 2 days. Yep. They're dismissing the jury until Monday. So the judge can finish hearing these motions. Some of you have asked, or a lot of you have asked in the chat, what Stephen Baldwin has. It's a court provided assistive listening device.
Ms. Poppell, gather this while we're on break.
We're just going to photograph it as she.
All right. And then can she gather it on break?
Sure, is she where?
Well, she needs to stay in the court.
Kari, why are you
courthouse
asking the
to be
judge where
close by.
your witness
Okay,
is?
thank you. We are in recess.
I can't state strongly enough how important it is for the judge to take a break and breathe. The judge is going to have to decide the defense's motion to dismiss that was filed in writing yesterday. Motion to dismiss for Brady violations and violations under the rules of evidence. We're going to zoom back to when they get back into court, if they are back into court yet. And it looks like we're able to skip the entire break. Yay for us. So the court is in the middle of a motion to dismiss. They are hearing evidence on the motion to dismiss. Did the prosecution fail to turn over evidence they were required to turn over? Right now, they are in the evidence gathering stage. The court is waiting to see what was or was not turned over to the defense. And at this point, it seems like was not turned over to the defense, because the prosecutor's like, I've never seen this before. And if the prosecutor hasn't seen it, you know the defense hasn't seen it. Mr. Bowles should be coming to court, Hannah Gutierrez's lawyer. This is all related to Joe Teskey, who had worked with
All right.
Seth Kenney and with Hannah Gutierrez's father, Thel Reed. This all relates back to bullets that witness walked into Santa Fe Sheriff's and handed to them and said, it seems these are the bullets you're looking for. And a report was made. In the lines of the report, it said, this is not evidence from the Rust case. It was put under a different case number. It does not seem that there was a report tying those two things together, but we're going to find out from Hancock, because Hancock should have let the prosecution know this existed. And the prosecution saying, I've never seen it before, doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't know it existed. I am flummoxed.
Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
So for those of you asking, why didn't they come forward before Hannah's trial? They did. They came forward through Hannah's defense attorney.
What?
And the prosecution said, send me a picture of the rounds you're talking about. And he sent a picture, and they didn't match.
We may approach very quickly.
Yeah.
This is just absolutely wild. So, let's see. I'm going to zoom while they're at sidebar, because I want to see what they put on the record. This doesn't need to be at sidebar. This could all be on the record, I would think. So, let's see. The court just said back on the record. Are we back on the record? Are we not back on the record? For all of you who are like, I'm confused. It's The prosecution is talking to each other. The defense attorneys are talking to each other. And the court is sitting there, from my perspective, with a what the fuck is even happening look on her face. Okay. So I will answer questions once we get through whatever is going to happen in this court. Because until we have more info, I don't know if I can be of a ton of help. So, other than watching it together, the defense team just walked out. Or the defense team is out of the court. I shouldn't say walked out. That might imply something more. The defense team has walked out probably so they can all talk to one another. It looks like the attorneys are conferring. The prosecution's team is conferring. The defense team is all out of the courtroom conferring with each other. And then they are back at sidebar. Why do I feel like I'm giving play-by-play? Because I am giving play-by-play. But we can't hear because nothing's on the record. The defense team has gone back out. And we have the defense team coming back. All right, let's see. We're going to zoom, but this has all been done at sidebar. We have nothing else on the record since they took the break. So we're going to be caught up to live. We're less than a minute behind. Baldwin is now sitting next to his wife, telling her what's happening. What is going on? What the fuck am I watching, you guys? What is happening? There is something happening, but she looks pleased. I thought they were going to make out too. I'm also very uncomfortable. But whatever Baldwin told his wife is interesting. For those of you asking, is this even allowed? Yes, he's out of custody. They're in court. It seemed like he was. I would suspect, this is me suspecting, I would suspect that he is telling her what his lawyers have been talking about. The judge is pissed, but there's a lot going on in court today. All right, we're almost in real time. They were supposed to be calling Hancock to the stand, and Hancock, we are now caught up to live. They were supposed to be calling Hancock to the stand, and Hancock is not in the courtroom. Who just asked if they just made baby number 7? Oh my God. Yeah, where is Hancock? For all of you asking what is happening, I don't know. Jordan said Court TV with the telenovela. That's exactly what's happening. The defense team is bringing in boxes. Kari Morrissey's just sitting in court. Erlinda is not in court. The prosecution team is doing something, but I don't know. Chat, are we going to sit here and watch? Yes. Yes. Am I going to answer some questions? To the best of my ability. But are we going to watch what's happening? Yeah, we're just fucking here. We're just here. We're just here. Cheers? The lawyers, the amount of activity going on in court cannot be understated. So the court's not on a break. The judge is sitting on the bench while all of this is going down. Also, I'm going to have to start more aggressively grabbing my husband by the neck when we talk to each other. Clearly, I'm doing something wrong because I definitely do not grasp his entire fucking head. And now I feel like I should. Like all the time. Dr. B's going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? But I'm here for it. law nerds. Hey. How y'all doing? Why aren't we on the record? Court TV, they're talking. Chat, we're in real time. There's no zooming to be had. A lot of you are like, what is happening? Don't know what is happening. A lot of activity is happening. But I don't know. I got nothing. This is wild. But Anjanette Levy, who is in court, said Kari and Spyro just asked to be heard on something. Let's see. I'm looking at Anjanette Levy, who's in the courtroom on Twitter. Alex Spyro walked out of the courtroom looking pleased. The defense does look pleased. Let's see. Alex and Kari just asked to be heard on something. I mean, let's put it on the record. Something is happening. We're gonna find out together, but I am well, there's lead investigator Hancock. Ma'am, you're not having a good day. You're not having And the thing is, Kari is a special prosecutor. She's normally a defense attorney. She argues things like this. She should know. Y'all a little stressed? I'm a little stressed, honestly. I'm a little anxious. Like, we're nervy. But she does look worried. And should be, honestly. So let's all just take a breath. Guess what? Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. And we're just waiting to see what that's gonna be. But I'm gonna get to some of your questions because there's nothing we can do except see what's happening in court. And Emily, what's happening in court? I don't know. Cumulus cloud. I need Andy Cohen, a producer, and a camera. Stat. The thing about that is, though, I think TLC is doing the reality show for Alec Baldwin, but not Bravo. But I just wonder. You guys are asking if they could be talking about a plea deal. I'm not even going to speculate on it because if the case is about to get dismissed, if they think it's going to get dismissed, if the judge is inclined to just give them a mistrial and put it over till later, then you might talk about it. But if the court's inclined to dismiss it, then no, you definitely wouldn't be talking about anything. But they could be talking about a mistrial and a continuance. They could be talking about that. But they kind of need to know what the court's going to do, right? It looks like Erlinda's back in court. Becca Doug said, my son had surgery today, so you and the law nerds are keeping me company. It looks like they're going back on the record. Me and my twin love your content. Please shout out my identical twin, Rachel. Rachel, Becca says hi, and hang in there. Today's not a good day for stress, though. They've already dismissed the jury, so why are we all standing? I don't know. Baldwin is hugging his wife again. The lead investigator just stomped out. Everyone seems like they are getting ready to leave. Don't they? Or at least his brother. No, his brother looks like he's going to go talk to him. Let's see. Corporal Hancock was at the witness stand. Now she's back at counsel table. What is happening in this courtroom? She just walked out. How fucking dare you? Just the seal? Back to just the seal? What? Law nerds, I can't. I can't. back to the seal. All right. Today is going to be an exercise in how long can we stream while we don't know what the fuck is happening? All. The answer is all. The calming music, is it helping? No, it's not. I'm going to go look and see what Anjanette Levy is saying real quick because she is in court. But let's see. I don't see any. I will be looking for new updates, Miguelina, if you'll keep an eye on that too. But the attorneys asked to be heard at sidebar. We're going to switch feeds. Court didn't say they were on break. Oh, the court didn't say they were on break. In the second, we're going to switch feeds, and they're, no, you're not. Stay on our feed. We love our feed. We don't put fucking QR codes on the screen, which is not a vibe. All right. They're back to only the seal. I don't know if the court has taken a formal break or not. I have not seen anyone say that the court is taking a break. I imagine that they probably are. They can't be taking a lunch break. For those of you that said, I heard Morrissey, that was on another feed, and that was that was back in time. Back in time. That was not current. Let's see if there's anything else. I'm just taking a look to see what else is happening because I don't see any other updates. I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to answer some of your questions. They are still on the seal. Are they on break? They didn't say. They took a break. Yeah, something is happening. We just don't know what. So thank you, Miguelina. I am not going to put anything out until I have multiple confirmations. So for those of you, we don't know. The judge said 20-minute break. She took that 20-minute break and I zoomed it. So this is not the 20-minute break. So they could be taking lunch. Court TV said they are on a break. Court is on recess. There we go. Well, that's very helpful. Let me go check. Anjanette's in court. I was hoping for the update, but we're going to answer some questions real quick. I'm going to check Court TV's Twitter real quick. Because what the court didn't do is put it on the record, which is real annoying. Let's see. Nope. Let me look one more place. So we're just in real timing. So we're just real timing it. I'm not going to speculate on what they could be doing, chat, until we know. There's a lot going on in court today. We don't know what it is. So I'm not going to speculate, chat, until I see it from multiple sources and one of the lawyers. I'm not going to speculate on it. So I appreciate you guys understanding where I come from on that, but there's a lot going on. Yes, I know other feeds are playing replays. I'm not going to do that either because I don't want anyone to be confused that whether or not we are on real time. So I'm not going to do that. Court is on a break. I have not said, I have not seen anyone say that this is a full lunch break. So I am going to wait with you guys. Chat, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone in chat. Thank you for giving me the information you're seeing. Before I put information on stream to over 30,000 people, there are some processes that I check through. So I appreciate that, but I definitely check through things to make sure that we know. Court seems to be on a break. I don't think they are on their lunch break yet. It is early for that. I think the court is taking a break to let everybody take a minute. So we will see. But what I am seeing around the interwebs is people are unclear. There is contradictory evidence, contradictory information on how long court's on a break for. So we're going to leave this here. I'm going to stay here. And I don't think the court will want to take a break when the court's going to want to know what's proceeding next before the court decides to take a break. So, or before the court decides to take a longer break. So we're going to be here. I'm going to go through your questions and we are going to talk about what is going on because I don't know. Let's see. I don't see, gosh, there are times that the Bird app is just not helpful when it's not in real time. So let's see. I'm looking 2 more places for people who I know are in court, and I don't see anything that is set. So let's see. And chat, I appreciate you not speculating, but there's a lot happening in court today. It's not insignificant. What's happening in court today is absolutely significant. We are going to find out a lot more coming up, but I'm not going to speculate on what's going on. So again, if I do speculate, I'll tell you. But we don't know yet what is going on. So why did the court choose to stop in the middle of their hearing about whether the prosecution erred? I don't know. But for those of you who are like, what's going on? We're waiting to find out. I'm going to get to questions, but I am going to remind you that if you need to take a moment, when court comes back on the record and we know more, I will absolutely let you know in the Lawnerd app. We have been working on quite a while. We have been working on the app quite a while to make sure that notifications get to you in a timely fashion. So today is the day, if ever, to download the Lawnerd app. So is there a higher code than red? I don't know. We are going to talk about Brady, and we are going to wait. So we are going to just see what happens. Baldwin and his wife seemed pleased. The defense seemed pleased. This is a big deal. So whatever is happening in court and whatever they are taking a break over is going to matter. So the jury has been excused till Monday. Let's talk about what we know, shall we? Let me kill the music. Let's talk about what we know real quick. Thank you, Miguelina. And thank you to the moderators for keeping an eye on what's going on around the interwebs, because there is a lot that was not put on the record today. There was a lot happening at sidebar. Miguelina, those are all, thank you for the links. Those are all pulling from the exact same story. So thank you. But I'm going to pause the music. We're going to talk about what we know. We're going to talk about what happened this morning, and then I'm going to answer your questions. Court is on a break. I don't think they are on the lunch break. I don't think they will take a long break. Let's go to what we know. Chat, I appreciate you for not speculating, because there is a lot of confusion. B, when we are waiting to find out more, there is always a desire to know immediately, because it settles the nerves, but we don't know. And we don't have answers. I know people want to know. I am not going to speculate until we have firmer information, even though the waiting is the hardest part, and even though the waiting is uncomfortable. I get it. I know people want answers. But I am seeing from multiple places that court will not return now until 1:45 p.m. Eastern, which is, well, in like 15 minutes. So I'm seeing that now from multiple places. Here's how I choose to do things. I wait until I see it from multiple sources that are not under the same news umbrella. I learned that from my friend JB Buno at Hey JB, because what news sources will often do is multiple outlets under the same parent company, under their own banner, will put out the same information. So it's really only one place. So it looks like we got about 15 minutes, which is good to know. We are going to go through what we know. Thank you, chat, for not speculating on what is not known. I also am very mindful of the chat. I'm not going to spin you guys out into it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, it could be that, until we know. And I don't like doing that. I don't find it helpful, and I'm not going to put out unvetted information to over 30,000 people. It's not how I like to do things. I also don't want to emotionally wind everybody up on all the possibilities when we just don't know. It's uncomfortable not knowing, but also we're going to get to find out together. We just have to wait. Waiting sucks. I don't like it either. I am impatient. So, Frank, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not speculating on it. And until the attorneys put it on the record, it's speculation. Let's do a summary. Thanks. Okay, let's do a summary. This morning in the trial of Alec Baldwin on day 3 has been absolutely wild. We started the morning with an evidentiary hearing on the defense's motion to dismiss, for violations of Brady and Giglio, which are rules regarding the prosecution's disclosure of evidence and turning over of evidence. This all goes back to what we heard about yesterday with an individual who presented themselves to Santa Fe PD. And after Hannah Gutierrez had been prosecuted and said, these are rounds of ammunition that I had in my possession that no one came and got from me. And I got them from Thel Reed, but we had given them to Seth Kenney, and then Seth Kenney gave them back to me. And I was like holding them for him. So here's that information. And the defense argued that information was never turned over to them. There were rounds in there that have not been tested, but there were multiple rounds of ammunition, some that look like the rounds of ammunition that came off the Rust set, others that clearly are different. And there were reports on it. And those all were not turned over to the defense. They argued that that is an absolute violation and this needs to be turned over. This morning, the court seemed very upset about this. And the prosecution said, I've never seen these either. But the prosecution did say that this information all came to them from Hannah Gutierrez's defense attorney. That's how this person showed up. That's how this person came to everybody's attention, was through Thel Reed, Hannah's father, and this individual that worked another case with Seth Kenney. That started in the afternoon yesterday and has boiled over into today. We were supposed to get another witness on the stand, the lead investigator, Hancock, and they stopped doing the motion to dismiss. They stopped the evidentiary hearing. All of the attorneys were very active in talking. Baldwin went out and spoke to his entire defense team and his wife, and then she was like patting his face in court. So, could this case be over today? It could be. The defense looks pleased. Baldwin looked pleased. Could it be over? It could be. In what way is that? I don't know. We will see if that could be over. So we are going to get to some of your questions and we will see. I'm going to ask a question real quick via text. Let's see. Why? Because I can. All right. So Eric, I just sent you a message. I don't know if he's on stream. So there was speculation about how this could be ended today. I'm not going to speculate, but something happened to pause the hearing and to pause all of this. The jury is dismissed till Monday. The court has a few options here. Could the court dismiss this case? Yes. Do I think that's unlikely? Probably. Would it be more likely that on this violation, the court would declare a mistrial, give them more time and start over? Yes, that is more likely. If the defense thought that the court was likely to dismiss this, I think that they would just stand their ground and be like, finish the hearing. Because if the court's going to dismiss it, then everything's out and there's nothing more the court can do. If the court is going to mistry it and give the defense more time, then we start this all over again. So what the court was inclined to do is different. So we will see what's going to happen. Nadine said, how is this evidence favorable to the defense? It can go to their theory that law enforcement ignored every other possibility, gave Seth Kenney a pass, and zeroed in on Baldwin. So it goes to the witnesses mostly. Does it go to whether Baldwin had the gun in his hand? No, it doesn't at all. So let's see. So that's what we are going to do. And you guys, I appreciate you, chat, telling me what other streamers are saying. I'm not looking at that. I'm here with y'all. So I'm not monitoring everybody else's feed. I'm not going to. I'm going to wait until we have multiple sources confirming a thing before I speculate on a thing. There's a lot of things that can go down this afternoon. We'll know in about 10 minutes what they are. So I'm going to answer your questions. Chat, if you want to speculate about it, I appreciate you not doing it here. We are a facts-based channel. It's confusing and uncomfortable to not know what's happening. I absolutely get it. Court will be back and we will find out together. I appreciate you, chat. So right now, until we see from official sources anything, it's speculation. And are people going to speculate? Yes. Why? It drives engagement. Does that drive down engagement here? Maybe. Do I care? No, I don't. I want to give you the information that is known. So thank you for understanding that. We're going to go to questions, and thank you for hanging out with me. First, we're going to go to Amanda. Tomorrow is my nephew Forrest's birthday. Can you say happy birthday? Happy birthday, Forrest. Fun fact, my son Griffin is named after someone whose first name is Forrest, because we, A, very much like MMA fighter Forrest Griffin, and B, very much love the name Griffin. So when we were watching Forrest Griffin fight when I was pregnant, I was like, what do we think about the name Griffin? And my husband's like, I love the name Griffin. And we were like, what about the name Forrest? He's like, but I love the name Griffin. Love it. So Griffin is what it is. Good morning from Detroit, listening to the new Eminem album. The way I have not been able to listen to the new drop yet, because we are doing this and I'm trying to just protect my energy. I'm sad, but we'll see. Today might end much sooner than I thought. How long till Baldwin shows out again? Today he seemed very happy. I mean, if you guys missed it, Baldwin here, we're going to back up real quick to Baldwin talking with his wife. A little uncomfortable to watch, absolutely uncomfortable to watch, but he seemed pleased. His wife seemed pleased. And they were talking about that in court. What that is, we will see. But he and his wife absolutely had a chat in court. And she, to me, seems relieved. So do I think we're at the end of today? We're at the end of something, but I know it was uncomfortable. But we're going to watch what they are talking about, because she seemed happy with what they were talking about to me. Are they also aware that they're on camera? Yep. They're also very aware that they are on camera. So that was a bit earlier today in court. Let's continue. I like this judge. She reminds me of Broski in the Edgecombe case. Not familiar, but yes. I don't know if the judge doesn't deal with BS though. She's put up with a lot of BS in court. She doesn't on motions, but when the jury's in, she really does allow the attorneys a whole lot of latitude. Meg in the Moons had been writing for 23 months. Thank you, Meg. I appreciate you. Earrings seem more shiny today. It's probably just the way the light's coming in from the window because of the time of day, but thank you. I didn't do anything with them. EDB opening subs are nearly done. Thank you very much for the morale boost yesterday. Good job, Rachel. Opening submissions, by the way, for the rest of chat. DK said, first super chat and my 40th birthday. Thank you for being my family, EDB in chat. DK, you are welcome, and we are glad you're here. Happy 40th birthday. I appreciate you. Jennifer said, so grateful for EDB's perspective in this community. I'm grateful for this community too. I do what I do because of all of you. Well, would I be doing it anyway to myself in my house? Probably. I'd be sitting here screaming at the TV. But now we all get to scream at the TV together. We all just get to sit here being like, what is happening? So Lucy said, I like all of the attorneys here, even Kari Morrissey, annoying but effective. Yes. Again, someone's style can rub you the wrong way, but it doesn't mean it's not effective. So, but today has not been a good day for the prosecution. Yesterday, the defense was rattled, shooketh, I would say. Today, the prosecution is. Let's see. I'm just switching feeds to keep an eye on the on the seal. All right. Hold on. I forget to close other chats and then I get distracted because they're not us. I'm like, why are people doing that? Oh, it's not our chat. Why would people do that? Maddie says, is AB handcuffed to the chair today? I'm sure his lawyers talked to him about when and how it's appropriate to get up in court. Shima said, my favorite place on the net. Thank you, Shima. Mine too. Jolly said, also, I'm pretty sure Hannah Gutierrez despises Kari. Mm-hmm. The state on a personal level would do anything to avoid cooperating with her. I think she would too. We'll see if that even matters today by the time court comes back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Crazy Asian 303, good to see you. I need some luck for tomorrow. I was invited to a collector's event by the event organizer to sell my crochet plush, and it's my first time for these events. So excited and nervous. Just make sure your point of sale payment is set up and ready to go. Everything else will be great. Talk to the people. Have fun going. Going somewhere new for the first time is the win. So you've already won, Crazy Asian 303, and I'm excited for you. Time for code bra already.
Bra.
All day long. April, I'm going to pull this up because the chat might have better information on this than I would. Miguelina might also have some input. But April, thank you for the super chat. April said, facts, that's why we ride with you, Emily. I'm happy that you guys are here. How's long to dry my phone in rice, if you know? Now that we can respond to super chats, the chat can respond to your super chat in there. But at least a day, right? At least a day. So I think at least a day. Donnie said, I vote to create a code. Gasp. How fucking dare you? With a soundbite of EDB's reaction to the court seal just now. I mean, first of all, how dare you, right? We're waiting for things to happen and then they just go to the seal. What are they doing? But court is on a break. Do we know when court is going to be back? No, we don't, because the information keeps shifting. And even from the people in court, the information keeps shifting. So hold on, I'm gonna zoom through things. So let's see. I'm gonna zoom through just and take a look at a few things real quick too. So do we have any? I have not seen any other updates, confirmed updates on timing. I don't know if they know how long, but we will see. So it's court's dynamic, but I'm not getting out of this seat. Like literally not going anywhere at all because I want to know what happens. And we're not going to wait. I want to know what happens. Today's been bananas and we're just waiting to see what happens. But let's see. So I am not seeing anything that is set in stone with any of this. What I am seeing is a lot of unfounded speculation. All right. And we're not doing that. Oh. Okay. We have a view from inside court. The court. We have audio. All right, everybody, come on back.
Okay. All right. There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
All right.
Turn to the jury. Caution them. Okay. All right. There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
All right.
So the court is now giving them a lunch break. So whatever happened, the court came back in, made a joke about turning to the jury and the jury that's not there and said, okay, 1 o'clock. Bye.
Turn to the jury. Caution them. Okay. All right. There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
All right.
So whatever they've been working on off the record, they are not done with yet. I will say, And the judge is not happy. They are burning an entire day here. But I will say, if there was a deal of some sort, which I've seen widely speculated about in the chat, if there was, so the court's on lunch break till 1 o'clock local time. Wow. But if the court, if there was something that was ending this case, they would have just put that on the record now, right? So if there was something in place that was ending this case now, it would have gone on the record right now. And it didn't. So whether or not they need more witnesses, whether or not they are figuring things out, the jury is done for the weekend. The court is now taking lunch. That means there is no resolution of this case at this moment. And everyone is taking a lunch break. If the court was done, the court would put it on the record and be done and wouldn't bother taking lunch. They're 15 minutes away from noon local time. So please and thank you. The court said, there you go. I think they are more inclined to resume this hearing after lunch. But the court is taking a lunch break. So what do I prefer, the seal or the OnlyFan? I definitely prefer the seal because it doesn't spin. Or it shouldn't. If the seal starts spinning in court, we are probably all fucked. It should not be spinning. So everybody that's just coming in, hey, hi, how are you? The jury has been sent home till Monday. The court is in the middle of a motion to dismiss hearing. The court was taking evidence on that hearing. That was paused. There was much activity in court. Things are happening. They're just not on the record yet about it. And the court will resume after lunch. They're taking about an hour and 15 minutes of lunch. And we will see what happens when we get back from lunch. But nothing has been decided yet, because if something had been decided, it just would have been put on the record and the court would have been done for this day on a Friday. The court would have kept if the court's ready to go to lunch and the jury's not coming back, the court would have just kept them for a half hour. So that's it. Let's answer a few more questions. Don't call the court. I was just saying, I come from Southern California. If the seal on the wall is moving, it's a problem. If the seal on the wall is moving, it's a problem. So it is 11:48 local time. They're going to be back at 1 p.m. local time, which is Mountain Time, which would be 2 p.m. Central. So if any of you need to bounce out now, I'm going to answer questions. I will be back in this seat at 2 p.m. Central. I'm going to take a break in a few. Not yet, though. My ass will be here probably a little bit before 2 p.m. because I am the way I'm fucking riveted right now. Anxiously riveted. I riveted. But we'll also remind you in the Law Nerd app. Simply Bell said new stream. Nope. I'm going to let you guys stay in chat. We're not going to break the seal. We're not going to break the stream, but it is lunch break. I'm going to answer some questions. We're all going to take a breath, hydrate, snack, stress eat. You pick what you want to do. But I will let you know in the Law Nerd app when we are back. Court will be back at 1 p.m. Mountain, 2 p.m. Central. What is that? 3 p.m. Eastern. That's about it. I can't do any other time zones. That's all. So you guys have an hour. I'm going to answer some questions. Thank you for being here. Tequila asked a question without Tequila Mockingbird. I saw a book by this title, a drink recipe book. I thought was fantastic. But can a plea deal be offered at this point? Could. Would the defense take it? If the defense thinks this is going to get dismissed, no. Why would they? Swim Gal said, can this trial be salvaged? Yes. Yes. It could. Karen asked, could Hannah Gutierrez read benefit if this trial is declared a mistrial or dismissed? No. But will this information come up in Hannah's trial? Yes. But Hannah's defense attorney knew and brought this witness to the prosecution's attention. So it's a bit different because they're the ones who knew of the witness first and had access to the witness. So Linda, thank you for that. Nightbot objects to all caps because my dyslexic brain really, really struggles to read all caps. So thank you. Ice Ice Baby said, so what is a good time to tell you that one of our dogs is named Griffin? Now's a perfect time. It's a great name. I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's see. Thank you for letting us feel what a trial is really like. You're welcome. It's really hard. Waiting for a verdict is hard. You guys saw that in the Karen Reed case. How many of you were inordinately uncomfortable? Like, I don't know what to do with my body or myself or my brain waiting for a verdict. How many of you felt that way? Lawyers feel that way too, waiting for a verdict. It's very hard to do it. Dee said, wait, Emily, wasn't Hannah's trial televised? Yeah, it was. Nobody from the court watched it. The court staff probably didn't. The defense attorneys would have. So it's very uncomfortable waiting. It's hard. It's hard waiting for this. We're humans. Our brains are old. They don't like uncertainty. Our old human brains are like, uncertainty equals death. And so our brains hate it. I get it. Our brains don't like the uncertainty. It feels scary to us, right? It's not scary. We're fine. We're going to be fine. We just don't know shit. I like to know shit too, but we're going to be okay. We're going to find out what it is. It just is uncomfortable waiting. I hate waiting for a new book in a book series I'm reading. Hate it. Hate it the most. I want to know how the story ends. I want to close the loop in my brain. But we're not going to get that right now. So what I don't want to do is put out information that's not verified, because that's not helpful. Sometimes learning to sit in the discomfort is hard, but it's part of adulting. Learning to be uncomfortable is part of the adulting. I don't like it either. Jasmine said, Neurospicy LawTube sent me down a remarkable 2 rabbit hole and my bank account had to drag me back. They aren't inexpensive. Because of how I use it for work, it was worth it to me. There are other e-writers other than this one. There are lots of other options. I like it. So I like it a lot. But chat, yes, I'm just, we have the feelings. We feel the feelings. So I get it. I get it. He said, yes, sir, instead of yes, ma'am, rolling along. I don't know who he was referring to, but sometimes in court that just happens depending on the things. Let's see. EDB morning signaling. What BS? Love you. Oh, Kari, Morrissey. I know. I don't even know. We've moved on so fast from was Kari Morrissey signaling witnesses. Like everything else happened. Everything else happened. So everything else happened so quickly. But yes, it's wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, I don't know about that. Can I pull up the motion? I saw a couple of you ask, can we go over the motion that was filed yesterday? Yeah, we sure can. Do you guys want to do that? Here, let me put up a poll real quick while we're sitting here. Cause I've got 20 minutes before I need to at least take a little bit of break and eat and probably jump up and down for a moment to re-regulate my nervous system. Tell me you're neurospicy without telling me you're neurospicy. What do you need to do? I need to jump up and down for a minute and re-regulate. Do you literally want to cover the motion filed? Let's see. All right, we're just putting up a quick yes/no poll. We're going to go through some questions. This defense lawyer looks a lot like Chris Albert. I didn't notice that. Allison White said, could the prosecutor do something for Hannah? In other words, less time? No, Hannah's been sentenced. And the prosecutor tried to offer her immunity and the court said no, which was odd to me because oftentimes prosecutors can just do that on their own. Even when witnesses are offered immunity, CEG, the Young Thug case, even when witnesses are offered immunity, sometimes they're like, yeah, you can take that immunity and shove it right up your ass. I'm not saying shit. So even with immunity, witnesses won't always testify. And what are they going to do to Hannah? We're going to hold you in contempt. She's like, you already sentenced me to 18 months. Hold me in contempt for a week. I don't give a fuck. I'm already in custody. If Hannah doesn't want to say anything, there's not much they can do to her. What are they going to do? We'll put you in jail for another week. Bet. She's already there. What? You sentenced her to the max with no previous criminal record. What's she going to do? Question, what does Judge Abby think about this? Vicky with an I cannot share. Judge Abby is now a member of the bench. So we have not talked about her opinions on this case. I have downloaded onto her all the things that are going on in court. And she basically went, wow, And I'm like, I asked her this, did you ever as a DA see a defendant just walk out of court while court was on the record on their case? And she said, no. And I said, I saw it once and everyone went running. But that was the question I asked. But what does she think of this? Sadly, she is now a member of the bench and I cannot share. But we also didn't talk about it. It was mostly me going, this is how that went when I talked to Judge Abby yesterday. Girl, you are not going to believe what happened today. I need to tell you everything that happened in this case. And I know you've got things to do. So let me tell you as quickly as humanly fucking possible everything that happened in case. And then Alec Baldwin walked out. Have you ever seen that in your time as a DA? Do we know anyone? Do we know anyone this has happened to? Have any of our friends had this happen to them in court? Between me and my friend group, we have clocked a lot of fucking hours in court and everybody's like, no, I haven't seen that. And if people do try to walk out of court, they actually never get out of court without getting tackled. Well, that's not true. There was that one juvie that got out and got caught, but got out of the courtroom. But the bailiff tripped and broke his arm. So that's why the juvie got out of the courtroom. To be fair, the bailiff was reading a book, I think. It was not great. It was not a great day in juvie. Everyone went running. You know who didn't go running? Me. I am not the DA who's chasing you out of court. There are people paid to do the running things. They do fitness tests. Because you know what would happen if I went running out of court? I would like fucking tear an ACL. So that's never going to happen. The way I would hurt myself, I would find new ways to trip over something. No way. Not a chance. Other DAs went chasing. No. Emily, are you going to run even if you are being chased? No, I am a water sport person. I am not a land sport person. I am not good on land sports. Any of them. Water sports. Kel said, why does any of this BS matter when the key issue is Baldwin pointing the gun? The prosecution withholding or hiding evidence matters. Can this be used in Hannah's appeal? I'm sure they're going to bring it up, but it definitely seems from the testimony we've heard today that Hannah's lawyers know about this. Hannah's lawyers absolutely know about this. JH said, in my opinion, this shows the defense's desperation. It does, but it threw a massive wrench into trial today, didn't it? And they might not be wrong. Pterodactyl said, so judge just blew off approach for every objection. Literally witness one. Literally witness one. Also, I will tell you, when I joke about tearing my ACL, I like boxing. It is one of the land sports. Look, I don't have to move my feet much. Some, but not much. I like boxing against a bag, not another person. And I was boxing during my early days in the DA's office when at that time I still had time to wear out or work out, and literally slipped and tore my ACL. I was like, back to swimming. Emily, didn't you also hurt yourself swimming? Yes. But that was water polo, combat sports, archery. Now, amazingly, I have not hurt myself doing archery. So bare bow recurve archery and I have gotten along well. So we just that and like following the fitness marshals dance routines. Haven't hurt myself doing that yet. Jenny Marie said, good morning, law nerds, mods, and M. This is already a clusterfuck. Accurate. So much ammo, but live round or not, we don't know. Those weren't tested. Some of them looked very similar. Alex's actions are why he's here. Does the ammo matter? The not disclosing it matters more, but I don't know if we get down the Brady rabbit hole, and we'll go to the defense motion. 95% of you are like, let's cover it. I'm going to give you some more time to vote. There's only about 4,000 votes and there's almost 30,000 of you here. So I'm going to give it a few more minutes. Maria said, Emily is a mermaid. Look, man, when my swim team finally sprung for the monofin trainer, I don't give a shit that I was in high school. My ass was swimming under, I also swim butterfly, but my ass was swimming underwater with that fin, with my hair in the water, just all of the mermaid vibes. If pretending to be a mermaid on TikTok existed when I was like 16, 17, you bet your ass I would have been dressing up like a mermaid and swimming around underwater. A, because I could fucking kill it. B, I was a decent butterflyer. And C, I have no chill. I absolutely would have been doing all of that. Yes. All of the fantasy role playing. Am I glad that there was not the internet in the way that it was when I was in high school? Yes. I would have made bad decisions. But at the time I was like, but my ass is cute. I would have made very bad choices. Also impulsivity, ADHD. Amy, seriously? Amy Van Dyken's comment in the chat says, I got a concussion at swim practice, nothing to see here. Girl, were you backstroking though? But girl. That said, I did have somebody going the wrong way down a lane line when I was diving and I didn't see them because they were underwater. And the way my Swedish goggle cut the underneath of my eye, I have also hurt myself at swim practice. I got fingers caught in the lane line. Swim practice could get rowdy too, but not like water polo practice. The problem is the water polo players are also at swim practice, so they can get rowdy. Why are we digressing? We want to go over this motion. Question is the judge still listening to him? Earlier today, the judge was not listening. I love being able to reply to super chats. Me too. I think it is fantastic. I can't wait till it rolls out to member chats as well. I hope that happens. But me too. I think it's really fun, especially because you guys chat so much to talk to each other. It's really nice to be able to see you responding to each other. Are we going to discuss how Kari was signaling to witnesses? I have no idea what they're talking about. They never came back to it. Amber said, I'm in Montana, come visit. I mean, Montana is at the top of the list of places in the US I want to go. Would Morrissey be working other cases right now? Victoria asked. Between Hannah's case and this case, probably not a lot. Maybe cases that are just working their way towards disposition and being monitored, but not actively. Probably not. It's a lot. That said, a lot of defense attorneys work quite a few cases at a time. DAs will have a lot of cases at a time, and it's really hard when you're in trial and other things are happening on other cases. I don't know how large her firm is. Her firm might be working on other stuff. I didn't see Baldwin having Starbucks today. I saw the judge have Starbucks on the bench, but I didn't see that. Yulia said, imagine her live reacting to Lally. Who, Kari? That would be funny. Fanny Fruit said, is it weird that I really like and dislike Kari at the same time? I don't think that's weird at all. I think both things can be true. You can be like, okay, she's killing this, but it annoys the fuck out of me. I think both things can absolutely be true. One second I'm here for the smoke, and then the next second I'm like, oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely fair. And I think it's fair to be able to notice the two, right? JJ said Meryl Streep to play Kari Morrissey for the Netflix film. I think at one point I commented yesterday that the judge was giving some Devil Wears Prada vibes to me. Hilly said, dude, Kari is giving no Fs. My spirit animal. Kari is the thing I appreciate about Kari's courtroom demeanor when they are not in front of the jury. Kari, and a lot of lawyers don't do this. Younger lawyers don't do this. And this can be frustrating. But Kari takes her time, takes up her space, pauses. She controls the pacing in court. She controls the tone in court. She really does control the energy in that courtroom. When she's like this, everybody else is too. And when she brings it down, everyone else is too. She is setting the pace for this trial. And so her courtroom control is just on another level. And she uses that very much to her advantage. Not all lawyers do that. She has absolutely dominated this courtroom. So, let's see. What time are they coming back? 1 p.m. Mountain Time, 2 p.m. Central Time. Let's see. Sportsy says, what does conditional discharge mean? Could this be a potential? No, conditional discharge apparently overheard in court by Baldwin. Yes, conditional discharge can mean a plea. Conditional discharge, and I'm not saying that this is happening. I am just going to answer Sports Z Girl. I'm just going to answer this question. Would mean that there would be conditions that you would have to cover, and then all of the charges would go away. So if you complete the things you're doing, stuff would go away. So we're just going to have to wait and see. So Let's see. 95% of you want to go over that motion, and we've got a few minutes. So let's go over that motion real quick and see. Let me pull that up real quick. We will get to, yep, that's me, said what stroke. Mine was 100 and 200 meter backstroke, 200 IM, and broken nose on practice, breaststroke kick to face. That happens to one of my water polo teammates broke a rib because he was swimming over somebody to get the ball, and they kicked up and broke 1 or 2 ribs. But I swam butterfly, I swam IM. I was terrible at breaststroke, so I did not swim IM well. I also swam the 500. So, you know, it will surprise no one that I was not a sprinter. I don't sprint through anything. Not my thoughts, not getting ready, not anything. Mandy asks, is it normal for the jury to ask so many questions? It really, really just depends on the jury. So I don't assign anything to it other than it shows that they're engaged. Franny Fruit said, tore my ACL in my MMA class throwing around a horse, throwing a roundhouse kick and getting surgery in 2 weeks. Look, here's my only suggestion on that surgery. Get the ice thing that circulates the water. It was an absolute godsend. Absolute godsend. So let's end the poll. 95% of you want to go over the motion. Don't worry, for the rest of you, we'll be back to court soon, but there is no court at the moment. So let's go over what the defense started the day with, which is this moment. And also when people are overhearing things at court, discussions are just that. So we will wait and see what happens here. Because, well, something's going to happen. Court's going to come back. They're going to put stuff on the record, and something's going to happen. But has this trial been weird? Yes. Yes. Yes, it has. Yes. Yes. Very weird. Very, very strange. But the jury being out for the rest of the day gives the court some time. All right, let's go ahead and pull this up. And I think that's probably better. All right. State of New Mexico versus Alexander Baldwin. This was filed on July 11th. That was yesterday. Oh, isn't GoFest this week? Sorry. Isn't Pokemon GoFest this weekend, though? Like the play at home one? I think it is. That's exciting. Background. From the moment they arrived in a world where this is a lawsuit because of the defendant's greed. They're just coming in hot. From the moment they arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch on October 21st, 2021, law enforcement officers focused almost exclusively on a single question. How did live ammunition end up on a movie set where the presence of live ammunition is, in the words of prosecutors, incomprehensible? But the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office and the state have concealed from Baldwin that there was evidence that the live round came from Seth Kenney, a known person of interest and supplier of ammunition to the Rust set. It still doesn't alleviate Baldwin's responsibility. But Baldwin's defense attorneys have the opportunity in closing and in jury instructions to present information that there is an intervening cause that kind of cuts off. If you find that there was intervening cause, intervening or superseding, I think might be the language in the jury instruction, action, that can cut it off. So if the superseding action by Kenney providing live rounds to set, it could cut off Baldwin's responsibility, and therefore the prosecution hiding that could be exculpatory. So as I'm talking through it, because there is that opportunity for a defense and for an argument that somebody supplying live ammunition onto set could be the action that cuts off responsibility, it can go to a defense. So, and Kenney, I don't think has immunity for those of you asking. For those of you asking in the chat. So let's see. But the sheriffs and the state have concealed from Baldwin that there was evidence that the live round came from Seth Kenney, a known person of interest and supplier of ammunition to the Rust set. Specifically, immediately after Gutierrez Reed's trial, Troy Teskey, a retired police officer and judge pro temp in Mojave County, Arizona, there's new information in that sentence, delivered a collection of live ammunition to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office where they were accepted by crime scene technician Marissa Poppell. They know her designation. They keep calling her investigator, and they filed this yesterday calling her CST. That's funny. They knew. They knew. They knew. The state had been aware and had access to Teskey for years. Seth Kenney called Teskey during a November 1st, 21 interview with then Detective Hancock, now Corporal, after which Teskey sent a picture of a sampling of ammunition that did not match the rounds on set. That image was passed from Kenney to Hancock, and there was no further recorded follow-up. In a November 2nd, 2023 pretrial interview of Teskey, the rounds were again discussed, this time with Special Prosecutor Morrissey. During the interview, Morrissey specifically asked if Teskey would give her the ammunition from the batch that Reed and Kenney had used to source their live ammunition for the Texas movie set. That's 1883. Teskey, who at the time did not know if the ammunition would match the round that killed Hutchins, agreed to provide it, and Morrissey closed out the interview stating she would work with law enforcement to collect it, the implication of which was that if she ever got the evidence, she would turn it over to Baldwin. I don't know if that's a leap or not a leap. Morrissey never followed up. I mean, Morrissey said today in court that he said he would mail it. So we'll see. Morrissey never followed up, and the state elected not to retrieve the rounds, even though Teskey had told the state they could retrieve them at any time. The trial of Gutierrez Reed went forward, and at its conclusion on March 6th, Teskey delivered a collection of rounds to Poppell, where it was taken into the custody of the state by Poppell and her supervisor, Brandle. The evidence, however, was not inventoried to the Rust case. Instead, at Brandle's instruction, Poppell was told to log it as documented information rather than physical evidence. Interesting. Because then people don't know that it's different. But again, the state didn't file a written motion. They responded to this in court today, and we're starting to take evidence on this. And she said she logged it into evidence and had a report and documented it. And that's what she said yesterday. That's what she said today. And she was told to log it under a different case file so it would never be disclosed to the defense. I mean, that end of the sentence is ascribing reasoning. I think there's multiple interpretations, but it doesn't really matter what I think at that point. Teskey told Poppell that among the rounds that Santa Fe Sheriff's Office took into its inventory and logged under a different case number are Starline brass casings with nickel primers matching the live bullet that killed Hutchins. Again, until you look at the gunpowder, you don't really know if it's matching, but they appear similar. Again, the defense is advocating in this, so that's not improper of them. That's just me clarifying, because all of this, I'm not taking at face value because we saw it argued today. SFSO's knowledge and possession of the rounds were not disclosed in supplemental disclosures, nor were they presented when the defense requested to view all ballistics evidence at an evidence viewing on April 16th, 2024. And I think that is a huge problem, because the lead investigator would have known that they were there. And if the lead investigator knew they were there, which she would have had to have known, then when the defense says, we want to view all ballistics, and in court today, there was a fight over this, right? Because what the witness on the stand said, what the crime scene tech said, is that the defense requested to see all evidence collected from the set. But I also don't think under the case law that the prosecution and the law enforcement can narrowly parse that. If they're asking to see all ballistics evidence from Seth, I think it would be appropriately forthcoming to say, here's what came from Seth, and here's what was turned over by this individual. That they disclose it and make sure that it is distinct and separate, but still disclosing it and being like, you can view this too. This is also here. So let's see. According to the testimony of Poppell, they were tagged with an independent number unaffiliated with the Rust investigation. Yes. These facts were elicited on cross-examination after Poppell had unequivocally testified that all of the evidence that had been collected in the case had been inventoried, was stored in the vault at SFSO, and could be brought into court at any time. And it could. And it was today, but okay. Poppell also admitted that Santa Fe Sheriff's Office prepared a supplemental report about this evidence, which was also never disclosed to the defense. I still don't have a clear answer on that, if the supplemental was tagged under both case numbers or not. Nobody asked. On redirect, Morrissey immediately demonstrated her familiarity with the above facts, reminded Poppell of Teskey's name, and sought to help Poppell reframe her cover-up as an ordinary investigative decision. That's strong. That's argument two. Argument. The state affirmatively concealed evidence potentially pointing to an external source of the live ammunition, Seth Kenney, because the evidence would be favorable to Baldwin. How is it favorable to Baldwin? How does it matter if Seth Kenney did it or if Hannah Gutierrez did it? I guess the argument I would see on that would be, well, they kept looking the other way on Seth Kenney and they were laser focused on Baldwin. But I think it goes more towards the argument that there's a superseding factor. But the superseding factor is somebody brought live rounds onto set. I don't think you have to, name them, in the words of Sutton. Somebody brought live rounds onto set. Fact. That's a fucking fact. Somebody brought live rounds onto set. We know that. Is it exculpatory that it was Seth Kenney and not Hannah Gutierrez? I don't know. I would need to think about it more. But I don't like that new information coming up at trial is not good. The remedy for the state's misconduct should be a dismissal. So they're asking again, dismiss the case, gone, done. Baldwin is unaware of the risk that live ammunition. Baldwin was unaware of the risk that live ammunition had been brought on to set at Runts. This is again them reframing that live ammunition being brought in was what Baldwin should have been aware of. I disagree. I think the danger Baldwin should have been aware of was pointing a weapon at someone, and Baldwin talked about that in his police interview, that he knew blanks could be dangerous if you're up close to people when you're firing them, that safety measures are taken when you have a weapon on set that has blanks in it. So I think the knowledge element here goes to, should Baldwin have known that a gun can be dangerous, whether it's on set or not on set, not did Baldwin perceive that live rounds could have been on set. I think they're reframing the question, as they should. I just disagree with the reframe, but that's what they should be doing. Baldwin was unaware of the risk that live ammunition had been brought onto the set of Rust. To support its theory that Baldwin should have known of that risk, again, reframing the risk, the state is attempting to establish a link between Baldwin and the source of the live ammunition. The only way it can do this is by demonstrating that the live rounds were brought onto set by the movie set's armorer. I mean, does it matter if the armorer or the supplier brings them onto set? They got there. Given the state's assertion that Baldwin should have been aware of her youth and inexperience, they've moved away from that argument because they're not arguing he's a producer. I also think the state erred in this and should have focused on Baldwin's the most expertiest gun expert to ever expert. He told law enforcement. He knew that blanks could be dangerous when they are up close to somebody. He knows that weapons on set can be dangerous. And regardless, he had his finger on the trigger and the gun was cocked. They should have focused just on that. And they didn't. So, and I saw some in the chat saying Hannah's been convicted of bringing bullets onto the set. I would just I would modify that slightly and saying Hannah was convicted of not doing her job to check the rounds. So even if Hannah didn't bring the bullets onto set, she would still be convicted because she didn't check to discover that live rounds were being loaded by her into the gun. So she was convicted for not doing her job, or with not doing her job with due caution and circumscription, when it was her job to check the rounds. So hopefully that clarifies, but it feels in this trial like they're arguing that the only thing is that, Hannah brought the live rounds. The fact of the matter is the case against Hannah is because she didn't do her job and didn't check the rounds. It doesn't, even if they had been provided by the supplier, then maybe Seth Kenney also gets charged, but Hannah still gets charged for not checking them. Hopefully that helps. All right. Thank you guys again for making us #1 on live trending here on the YouTubes. You guys are the best. All right. So they're saying the state's attempting to establish a link between Baldwin and the source of the live ammo. The only way they can do it is by demonstrating that he knew the armorer was young and inexperienced, and therefore the possibility that she brought live rounds onto set. I don't think that's the state's argument. If it is, it shouldn't be. Evidence that, and this is the problem because the state hasn't articulated it well, but I think they did an opening well articulate that their theory is he was playing make-believe with a real gun. And he was playing make-believe with a real gun and was not paying attention to the standard safety protocols of don't point a gun at someone. They should narrow that down. Simply put, the state was provided highly exculpatory evidence, and that's for the court to decide. I get their argument. Oh, wait, sorry. I missed a line. Evidence that the live rounds came from Kenney is therefore favorable to Baldwin, which is why the state buried it. The state not only failed to disclose the evidence, it affirmatively hid it under a file number that is unaffiliated with the Rust case, and failed to disclose that the only documentation that it claims to have created that would have alerted Baldwin to its existence of evidence. Simply put, the state was provided highly exculpatory evidence that supports Baldwin's argument of intervening cause. Intervening, not superseding. I got it right the first time. Yay! It also supports Baldwin's case that the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office investigation was biased, improperly motivated, and incompetent, which the court has already ruled is relevant and admissible. That part. That's their strongest argument. That's the defense's strongest argument. Yet, the state concealed that evidence from Baldwin and that it misrepresented the evidence that it had collected. This conduct is egregious and requires dismissal. State versus Davidson is what they're quoting when they say the district court did not abuse its discretion in relying on its inherent authority to dismiss with prejudice, meaning you don't get to do this again, as a sanction in response to the prosecution's repeated violation of the court's discovery orders. The prosecution's failure to disclose exculpatory information and the prosecution's dishonesty in an attempt to cover the misconduct. So they're citing a case where the court said, enough is enough. Your case is done. You're done. Right? You're done. In the words of Nisi. It goes on to say whether the non-disclosure was the result of negligence or design, it is the responsibility of the prosecutor. It is indeed. The state has unilaterally withheld, the defense argues, evidence favorable to the Baldwin defense. Citing State v. Harper, they say, including, quote, evidence dealing with credibility that, quote, could be expected to have significant impact on the jury. Fair. While failing to provide any, quote, reasonable explanation for its non-disclosure. And we haven't even gotten there yet. We'll see if this evidentiary hearing continues after lunch. Even if the state's failures have been unintentional, they say, which is unlikely, they have been caused by the state's own intransigence in refusing to facilitate Baldwin's access to the discovery he is entitled to. They go on to cite State v. Harper and saying, and are, quote, at a minimum, sufficiently reckless to warrant dismissal. So they're setting out the court standard for, Your Honor, you can dismiss the case as a sanction to the prosecution. Because the remedy is, no, Emily, the remedy for the violation could be turn it over, this is a mistrial, and they are getting a continuance. That could be the remedy. But here, they are saying what we don't need a remedy. We need a sanction against the prosecutor's conduct. And that sanction is dismissing this case with prejudice immediately. In the alternative, Baldwin is also entitled to an adverse inference instruction. And this is, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this, because they didn't ask for a mistrial and they didn't ask for a continuance in here. They said in the alternative, Baldwin's entitled to an adverse inference instruction, which means an instruction to the jury that they can infer that the state is up to fuckery. My words. An adverse inference instruction that the state concealed this evidence because they knew it would be favorable to Baldwin's defense. Under this remedy, the court should instruct the jury that it must disregard Poppell's testimony that the live rounds from the Rust set did not match the live rounds that Teskey delivered. So that's arguendo. They're saying sanction the prosecution for bad behavior, dismiss the case. That's it. And then they're saying, but if you don't, we want this jury instruction. Conclusion, the court should dismiss the case with prejudice or, in the alternative, issue an adverse inference instruction striking Poppell's testimony. So we'll see. The court will be back after lunch. I understand why it would be a discovery violation. The fact that the prosecution's like, I've never seen this before, is deeply concerning to me. Deeply concerning to me. The prosecution should know everything the police have in custody connected with this case. Everything. Even if it was just turned over in March. It's July. So, it's a lot. Is the judge going to rehome this case? I don't know. But we're going to find out in about a half an hour, I hope. Am I optimistic? Not necessarily. Court will be back at 1 o'clock local time, which is 2 o'clock central time. So about a half an hour from now, I'm going to answer just a handful more questions. I'm going to take a break for lunch. Today is wild. So Law Nerds, don't forget, first things, Law Nerd app will keep you in the loop. If you bounce now to go get shit done, I totally get it. I'm going to put on the music in just a minute. You guys are welcome to stay in the chat. But lawnerdapp.com. Oh, I have enchiladas. Oh, I'm so excited. So lawnerdapp.com. We will ping you when court is back. I will be back on at 2. I don't know if court will be back then. I'm optimistic. I'd sure like to know what the fuck is happening. It's so frustrating. Live court is wild. Live court is wild. Mango Jelly said, how's long to finish this trial? Who knows? Could be today. Could be next week. Could be longer. Don't know. So Ann Bell asked, what is a Brady violation? I'm confused. Hopefully the motion cleared it up, but if it didn't, the prosecution is obligated to turn over discovery, especially potentially exculpatory discovery. The prosecution doesn't get to decide what is potentially exculpatory. So generally they turn over everything, right? The fact that they did not turn over this information can be a violation of that principle. And the prosecution, the defense is asking to sanction the prosecution for it by dismissing the case, and in the alternative to instruct the jury. But then with all those breaks, we don't know what's happening. Hey, Dr. B, today's been fucking wild. What's up, man? We're just answering some questions and I'm taking a break for lunch because I have enchiladas. Are they coming? I don't know if they're coming back or not. We can only see your logo, not sponsored. The chat's going to want to see your face. It's true. You know it's true. How are you?
Good. We're getting ready to go.
Okay. So, no, then.
For you?
Because I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
But I'll text you.
Okay. All right.
Nobody's told us anything, Dr. B. It's been so wild today. They were on the record. They were off the record. Baldwin isn't out. Baldwin's white. Wait, come back. I have to fondle your neck.
No, I'm pulling an Alec.
You're pulling an Alec?
I pulled a Baldwin. I just got up and left. Wasn't that good?
Leave that. Stop it. That's loud on the mic.
Oh.
Stop it. Stop messing with my office.
It's a disaster.
Stop it. Leave my office alone.
All right. I was trying to clean.
No, it's loud on the microphone. Wait, I was supposed to grab your neck. Get back here. I'm kidding. Baldwin's wife was like all cuddled up on him in court. They were whispering to each other and she had him like round the neck and was like petting his face. It was so crazy. It was very uncomfortable to watch.
Was it like that?
N-
Or I'd be like,
No. And it wasn't like push him up against the wall around the neck either. It wasn't like an acute, fun, consensual type of a way. It was in a really strange, like, type of a way. It was odd. Don't touch my shit. I love you. I love you.
I was just trying to help.
You're the best. It was super awkward the way she was like petting his face. Dr. B's like, no, it was not that kind of a way, Dr. B. No, it was not. Dr. B is hilarious. So he is. Dr. B definitely had the just do it shirt on today, but I don't even know. I don't even know today. I don't even know. A robot clock said, could Morrissey not be a regular DA? She's not. She is a defense attorney brought in to prosecute. She is. That's exactly what's happening here. And could that be why some of the evidence fell through the cracks? Unfortunately for her, it does not matter. She has been deputized as the special prosecutor, so all the rules of the prosecution apply to her, which is why she should be extra specially careful. But also her IO should have her back and be extra special, checking all the boxes, right? Donnie B said, forgot to say, I died when you said the words. Oh, we're going to have to say it right. Hold on. Hold on. Former bandy and flute captain here. Yes, I went to band camp. I mean, who didn't go to band camp? I'm sure some of you didn't go to band camp, but DCI rules. And also, I can't say it without saying it properly for all of you that don't know competitive band. DCI is competitive band. It's a whole separate nerd rabbit hole to go down. But I died when you said the words Phantom Regiment, because that's the only appropriate way to say it. There is no other way. It is the only DCI group that is absolutely announced with their own whole thing, Phantom Regiment. Everyone else just gets announced. Next up, Carolina Crown. Next up, the Blue Devils. That's it. But Phantom Regiment gets its own. It's now lore. It's a whole situation. Brandy Stewart said, question, was there only one bullet fired that shot two people? Yes, it was at such close range, and it is a fairly substantial caliber. And at such close range, it went through Helena and into Joel Souza. But yes, it was only one live round. Other live rounds were recovered from set, but that was the only one that was fired. Let's see. Would the fact that Hannah did not bring the ammo make a difference to her sentence? No, it wouldn't. Though I'm sure the defense will bring it up. And I imagine the defense will bring it up as a discovery violation, though I don't know if it's a discovery violation as to the defense because they were alerted by it. Let's see. Just G said, sorry if answered, no worry. Busy work season. I get it. I thought you couldn't put a witness on the stand if they were going to plead the fifth. You can put a witness on the stand if they're going to plead the fifth. It really, really very much depends, but we're possibly a very long way off from this. But there are things that Hannah could testify to that she doesn't have a Fifth Amendment right in. Generally, not generally, Emily, always. The Fifth Amendment goes question by question. So in a case like this, what is your name? Hannah Gutierrez. Were you the armorer on the set of Rust? Yes. These are things that are known that she doesn't have a Fifth Amendment interest in. Asking her if she loaded the round, asking her if she brought the bullets on the set, all of those things she has a Fifth Amendment interest in because her case is not final. Her appeal is still pending. But the armorer training or the weapons training she did with Baldwin isn't against her interest. So that she can be asked about. But if there's a question she wants to plead the fifth to, she can plead the fifth question by question. But she can still answer some questions. So that, let's see. Thanks for all the amazing breakdowns, Amber. You're welcome. And for those of you that are new here, we also have a Quick Bits channel. And by we, I mean we, because Team Baker helps me cut those down. And I couldn't do it without not only our amazing mods and my producer, Miguelina, but everyone on the team, because they're the ones that help get that up. So when I say we, I am referring to all of the team because they help do those edits and cut them down. I do not do that. Those are cut downs and summaries up on the Quick Bits channel to help you stay in the loop so that you never have FOMO if you miss a day. Kyla, Ario Scorpion, good to see you. ACL torn with a hug after dancing at a club and preparing to leave. They jumped while we were hugging. I was wearing 3-inch heels. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It happens. Bayleaf or B-Leaf said, are we still at Code Red? Yeah, we're at Code Red until we know what the fuck is happening in court today. Because seriously, we're at what the fuck. Okay, for those of you that don't follow me on Instagram, I'm sure some of you don't have Instagram. That is totally fine. I have to show you what happened yesterday. My book friends will get me. But yesterday I came across this on my Instagram because the Instagram algorithm has specifically targeted me in a beautiful and perfect way. This is what came up on my Instagram feed yesterday. And it's in my Instagram stories. Oh, come on, camera. A court of what the fuck. This is where we're at today. We are now living in a court of what the fuck. So while we are still living in a court of what the fuck, and while we have not resolved this issue, and while we still don't know what's going on, we are living in a court of what the fuck. We're here. We're here. We're here in a court of what the fuck. It's hilarious. So that came across my feed. What account? That was from Bookish Gems on Instagram. And I just shared it so you can go see their story. But they were talking about when next books in the series were coming out. I saw that and immediately in my head went, we live here now. We live here now. Right now, we are living in a court of what the fuck. So the jury is out till Monday. Everybody's at lunch. I'm going to go get something to eat as my husband was trying to clean up my desk. So I was going to lose everything. I was going to not recognize where things went in my open filing system. I'm going to go eat. You're going to go eat. We're going to hydrate. Y'all, I'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. I'm just ready to go. So Gusher Twice, if it's too much cursing, you probably don't want me to say what your screen handle made me think of then. We're just gonna let that go. Back to a court of what the fuck. Oh my God. Members, remind me to tell you about Gush Cloud at VidCon. Not VidCon, Vid Summit. No, VidCon, at VidCon. Remind me. But yeah, lots of cursing here. But Gusher, we will discuss that another time because we are professionals. So with all of that, you guys go to lunch, take a breath. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild after lunch, no matter what happens. Did I go red? Yeah, I have no chill. I have absolutely no chill. I don't. But because my brain has just ran away. So with all of that, you guys, oh my God, this court, I'll see you guys in less than 20 minutes. I'm going to put on our chilling music. Or our chill music, not chilling. Chilling would be like, I don't know, horror movie soundtrack, not chilling. Our chill music. We're all gonna reset our central nervous system and our sympathetic whatever one. Go hydrate, go jump around like House of Pain, and I will see you back here in like 15, 20 minutes. Download the app while you were on break, and I'll see you in a minute. Hello, law nerds. All right, I'm going to turn this down. Court is rolling back in, so I'm going to put that up now because the audio is open. Did I finish eating? No. Does it even matter? No. Do I care? Absolutely not. Do I want to know what's happening? Do I want to know what's happening in court? Immediately. They're waiting for Erlinda, the other prosecutor. Everyone has just walked in from lunch. I'm going to put this at 1.25. But everybody has just walked back in from lunch. So it looks like the whole defense team. And they're just waiting for Erlinda Johnson. So law nerds, welcome back. Whew. Hopefully you got some food, some water. I haven't even poured my water yet, but we've got some Topo Chico. We're going to be ready to go. And we're going to be caught up live at normal speed as everybody comes in. But this is not the feed with subtitles. Hopefully that feed is back up as everybody comes into court. Let me take a look real quick and see if our feed with subtitles is back as everybody walks in. We're not going to miss a moment. But it looks like they are continuing with this hearing. Why do I say that? Because Seth Kenney is sitting front and center in court. And so it looks like they are going to be continuing the evidentiary hearing with Seth Kenney testifying. So with all of that, let me reclip my ears. For all of you coming in, what did I miss? Nothing. You didn't miss anything yet. They are just coming back from lunch. Everybody is just getting settled. We have just a moment. Miguelina, you or Warren, we told everybody, but if the app network is down, that is not helpful at all. The sabotage of it all. Are we going to blame Seth Kenney? Maybe. He's getting blamed for everything else. So will you ask anyone else on the team? Okay, thank you, to try to get it done. And I'm going to lose my mind if the network is down, as everybody is waiting to come back in from court. We told them we would ping them. There's not much I can do if the network is down, but that's incredibly and deeply frustrating. Let me make sure the music is off. And I will do whatever I can elsewhere to make sure people know, but we are just going to be in live court. So there's not much I can do. I'm going to make sure this sound is boosted, law nerds, because it didn't sound like it to me. And we are going to just go. So I will do my best, but
Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as
oh boy.
as an arm of the public that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue and a record should be made. And we are here to do that.
Okay, we're going to continue on with motions.
Hancock?
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenney. How do you want to, do you want me to take the testimony and then? I mean, it's your motion,
The
so
court-
that's why I'm asking.
The
But it's your
court,
witness.
the court
Who
wants,
wants to do what?
the court wants
Okay,
Hancock
Mr.
on the
Kenney.
stand.
Is Corporal Hancock in a hearing? Can she not be?
Sure, she can sit outside.
The court wants Hancock on the stand immediately. I don't know if Seth Kenney is helpful. The DA has said that they absolutely
You
want
swear affirm
this
under
to be
penalty of law
known?
that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, contact the microphone.
that is now gained up too much. This is going to be
Name
interesting.
for the record.
Seth Kenney.
Mr. Kenney, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films as well as
PDQ,
episodics,
arm, and
TV.
prop. Just for a reminder, and I'm going to speed him up as he's doing his background because we saw this in the other case. As a reminder, the jury is not present. We are in motion practice. So we are still hearing the defense's motion to dismiss regarding discovery issues. No jury until Monday. We're going to pin a comment. And the chat, you guys are so patient in reminding everybody. I'm sure the team is working very hard on making sure notifications go out. Jury will not be back today. This is an evidentiary motion for the court.
Including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Come a little closer to you.
This is going to be interesting. Also, I'm just going to say as an aside, this is why I do not speculate on what is happening and what is heard in court, because we are right back with the motions, which seemed like the most natural thing to happen after lunch.
You provide ammunition and firearms as a part of the props that you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically.
I'm
that is
sorry.
Blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need his history.
He's a work friend.
How long have you known him?
Of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And just for the record, what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film
bit of a
industry
legend?
for going on 60 years.
I have
And
them
does he have a
sped up
daughter?
just a little bit.
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you
have
met
them.
her?
I have them sped up till we catch up on real
Mr.
time,
Kenney,
which will be maybe a minute from now.
can you explain,
Because
were
we're
you
going to
ever
watch this in real
asked to
time.
do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no, but props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a
Yes.
prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach and a
What,
bit of
what does a gun coach do?
Well, gun
We-
coach-
We don't do this for a living.
yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was. For the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August, Texas summer day.
So
Older.
did you take live rounds from, did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes. Yes.
And where did those live, who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thale provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of
When
months.
you say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
I
Thank you.
have Carrie
So
sped
they
up
came
a
to
little
Albuquerque.
bit. So if
and
it sounds
did
like
they have
she's
the live ammunition with them?
outraged,
did.
this is why.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household gray bin, approximately 2 feet
gray
long,
bin?
16 inches tall, about the
Like
same
a
width.
plastic
And it
Rubbermaid
stayed in there and was
storage bin?
packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of Thales that there was between 200 and 300.
So you counted them?
They were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes, and then it took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green?
With the pizza
can?
box?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line and was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
And chat, we are working on notifications.
Sir, I want to be clear
The app
with you.
network is down, and we are working on it.
Typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
The network is beyond our control, unfortunately. I'm livid and I'm trying not
Sir,
to
I
be
want to be
distracted.
clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself.
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay,
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
understood.
Before the shooting of Helena?
In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get those?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah, so
We are back in
yes,
real
there
time.
was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag
feel like they're yelling at
and
me.
dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse, and they were so corroded they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish
He
before
talked
it
about
had
this
an
in the last
appropriate
trial,
patina.
too.
And I also noted that that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attribute it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the
For all of you
case.
just getting your
And it-
notifications in the app, thank you for your patience. We had a network outage, so it's not you. All you've missed is Seth Kenney saying, I drove rounds back from 1883. We're in the middle of motion hearing, so you guys
Again,
are all good. No
not
worries.
a metallurgist, but
No
had done
s-
something
no
to
worries.
the number 2 lead shot, a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay,
And I'm gonna
stand
try
by.
to
I'm
keep
just
us-
looking for some exhibits.
I'm going to try to keep us
We've
in
got a
real
lot
time the
right
best
now,
we
so I
can.
need to flip through for a second.
Kari's rattled today. Yesterday, the defense was shook by the court's ruling, but today it is the prosecution's day where they are fighting to keep this case alive. So the
The
prosecution
dummy rounds
really
that you
seems
provided
shaken.
to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5 row wide, 10 row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the
T-Mart,
set
the
of
timing
Rust,
on
how
this
did they
is
get there? Did you
flawless.
drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust,
Thank
came
you.
by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21,
I'm
was
listening
any
and
of
finishing
that
lunch.
sent
So
to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
we heard a lot of this testimony before.
Let me ask you. Did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition.
Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
We're back
And
on
do you
real
know
time,
who the
that's why I
armorer was
buffered.
on the set of the old way?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. If you know, do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of the old way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Thale Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So, did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of the old way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text, call?
Both. She called on one
Kari
particular
sounds
day
mad
because
at
she had
him.
been looking for
She might
45
just be mad,
Colt
but she sounds
ammunition,
mad at
live
him.
ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and you know, why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point
Why would
in
Thale
her
give her
travels
live
from
ammo?
Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake. And I even said it always ends in tears.
And did you have any additional communications
And that was in those
with her
text
about live
messages that
rounds
they
after
showed
that?
earlier today. Those texts were showed
I
in
don't
court
believe
earlier
so.
today.
Okay. So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you
His
give it to
phone was
Sarah
searched.
Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Lately, I didn't get my enchiladas for
Describe
lunch.
to
I'm going
us
to
what
save
we're
them for
looking at.
after trial.
Well, these are these antiqued
I didn't have time.
rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
she
gonna
said
show
it was
you
the
what
flash,
entered
is what she
into
said.
Evidence in State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay.
That's
So
a photo
you
without
provide
flash.
these to the
So that's the photo without flash. I'm going to go back to the photo with flash. That's the crime photo, the crime scene technician's photo with flash. It looks like, so we see different photos, but same grouping of bullets. So the antiqued ones, he talked about hand antiquing them. Remember, we had patina discussions last trial.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and
There's not going to be a lot of
obviously, there's an
objections. We're in
incident and Ms.
motion
Hutchins
hearings.
dies.
So Spyro will do
Do
cross-examination.
you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe to
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of
He
rest?
owned the safe. I
I
know.
actually didn't until I think the
Wait,
day
what?
that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck.
I thought
the
it was
day
your
that they
safe.
executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
What?
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe.
Isn't it
I
your
didn't
safe?
actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck. Just passed it along
Okay,
to.
what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with
That doesn't
Detective
track.
Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, tell us all
Well,
about
I
that.
had, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from.
I'm
And I
trying to
thought
figure out what the fuck
possibly
is
Troy
happening.
Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this.
Ken asked, can you distill what's happening at this hearing? Earlier today, the defense made a motion to dismiss based on discovery violations. That's going to be timestamped when this stream is done, and we covered the defense's motion. This is witness testimony relating to that motion to dismiss about how live rounds got onto set, and the prosecution at some point is going to argue whether or not this is exculpatory evidence, and the court's going to have to decide what remedy there is. Does the court dismiss the case with prejudice and it's done? Does the court grant a mistrial, which is not what the defense asked for, and put this over? Does the court grant an instruction that the prosecutors have violated the discovery and they're allowed to make a negative inference against the prosecution about it? So we're in the middle of motion update. I don't know if we'll have an answer today, but that's what we're doing.
This evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it.
Yeah, courtroom is very, very full
But I
today.
intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teskey and Mr. Kenney.
And yes, some of these
So
things
I'd
are
like to just go
hearsay.
ahead and display it, and
It doesn't matter.
I can
We're in a motion
mark it and
hearing.
Provide it to the court.
Some of those things are going to be
I just don't have a
allowed to
paper copy
determine
of
this
it. Can you
motion.
see it?
I've sped them back up. I'm trying to
Okay,
stay
let's
in
go.
real time as much as I can.
Actually, this is a separate motion hearing, so when I
Oh, no. The court's too fast for me.
marked that the supplemental is courts 13, I think.
Mark
I
it as a
should
court
mark
exhibit.
separately
Yep.
As courts 1.
The
Okay.
jury has been
Motion hearing.
excused
And
until
then while we're
Monday.
here, I have not marked those. So those are courts 2.
These are the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kenney?
Well, now you're going to have to,
Today has been stressful.
well, let me do this. Let me make this courts Roman numeral 1.
And Chad, I'm not mad about court. I'm really mad
courts
that
Roman
we have a
numeral
network
2,
outage on the
and then
app.
you can keep your
So,
ones. And
That
he
is what
can
my
keep
face
his
is
alphabet.
facing about.
You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with
But I
exhibit,
can't read
the
it.
next exhibit.
No,
down.
no, because we're in a motion hearing. now.
Right. So we'll call this state's exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer, you don't have
I'm
to
trying-
reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you mark this, can you mark that for me, courts 2, Roman numeral 2?
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors?
Mardella,
Oh,
this
sorry.
is a motion hearing, so we are in a
Okay, well,
totally
he's doing
different
this one.
world than the
Okay,
jury
sure.
trial
Yeah,
right now.
right
We
there,
are,
right on top.
they are
Thank
putting
you.
everything in because the defense is asked to dismiss the case and the court is having an evidentiary hearing to try to see if this case will be dismissed because of the
Do you see what's in
prosecution's
front of you,
failure to
sir?
disclose evidence.
Video.
We're red all day till we have an answer.
Is this what? Tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is
We've
going to
got
be
at least
State's
2
Exhibit 1
witnesses.
for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it.
got at least 2
and I'll
witnesses
move it
this
away
afternoon.
again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is
This is between Seth Kenney and
once
Joe
I had
Teskey.
called Troy Teskey
Troy Teskey.
in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads
I can't read it either, chat.
that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thel Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883.
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The cowboy training
Yeah.
camp. And did they ever go to you?
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
Well, there
So
were
let's
2
look
of
at the
them that
text
did,
exchange here at the
There are
bottom.
2 of them that did.
Who's communicating?
My text is in green and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy
don't know if
writes, I
it's
checked a
related,
bunch
but
of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find.
Today's a day.
And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that
You're
loads
not
these
investigating.
hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How
Yes,
do you know
yes,
that?
I did.
Okay.
Right after
This
right
witness-
after Hancock and I got done.
Oh, Seth Kenney, you're going to catch smoke from both attorneys today. And I wonder if Kari is considering why the former prosecutors didn't charge you, because she sounds pissed.
with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be two different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point, if you
What
made
gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Name him.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what.
For all of you inevitably in the chat that are going to say, Emily, you don't like Seth Kenney. Accurate. Accurate. Of everyone in this case that I have smoke for, Seth Kenney and Dave Halls are at the top of that list. The way he testified in Hannah's trial was odd. The way he's testifying here is odd. I do not at all. So I'm here for Kari going after this witness, because if he is intentionally trying to mislead law enforcement, do I want to see that brought as charges? Yeah, I sure fucking do. I sure do. Because he had his hands all up in this investigation.
It seemed unlikely that there would be two different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point, if you
What
made.
gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used. And he gave me two options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point
He's investigating.
would you switch between.
He's investigating this. He's trying to connect all the dots. He didn't reach out to Hancock and say, hey, you should talk to Joe Swanson. No, he didn't. He reached out to Joe Swanson and tried to put the story together. And then we've seen the text message back and forth with him and Sarah Zachary trying to put the story together. I don't like it at all. He is trying to build a story to sell to the detective. Why? I hate it. I hate it so much.
Brass and nickel primers, and he said I wouldn't.
He doesn't
And I
have a
said,
deal,
well,
by
why?
the
He
way,
said,
Chad.
well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds in the photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Russ since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay. And then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
I'm sorry. What is something funny?
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
You were supposed to be supervising Hannah. You were the one that fought for her to get the job. You were supposed to be supervising. So the second it's a problem.
You ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay.
Sir, you are part of the chain that failed here.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have four different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway. But what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on rust.
So, Mr. Kenney,
That's all hearsay, though. He
the
can't testify to the jury
ammunition
about that. But
that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21. What happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't
so for all of
see.
you that are saying the prosecution seems rattled, she is. She absolutely is rattled.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can you see it? Do you
Yeah,
want me to
the
touch?
gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep. I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
And ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
And now we're here to mention
So
it all.
everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in
Does the
time,
defense have access to it, though?
Did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reader Troy Teskey again after the death of Helena Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kenney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done. How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. And on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode, per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So
because he had to
was
patina
never a
them.
question in my mind.
That makes sense.
I provided the live ammunition to Rust.
Okay. I'll pass this witness.
That makes sense. I don't like
And
his
Mr. Suarez,
testimony
is it
overall.
what you
I don't like the
provide?
way he presents, but
Text message? Sure.
he did not
Thank you.
get to the very point that he's sure. But I spent time with the dummy rounds. How sure are you? I spent time with the dummy rounds.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in the thousands of
This I'm really interested
times
to
you
see.
provided ammunition to
Get
movie
it,
sets
get after it,
you just told me
counsel.
about?
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's
I'm,
all
not,
right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to
Okay.
get you.
Gotcha.
We've got questions. You ask them.
In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
What's happening now? There is something happening. I don't know what is happening. I was looking down to highlight.
Of times you've
Baldwin's
done that,
looking
that
at
would
something.
Sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
What in the world is happening? The jury is not there. We are in the middle of motion hearings. The attorneys and Baldwin are reading what I suspect is the live transcription of what's happening at sidebar. Today is a lot. What is happening now? Look at the judge's face.
Thousands of
There we go.
productions that you've
1,000-ish, not thousands.
They're back.
Okay. The 1,000 productions that you've. Oh, you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics.
Okay.
I'm
5 to
just
10
gonna,
guns
I'm just
per
gonna
episode.
point out that if this doesn't feel smooth at all, it's because the attorneys are doing this on the fly. They are not prepped for this. They are actually trying to find information while also trying to regulate all of the adrenaline. So they are trying to information gather in real time. So I'm not going to have any smoke for the attorneys being like, I need to think for a moment and trying to figure out where they are at in real time, because this is different than presenting in front of a jury. They don't know what they're going to say. They are just doing this live to try to get the information they need. And they're not quite sure what information the judge is going to want. And for some of this, they're not sure what information is there. So this is the thinking on your feet to the nth degree that, again, the more trials you do, the more used to this you get, but it is still not easy.
Per feature film.
Or an episode.
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds.
That's what he said.
Right?
Yes.
You mathed well for a
5,000.
lawyer, Mr. Spyro. It's counting
Yeah,
those
that's not
billable
bad.
hours.
And
Oh, that was snarky.
you're telling this court that of all the dummy rounds and all the productions in all the years,
In all the world.
these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the
He
antiquing
was
and because
patinaing them.
again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen.
You need it to be loud.
And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes.
To everybody just coming in from the app
And more
notifications,
specifically
we are
through Sarah
sorry.
Zachary. She picked them up.
There was a whole network outage, and that impacted our app because there was an outage on the network. And so I apologize for that. We are now on the cross-examination of Seth Kenney. The prosecutor only went for about 15, 20 minutes. So we are not too far behind, but I do apologize for that. There is, I don't know what in the tech is down today, but something in the tech is down that impacted us. So thank you. As I see you guys coming
and
in.
you know
thank
Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
That's fair. And he said that in the last trial too. He wasn't sure when he brought back stuff from 1883. He said he wasn't sure then either.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have needed, knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
Really? Just answer the
You have already
fucking
told this court that
questions.
you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck. Yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883.
Right.
The cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not
Cowboy
even
cap.
close to anything that was filming.
That's separate.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, and not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883. Yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts. Again, you say dummies, I get it. To Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Russ had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Great question.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right.
It's a great
It
question.
could be the invoice.
You provided 200 and you said you spent all the time in all the world with this one box. How many's in a box, sir? Because I don't think it's 200 based on all the pictures we've seen.
This was generated
Good question.
weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay.
Your invoice was done from memory.
Have you been watching any of this trial?
Just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination
You're a witness.
of CST Poppell, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30?
I haven't seen her at all during
Got
this
it.
trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that
Thank you.
these were, of
Chad,
course,
he said 50 per
rounds
box.
provided, correct?
Thank you.
Except for the bright one in
I'm-
the lower row in the
I'm
middle, just
also-
above the two zeros that are next to each other.
Rattled.
Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, which I think you said in direct, is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
That's what he said.
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of
Just say, look at this photograph. It'll make my day better.
of this.
Come on, Spyro.
And you told
it for
Detective
us.
Hancock this,
Do it for the chat.
and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture, that round, was sketchy?
I recall saying that or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you receive a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct.
Yeah,
But the moment that happens, right, things change, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died.
Fucking
right?
everything, didn't
I
it?
wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
This is starting to track with Hannah's civil lawsuit against him.
Ms. Zachary, you know, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards,
Really?
that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Barely. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutors. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay. Well, we can pull up that interview if we need to.
Yay!
So
Let's
the
do
week
it.
after the accident, you know that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He's so
and
mad.
you weren't sleeping, right?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot.
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case.
That's in his text
I don't
messages.
recall that.
You texted Sarah Zachary in the
They've
days
got
that
your
followed.
texts, sir.
Do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Huh?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing, say nothing, write nothing, correct?
Correct.
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
It's terrible advice.
In fact, at one point you just said, shh, and with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
Nothing to
Okay.
see here, folks. Just
You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen? Okay. Did you email that? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get it in a minute. But the one that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay.
How many times did you text Detective Hancock, sir? Because I
Does it
think
sound
it was
like
a lot.
I don't have the photo, so, but the photo that you took and sent to, of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
No, Mr. I want to be the investigator of the world. It was you being self-important, in my opinion. The freaking courthouse Becky of it all, the inserting yourself into freaking everything is because you thought you knew everything. That's what it was. This is evidence in the case. That's why you were calling the detective to tell her how to do her job, right?
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
But
That.
the photo that you took and sent to,
That.
of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is.
You didn't get charged.
I think it's
right?
Court Exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
I do not like this witness.
No, mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be stakes 1.
Stakes 1.
I just haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it stakes 1 for now. You see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay. But when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks.
You continue
That
to
it
read
comes
that
from the same
correctly,
batch,
Spyro.
but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
Sir, you are not in a position to try to have smoke with this defense attorney right now. This witness is so deeply unlikable. I'm with Spyro in this moment. I'm just like, get him, sir. He's like, I would pronounce that ugh. For everyone who has put the vomit face emoji in the chat, I agree with you because, sir, what? All right, we're going to just run that back because I'm still in disbelief of the fucking audacity.
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch, but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
But it's her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
That's
Certainly.
why I kept going.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing. How come when you provided to the defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you.
That's
why didn't you provide
that's fair.
The message of this sucks?
I did, and what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Oh, he's saying he didn't cut it off. That's
okay,
fair.
so on November 1st, you
that's
agreed
a fair
to an interview with
dude, that's a fair
Detective Hancock,
clarification.
correct?
That's fair.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other officers?
Yeah, November 1st, yeah.
No other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair.
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
So he thought it was a reload from Swanson that ended up on set.
Made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot.
He was trying to figure it out.
Of the police recording equipment, and you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay, and you then said, her fucking job.
Oh, damn it. I tried to zoom.
Shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
I'm going to back up one more time for everyone that hates the curse words, who've probably already bounced out of the chat. But I will always stand by. Lawyers love to curse in court. Look at how excited Spyro is. He's making his own day right now. Spyro's like, we're doing this.
Shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall. Yes.
Now I recall.
I bet you do, right?
I mean, he's not wrong though. Like,
and the she who didn't do her fucking job.
He's not wrong
was
though.
The armorer, right?
Correct.
Yeah, he's
and
not
the
wrong.
Shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was
had nothing
your
to do with
concern
him.
For Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
So some of the shit.
He is way too happy with himself for delivering that line. And with some witnesses, it would be funny. With Spicy Draco Morgan, it was funny when he was like, "Same could be said for you." This does not land funny with me. Sometimes witnesses have those moments that are light. I can't get around how much I dislike this witness for this. I mean, but he's not wrong. Also, a lot of shit with this. It just lands gross to me.
Of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
It is a lot of shit.
So some of the shits were for everybody that had ever touched the commingled round.
The whole thing is awful.
Okay. Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition to the set of Rust?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
He's trying to rephrase.
And by the way,
lawyer.
That's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later,
Spyro did laugh.
police come
But I think
knocking
it
with
was
a search warrant, right?
exasperation.
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to
And now the
Rust
resume,
set
the resume dropping.
directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation.
Mhm, we know you
So
wanted to
I
assist
think
with
they're
the
being
investigation.
cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads and the green.
Oh, Daria, he does not have my respect. He has my sarcasm, snark, and derision at this point. He did it in the last testimony where he tries to name drop the self-importance and self-puffery. I hate the most.
So. Ammo can. You actually started to text Detective Hancock upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
What? What?
You
were texting the detective upset about something she put in the warrant? You don't get to decide what's in the warrant for the search. Who do you think you are?
Upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the
yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
You have surveillance equipment there that records whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment. Yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that. No.
You were watching them search on your surveillance.
If I was actually inside the premises.
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's possible.
Okay. And
come the fuck on.
The testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
Sounds, yeah, roughly accurate, yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, on black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
Last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
Unless the court has any questions for the witness, I don't
This
have
witness
any.
is excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Do not like that witness. I do not. There are some things he says that I find truthful. There's a lot he says that I find sus. And I find his demeanor highly off-putting. Does it ultimately go to what Baldwin did? No. Does it go to what should have been turned over to the defense? Yes. I think they're going to call Hancock next. The court has questions for Hancock. That witness does not have a plea deal. He was never charged, but he was not given immunity or a deal. The prosecution and the investigation determined that the live rounds did not come from him, and therefore there was nothing that he can be tied to with this.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And before you ask, I do not know what the tattoo on her arm says. I do not remember, but I do know that it does not say it's all happening.
Corporal.
That I do remember from the last time, so I don't know. Oh, Thank you.
On November 1st
Thank you, Daria.
of
I'm so mad.
2021.
I'm so mad today. I can't. I misread the sarcasm. I apologize. Derision. Just all of this. All of today is making me mad. All of today is making me mad. I'm trying to breathe, but I'm still mad. I'm still mad. Just can't. I can't with any of these witnesses.
Did you have a meeting with Seth Kenney?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kenney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Let me show you something else. Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory?
She was not in court for the last testimony, so no, she did not hear it. She was excluded during this evidentiary hearing, even though normally IOs can sit in court. So she was excluded from court. That's why there was a bit of a gap that I zoomed through. So.
If you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kenney and
I think
Mr.
Corporal
Teskey?
is a
Yes.
promotion in their chain of chain, but I'm not 100% sure. She was a
Can you
detective
see
at the
that?
time.
Do you want me, I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph
Oh, that's
of
much
the
easier to see
ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kenney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then. And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go
So
ahead.
from Kenney, from Teskey to Hancock.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I don't
Well,
even fucking
tell us
know.
about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay.
They would not have been, or they
from
weren't.
this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, BHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture.
None of them are Starline.
The only one out of these that would have been
That's fair.
somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still
get them in the sheriff's office possession.
So his job
And
to
you
figure it
wanted to
out.
do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to
Phone is ringing.
continue this investigation.
That was in court.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
Wait, not to the sheriff's office?
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to the
were rolled up to the courthouse with live ammo for law enforcement, was like, you need this?
I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
Okay.
I was here in trial.
So you received
showed up at the courthouse
information
during
that there's
trial?
a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I'm
I
buffering.
had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait until, have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him?
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office.
And then he went to the office.
And
Fucking
was trying to
bananas.
turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this.
How does this keep getting fucking weirder?
And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you were reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes, and to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
You don't.
I really wouldn't because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
That's interesting.
Did you?
That's really interesting. Because you can't authenticate or verify
Are you
anything if he
aware
never spoke to
that the
them.
exchange
That's
between
very
Mr.
interesting.
Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me?
I might have less smoke for the prosecution after this. That's really, really interesting.
Are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
What?
And have you had an opportunity?
What? This is so weird. Shows up at court and trial. Shows up in court at trial. Friends with the defendant's dad. Brings in ammo and is like, you need this. Then won't give a statement to law enforcement. Then there's something on body cam. Then they found out today that there's body cam. Oh, we better get to watch this fucking body cam this afternoon. This is wild.
Took place when you were in trial with me. Are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Never be given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
Okay, I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
Kari, what are you? Sorry, that was really loud. What are you? Kari, babe, you are in the middle of a motion to dismiss for the defense's argued failure to turn over evidence. And you walk into court this afternoon knowing now that there is apparently body cam of this after over an hour and 30-minute lunch break, and you haven't given it to the defense yet. You didn't walk in and fucking hand it to the defense the second you had it. What the fuck are you thinking? Hi, Dr. B. Are you moving things out of the way so I don't throw them? Thank you. Thank you for bringing refreshments. He heard me screaming from across the house and brought refreshments. Thank you. I can't believe this is real life right now. I can't believe this is real life right now. I can't believe this is real life right now. You walk into court and you say to the defense attorney, excuse me, now there's body cam. And then you fucking give it to them. Or you say, would you like to sit down at my laptop and watch it? This is not how you do this job. What the fuck? How's much longer till the judge loses her shit? I mean, there's a lot of shit. I can't believe this is happening. This isn't okay for chat. Like, how is this okay? It's not. A few of you like slow mode in the chat. The chat is on slow mode. There's just over 30,000 people here. This is so. I'm just going to let it play. I don't have words. This is unbelievable. You
recorded on a body-worn camera.
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Never be given this, Your Honor.
I just got it.
And when you got it, you should have given it to them.
So
Okay, I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Poppell. That's the
That
basis
doesn't
of the
make it okay.
cross-examination.
Well, it's not, it hasn't.
That doesn't make it okay. And Spyro's fixing to go off. That doesn't make it okay. I believe the defense had it because they knew what Teskey was saying. Did it occur to you that they knew what they were saying because Teskey is friendly with the defense? Did it not occur to you that that was just his statement and his statements were so accurate that they were reflected on the body-worn camera? Did that not cross your mind, Kari? Spyro's face is accurate. Accurate. Oh, Kari. I wish I could go code red again, but I can't.
A body-worn camera?
The judge is about to lose her mind. Spyro's about to lose his mind. I'm going to sit on my hands and try to not
I can give it to them.
This is
Pause.
the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Poppell. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Poppell and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brandle, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it?
I said I wasn't going to pause, but I couldn't not. This should have come up before. This should have come up before you went back on the record. I'm just going to rewind so we can watch the evolution of Spyro's head about to explode in real time. He is becoming an emoji because he is so mad. He has every right to be this mad.
Being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Poppell. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Poppell and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brandle, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Poppell that she testified about the bullets and what they were?
The court just said, I'm going to have the person whose body it's on. Call them up. Call them up right now.
When they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are
Thank you, Your
probably
Honor.
some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file? Do you want me
I
to
just
do it?
want the ones that Poppell testified off of.
Stop snarking at the defense, Kari.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted?
Oh, no, I'm looking for the ones that Poppell testified she inventory.
This is why lawyers get adrenal fatigue.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had?
Yes, where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dr.
Do
B
you
bought
have
me
those?
hydration.
They should be.
Not sponsored.
We don't have the
But he brought me hydration.
I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets.
The physical.
Okay, I'll take the physical.
The physical, is it in the- You don't need photos of boxes? just
No,
bullets? Okay.
I want what she testified of, the ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There. Okay.
Papa was on the scene this morning.
All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrissey. Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to sit here looking like a fish.
Oh, you
Just-
want the actual bullets?
Oh, these are
Sorry.
fine.
Okay, I
Well,
thought
I
you
was
had
gonna
photographs.
take the photos, but these are good too.
Okay.
Are
You
these,
want the photos?
may I ask, are these these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are,
These are the sum total?
correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were
Look-
tested by the FBI.
Look at
There
the
were dummy
IO.
rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The IO sitting on the
Do you have
stand.
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that
Court's like exhibits
that
stat.
were entered while she testified? That's
Jesus.
the best way to put it.
What the fucking
Sure.
hell?
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
The court's like,
Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because
Do you want to announce what they are? Hayden,
can somebody
can
announce
you
what the
tell us
fuck
the
is
exhibits
happening?
are during Poppell's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
The court's like, I think honestly, I think the court was having, this is pure speculation. I think the court was having the same reaction I was. I think the court was having the exact same, this is too much, and was like, time out. Let's reset. We're going to bring in the evidence. We're going to take a pause and we're going to reset. I think the court was just like, and this is how we're going to reset. For those of you just coming in to Alec Baldwin day 3, the jury has not heard any evidence today. The jury is out till Monday. We are in the middle of a motion to dismiss hearing where the defense has accused the prosecution of failing to turn over exculpatory evidence, thus violating Brady and their prosecutorial obligations, and asking for the court to sanction the prosecution by dismissing the case, or in the alternative, giving a very stern jury instruction. So we are in the middle of that motion hearing. We are 3 witnesses in, and it looks like we're going to get 4 because now there's body-worn camera of like bullets and butterfly wings that just appeared at court in the middle of the last trial. So this is wild, and the prosecution's behavior is wild. And the court is now taking a minute to gather all the evidence. So we can all take a breath. Do I need to, you guys saw me like literally trying to like re-regulate the energy. Yeah, it's because I'm not standing, so I can't. If I was in court, I would be wiggling, and I'm trying not to wiggle in my chair. So I'm, yes. Put bullet and butterfly wings on our playlist, along with gunpowders and lead.
Hang on, we need to catch up with you if you're going to give us numbers. Hang on.
So a lot of you are asking about, what about a mistrial? The court didn't ask for a mistrial. The court said the defense didn't ask for a mistrial. The defense asked dismiss it or jury instruction.
I think
Gothboy UK, as always, you are on
Destiny
point.
has them. I'm just trying to get there.
Just
So I don't
a
want you
little
to
bit.
list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through,
I think the defense is not screaming because the court seems to
21.
be on their side at the moment.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute. I've got 18 set aside. I've got 17 set aside.
I'm trying not to just sit here with my mouth popping open and closed.
16. What was the other one? That's 15, 16, 17, and 18.
okay. And then
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're all just
20,
we're just going to count
21.
together.
23.
We could sing the 12, the count to 12 song.
It's, if you would, please. What was give me the first number again? We've got a ton of
20,
exhibits.
20, 21,
20 and 21?
uh-huh,
Okay,
23, 25.
Hang on.
This is a great
This
question.
is 20. You want
Oh,
that?
no, I just want the gun.
Alexis said, what's the difference between a mistrial and dismissal? If there's a
21 is
dismissal, it can't be retried. It's done. Baldwin walks over. If there's a mistrial, they get more time and it starts over again.
Shot of the
Whatever you
pew.
Yeah, I don't want the puke. I want
Okay, what else?
just,
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. She testified to it.
a scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken on the set.
Wait a second. There he goes again. Wait, there he goes again. There she goes. They're in the middle. This is not as bad because they are just trying to get the evidence situated for the court, but they are still on the record in motion hearings. And there goes Baldwin.
21 is the shot of the pew.
Yeah, I don't want the puke. I want
Okay, what else?
just,
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. So she testified to it.
a scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken on the set.
Yeah.
Bye.
Do you want these? This does, okay.
Baldwin leaves. Just
This one has ammunition on it.
nothing could be more perfect.
Which is that from, oh, no, I don't want,
This
I
is
only
9.
want the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
Nothing could be more perfect than Baldwin being like, I also need to move the energy out of my Baldwin. He's like,
So what I'm handing
that was good
you
timing,
is
Alec. I'm
all
not mad at that one
photos of ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
They're sorting the evidence, so it's not
Do
a
you want me to
problem
go
that he
through the
leaves at the
defendant's
moment.
exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
I'm glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah. I have them here.
They're not arguing anything of substance. They're literally
These are
sorting
it?
paperwork.
After
So
all I asked for?
I'm not,
It's kind of
at this
thin.
point, I'm not
You know what?
surprised.
Hang on just a second.
This is not of consequence.
Let me go through these real quick.
This is administrative. I'm going to speed this up a little while they're
All right.
doing this. This is administrative.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine.
Well, now they need the defendant back. Are we going to resume questioning?
Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal
Okay. Do we need the defendant back to resume questioning or nah? We're just rolling. Okay. We're just rolling.
to speak
They
to
see me
you, were you
rolling.
ever able
They
to
hating.
tie the items that he dropped off at the
Children
sheriff's
trying to
department
catch me
to the set of
riding.
rest?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing,
Sorry, my brain got the best of me. I'm going to just rewind Kari.
to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of rest?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me.
She's just like, we're just going to
Over the
fucking go
lunch
for it.
break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Should have told the defense.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get.
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure,
so,
and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants. but-
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on?
Yes, same.
That video of the text?
And the
that,
court's like, he can't
Seth Kenney
cross-examine
got
that.
from
It's
Teskey?
hearsay. But he can't cross-examine the video either, but at least he can see it for himself. They're going to have to call another witness. I hope you have somebody
If you guys
ringing
have
up
a
that
flash
detective.
drive, I'll give you that video right now.
You should have done that before you went back on the record, though.
And can you blow that up?
All of it.
You want the top or the bottom?
The top.
Too much snark. Too much
All
snark.
right,
Emily,
I'm going
rein
to
it
ask some
in.
questions.
Sure.
I'm not recovered.
All right, so you testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see. One similar to the Starline Brass Color Primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. It says 45 Colt.
It didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color. So
In what, why is it different in the primer color?
because the primer on the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
I only see one silver here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust,
To the live ammunition.
to the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, as far as yes.
Except for the primer.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction on
Okay.
live. But they still look similar That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on rest.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Oh my.
I may not even need the video right now, so we can start with that.
Y'all hang in there. We're in a motions hearing. Yes, it feels
good
like
afternoon,
chaos.
Corporal.
It is a bit of chaos today.
When you started investigating this case,
Court's
you were investigating
dynamic.
this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional
Just
five-bullet
more
placed
Beastie
onto the
Boys
set. Do you
coming
remember
in.
that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody,
I missed the question. Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That
Excuse
was
me.
not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the dummies that looked like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that looks similar to the dummies on rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As much as
so
thank you.
at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
It could have been
And so
volitional.
then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenney, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
You talked to
Right.
Seth
And that
Kenney
would
a
have been
lot.
a different case also, right?
If he had provided them? In relation to this case or in relation to the past case?
In relation to any case.
It's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Poppell's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 star line brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
She was excluded as a witness, I think.
And are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold star line brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Poppell?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So
What?
Bruh.
How did you not know what Teskey dropped off? You're the IO in this case. Somebody, let me get this straight. Somebody came to court while you were in trial and said they have what evidence in the case and tried to drop it off to you in court, and bailiffs aren't going to be real happy about somebody bringing like ammunition to a courthouse. So then that person leaves the courthouse, goes to Santa Fe Sheriff's Department and goes to the front desk and is like, excuse me, you might want this. And so the same crime scene tech that worked on this case took that evidence in with another detective. And then they marked it into evidence. And then you kept trying to call dude, and dude wouldn't return your call. And then at some point in your testimony, you said that you were made aware that dude went to Santa Fe Sheriff's. And you never asked anybody, what did he want? What did he say? Did he give you anything? Nothing? And so you just like go, okay. Cool. Who the fuck cares? This dude never called me back, so who cares? You're the lead investigator in this case. You knew this dude was in play. You knew he had something he wanted to give to you, and you never look at what he drops off at the police department. No wonder the defense isn't aware. The IO seems to not be aware and doesn't seem bothered by the fact. Ma'am.
In the courtroom today from CSP Poppell.
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Poppell, the ammunition that
She's
the
not
Good
Poppell.
Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Do you remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
That's a whole
Mr.
separate
Kenney
issue
was
from
just
this
here.
motion,
Did you
by
see
the
him in
way.
hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
Holy shit.
You interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And
40 phone calls.
we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B. On the screen. And it's not working.
Never looked at the rounds Teskey dropped off. Never asked if there was body cam of what he said to get a statement. And the defense is like, can this fucking Elmo work?
It ends with, yup, this is a screenshot that he sent to you, right?
I was trying to speed it up and
you see it ends with, yup, it's evidence. Here, read it.
that's a
Yup, it's
photo of
evidence in the accidental death, right?
That's a photo of a what?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it's clearly, it looks like it's been reloaded. And
The nick on the Starline Brass case corner clearly suggests it's been reloaded. And this is a screenshot of a phone with a text photo.
And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal. That sounds a lot
I love
like
the pan.
question
Thank you
court
to
just asked you.
whoever's
You
running the
asked,
court cameras.
Do you think it could
We
come
love the
from
slow
same
pan.
batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says,
She texts Seth Kenney, do you think it could come from the same batch?
in writing, in
A
no
bad
uncertain
batch?
terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
You continue to read that correctly.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenney story with you today. Okay.
Okay.
This Friday is
But-
wild.
It's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenney had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenney's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenney brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenney, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was what where that originated from was from Thel.
Well, but you see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenney found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact
That
phrase.
doesn't answer the question.
Shit, but it's her fucking fault. He said that a lot.
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenney if he kept saying that?
No.
Why?
So,
but why
in any
though?
event, you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenney, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial,
Spiro's on
correct?
a roll.
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's
Roll the
really
tape.
for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Roll the tape.
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay, and I know.
Ma'am, how many witnesses don't return a phone call? You still have to go find them. Nikki Crayons in the chat said, you're a detective. Detect. We would have investigated it if he had returned a call. Really? Because I don't know if I believe you in this moment because you also didn't look at what he gave to law enforcement and didn't know what existed in evidence until today. But I'm going to let Spyro go because, man, he is on a roll. Yesterday, Spyro was not having a good day. Today, Spyro is just crushing.
We're going to get to that, don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kenney, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't
bullshit.
in relation to
a lot
what
of
I
people,
was doing.
That's fair. A lot of people come into court or come into the police or send emails or whatever, and a lot of it is bullshit, especially in high-profile cases. You get a lot of wild shit. But what you don't often get is somebody bringing bullets to the sheriff's office and all the other things Spyro said, and on the phone with Seth Kenney, and on the phone here, and connected to Thel Reed. You know this person's connected to all these other people. He's not a random. He's not just someone from the interwebs saying, hold on, I've got this figured out. You know he's connected to all the other people that are connected in the case. Did you even talk to the officer that intook any of this?
Uh-huh.
Lawyer Spyro and I thinking the exact same thing at the moment. Talking about we're thinking yeah, Spyro, yeah. That, I'm backing that up. That is exactly the
Been
response.
many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
Uh-huh.
That part.
So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And when Mr. Teskey came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenney's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mhm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched rust.
Correct.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
What report?
Okay, so this,
Can I
that's
see
not
the
my
detailed
police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Yeah,
just
you
said
just
it
did.
was.
No, I said in the police report.
No, you said in your police report. Guess what? We're going to solve this fucking question right now.
Matched rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
In your own police report.
Okay, so this,
Can I
that's
see
not
the
my
detailed
police
report?
report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
No, you didn't. It doesn't matter.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, they still have an objection, okay? I said something.
Finally, I have been waiting for days. And those days have been very long. So it feels like I have been waiting for 84 fucking years for this moment to happen. Is there an objection or is she just talking? I'm going to let it play. I can't with today. Today has broken my brain. But Spyro, there's the spice, man. There it is. Whoop, there it is.
Your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Okay, so this,
Can I
that's
see
not
the
my
detailed
police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said no running things.
My
Speak.
request is that we correct the record with regard to Mr. Spyro's.
That is not an objection.
Okay.
What is your objection?
There it is. There's the court. Hello, Your Honor. Good to see you controlling the courtroom. That is not an objection. Accurate. Why the fuck has this been going on for 2 days?
I want to correct the record that. you
One
actually did
word.
say I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself, a police report.
He's going to the live transcription. You're wrong, sir. We already rewound. We, like the editors from Bravo.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report.
Right.
Okay.
We already did the edit. You were wrong.
I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And
I love the court's trying to rein in Kari now.
not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You saw
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
Okay. Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenney's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to
randos.
CST Poppell, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Poppell that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yes.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement.
That's an excellent point.
Yes.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
So the story
you in danger
that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
Not really.
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Because they hadn't verified. Because they hadn't verified.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into
they had to disclose that.
CST Poppell's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And
right. You can't just walk off the street and be like, here, this is evidence. They have to verify it in some way. That's fair, but it still has to be disclosed so someone knows it exists.
I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, or the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it?
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleague.
Well, apparently there's body cam footage and you didn't look for that either.
Didn't see it because I wasn't there
Well,
when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that.
How? He sat down and gave a statement, and she had no idea until today? I didn't think this would keep getting worse. This is getting worse and worse.
So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that,
this is
now that
awful.
you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Russ and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well, you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right?
It's that they're connected.
That he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
My feed just jumped. This is not you. But we're going to get to the body cam footage. Thank fucking God. But my feed jumped because I was a little behind in time because I keep stopping because I'm horrified. Like, I'm horrified. No wonder the DA looks like she's dying inside. This is appalling. This is so bad. And yes, for all of you who says YouTube keeps jumping for you, it's jumping for me too.
We're going to jump to testing now.
T, I'm good. Thank you.
In relation to Rust, when we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now.
Oh, let me back up.
Okay.
Let me back up.
To the lab relation.
Did give a witness statement. True. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box
I've gone
than
back
the rest
in
of the
time
items
a
in the
little
rest
too
of the
far.
case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
All right.
Will you matter? It was kept and vouchered, as you heard.
All right.
Items that were collected in this
I'm going
case
to try to
from a
catch up to where
variety
we
of
were.
sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant.
Collected on scenes through search
All
warrants.
right. We're zooming until I get back to where
For
everything jumped forward.
To relate what that item was.
Text message, there's no way to relate it.
Okay.
Your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either.
That's where we were.
Right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay.
CEG
But
me
now
losing
that
my
you
mind.
know that,
Hey, B2, good to see you.
now that you know that he gave a full witness
It's absolutely
statement,
her job to know.
the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he
broken his
literally
brain
snuck
too.
onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
but again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your
Right.
colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I
It's your
understand
job.
your testimony, but given that all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement. True?
True.
Potentially, I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because
Of course.
I
you are.
wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way.
Ma'am, you didn't interview every witness in this case. Other colleagues interviewed them. That's how it works when you're part of an investigative team.
To
Oh my God.
describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
I don't think
We're
she's
gonna jump
laughing.
to
I think
testing
she's.
now?
I think she's substantially uncomfortable.
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Overruled.
Ah!
You
It was argumentative. You know why it's overruled? Because the judge is on the same train of thought as the defense.
testing now?
okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Overruled.
You I mean, is there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody
who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there is one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items
The judge
did this
has to be
rule apply,
has to be mad
right?
about this.
But I don't know. I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with the rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
I don't think it
No,
does.
I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well,
The only way this harms law enforcement's case is by not disclosing it. That's the only way this harms law enforcement's case. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at the end of the day to prosecute Baldwin how live ammo got on set. It got on set. What matters a lot is the rest of the fuckery.
you then told the court, right? So we've worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, you know, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm
Nope.
just answering your question as to,
No, you're not.
I don't have to say.
When I say that Kari Morrissey's objections in trial keep throwing Spyro off his game, this is what I mean. Morrissey has sit down and shut the fuck up. And do you see the difference in his cross-examination during this evidentiary hearing versus yesterday? It is a whole... This trial is a completely different trial than where we were yesterday. We have like jumped timelines into an entirely different case now, and we are in the middle of something else, and it's wild.
Every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically, I don't know.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
That was it.
Let's go on to the next thing.
That's
which
the
is
question.
You testified on direct examination that you then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Your work phone.
Are you sure you did that?
Ask you a question.
I'm asking for which phone.
Well,
yours.
Which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
He said, did you review your phone records?
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Of course she does.
Okay. I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case, because we have those.
Don't put that on the record.
Right.
Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used now.
Okay.
Work
Did
phone?
you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls to Mr. Teskey from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called.
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
She just said that.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you used for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so it's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay?
That's our dispatch number.
Oh, okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone.
They have Joe Teskey's phone records, don't they?
In his phone records during that time period that you claimed you were trying to reach him.
Phone records.
Yeah,
right.
but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, her work phone probably is. But.
All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding.
Oh, it's
And
necessary.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Bring me the tea.
So on
I demand it.
Bring the jury.
Bring the tea.
I don't know who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
Okay. All right. And at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teskey?
Yes.
Okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right.
She didn't know
So
it existed before,
when
which
you
is shocking.
find out, I assume from Poppell, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay.
Kari, there's not much you can do, dude. The shit's out of the horse on this one, and that's on the
You
IO.
can't confirm or deny that, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right. But
Yes.
when Poppell when you were,
The court is so frustrated. Listen to the judge's tone and her questioning of this witness. The judge is clarifying something that is stunning. The report says that dude said that these are from Rust. And none of that got turned over. And the IO seems to have not been aware of it at all. Chat, the reason the judge is asking questions is because we are in an evidentiary hearing on the defense's motion to dismiss this case. And the shit is well out of the horse and starting to pile up in this courtroom. And the judge is trying to figure out what the fuck is happening and does not seem pleased at all. So the defense is asking that this case be done today. The jury is out till Monday. This is a bad day for the prosecution, a bad day for this investigator, and Kari has to be livid that this is unraveling this way.
you can't confirm or deny that, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set.
She never looked.
correct?
Right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right, right. But
Yes.
when Poppell when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your
Never looked?
understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Poppell it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but
Then you left.
you didn't you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
Even when cases end, there's an ongoing discovery obligation. Even if cases are done, even if she's been convicted and sentenced, if new information comes up, you're still obligated to turn it over. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's done. You still have an ongoing duty.
So did you and Poppell have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The Rust evidence?
No.
Why
Just-
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
Ooh.
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you
And with the prosecutors, these were discussions that happened with the supervisors and with the prosecutors? What? Oh. Oh boy.
No.
Why
Just-
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
and why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Very brief follow-up on the court's questions.
The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen.
What?
Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Poppell said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Oh my God. It can't have been shown in the evidence viewing if you say that you never saw it until today, if the prosecutor says she never saw it till today, and everybody agrees that nobody fucking saw it until today, except apparently Poppell, who just put it in evidence, and then you all just agreed that you were going to put it under another case number? Are you fucking kidding me? I thought at the beginning of the day, I'm like, the defense just didn't like the ruling yesterday. This is not a big deal. And as the day has gotten on, I think you asked me at lunch, Emily, is there a chance this case is getting dismissed? I'm like, no. I have changed my mind because you knew You might not have looked at it, but you knew. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence
judge is
viewing because
pissed.
I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Poppell said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then
They didn't know
Your
it
Honor,
existed.
the first day that we had done an evidence showing,
They didn't know
we
it
didn't
existed.
get through everything.
That's
Come
not
on.
what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to
I
continue.
asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Poppell said that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Poppell said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer
All right,
that.
Thank you.
You're right. You don't know how to
You
answer that.
I can't provide the video until she logs into this system. Mr.
You know, I
Spivey.
don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it, but do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can
in.
get the video in, okay? Are you gonna get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body
I
camera.
agree with you, he's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
Nope.
I do.
How is this getting worse? How does this
Corporal,
keep
as
getting
you
worse?
sit here today, do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
Yeah, it doesn't even fucking
No.
matter anymore. Doesn't matter.
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Danger.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Fuck.
Thank
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. Sure,
The court just said you are going to testify under oath. Oh my God. Oh my God. Was Miss Morrissey part of that conversation? Yes. The way this case gets dismissed is a sanction for the prosecution's behavior, right? If the prosecution doesn't know, which is what it seemed like was happening this morning, if the prosecution doesn't know, it's a problem, but there are other remedies. But if the prosecution is up to bullshit and fuckery, then it is appropriate for a sanction. The sanction being case dismissed, get the fuck out. You can't do this. Kari was in on the conversations about putting this under a separate file number, so she knew. Your Honor, I just saw this today. But you knew it was there. But you knew it was there. And you had a conversation with everyone when you decided to put it under another case number. So the shit that the defense has been saying about you in motion after motion after motion is coming out in court that it may well be founded. Your Honor, I never saw this to today. Is that because you didn't look? Because was Miss Morrissey a part of that conversation? Yes. Well, can we just cut to me today saying I don't think the court's going to dismiss this and just reverse immediately, because this is not going to go well.
Right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath.
You are going to testify.
Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to.
Now you're a witness.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church.
State's Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
That was the casing that
You're missing the point. You're missing
State's
the point.
Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
It's not even the point anymore.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of rust?
Because
not the
we got them
point.
from rust or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How
of
do you
Rust.
know these rounds were in any way related to the set of rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Brandle, if that's his. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Witness is excused. Thank
Okay.
you.
The judge's face.
Your next witness?
Absolutely unacceptable. Just absolutely unacceptable behavior from law enforcement, from the prosecution. I'm behind in time because I keep pausing. I know that those of you who watch with me know that I do that. I am absolutely stunned that this is what's happening today.
Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in
Witness
this
number
case will
4
be the
for this
truth, the
hearing.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Have a seat. The law
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant.
The law enforcement law nerds are all just sitting there shaking their heads in the chat right now. Oh my God.
Brian Brandle
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Is this your body cam footage?
Yes.
Cue it up. Let's fucking see what happens.
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
Yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes.
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
It is
At least it
uploaded
was
into
preserved.
a WatchGuard cloud.
Hopefully it's not inverted.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud,
Unbelievable.
do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a
Unbelievable.
case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, and we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great.
They're queuing up the video. This is why courts.
Have you watched the video today?
Hold on. Look at how relaxed the defense team is. The defense team is both like horrified, but also like, but this is amazing for us. But this is why cases have to be televised. This is why cases need to be public. Look at the defense. The judges just still with rage, I think. And look at the defense.
Have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Best day ever at the defense
Did you watch
table.
it with me?
No, I did not.
I have no idea where it is now, so.
Well, we're gonna have to mark it before we publish it.
The silent anger from the judge.
Do you want me to put it on a flash drive for the court.
Magdalena, I don't know
Is
if
that
it's
right?
Brian with a Y or
Sure.
Brian with an I,
I'm
but
looking, I'm pulling it up.
Detective
Yeah.
Brandle's fine. He's not on the witness list because all of this popped off
Do you
today.
know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Wasn't that the last day of the Hannah
Would
Gutierrez
this
trial?
be State's Exhibit 2?
No, it's a court's exhibit, isn't it?
I think it is. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as
To
State's
Kari's
Exhibit
credit,
2.
she has stayed relatively focused through all of this.
Can we display?
Yeah. Well, you're publishing it and,
She has not been
well,
flapped.
go ahead. I mean, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
not sure what,
All right.
do you
fine.
want to see the video or no?
Yeah, the court wants to see the
I do
fucking
want to
video.
see the video.
Okay.
Just- Okay.
Yeah, the court does want to see the fucking video. Yeah, she does.
Does that look familiar to you?
March 6th is the day
Yes.
that.
What are we looking at?
That's the hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I
March 6th
believe
is the
when
day
we
the
had
jury came back.
First secure entrance into our area.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And
Yeah, closing
to be
arguments are on the
correct, I was
6th.
in the hallway headed towards that area.
No,
where it's
why
secure.
don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio will
It
kick
comes
on.
on, okay.
Kari, we now all know that you were part of these conversations. So, ma'am, they're not the ones who did this. If you didn't know any of this, I could understand the rage at law enforcement. You were part of that conversation. You lost it for yourself. In the infamous words of Gunnar Stahl.
Yes.
I'm going to move me out the way. I'm now singing "Move, bitch, get out the way" to myself. It's kind of nice that they can deactivate audio. The amount of recordings I've listened to where people have like gone and used the restroom. Blah.
As far as I know. Hey, good. Troy, Lieutenant, so nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because
I've got some evidence. Do you want to do this out here? It's fucking
I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this.
Like a chain of custody.
statement.
Well, we don't have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and hold up.
That's my wife.
Hi.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir. Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is.
And there's Poppell. Teskey looks happy as a clam.
Just so we have like a chain of custody.
Where are we going?
Wherever you want to go to get the evidence. You can go to the interview. It's fine.
Sure, I can fill out a statement or something, witness statement. When I'm a witness, I'm called here as a witness. To the bus.
Ruth said, why isn't the judge calling a mistrial now? All parties have a right to make a record, and they are making a record.
And I live in Arizona.
I live in Arizona.
Right.
I wanted to. At the last minute, he said, okay, I want you to testify. And then they didn't want the others.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, What do you guys use or not?
Yeah, I don't care what you do with it, I just don't want to have it.
That's okay.
And
They're going into an interview room.
they're 45 cartridges.
I have 45 cartridges.
They're from the set?
Caliber.
No.
Okay.
Are they from the set? No. I have 45 cartridges. Are they from the set? No.
There are 45 cartridges, like,
They're from the set?
no.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Could you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes,
Was he asked if they were from the set?
yes,
What was his response?
no.
It doesn't matter. We need to hear what he
Or
says
do you want me
next.
to write it down?
Let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy, oh, that's a great start.
Troy what?
Troy Teskey, T-E-S-A-E. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it on my
And were you getting called by?
retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense, okay.
I'm a retired police officer.
Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge.
I mean,
You need to
all
see
right.
that.
Okay, so they were gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked
the defense,
him on the phone.
At the last minute, the defense what? He's a judge pro tem in Arizona.
Okay, so he brought it up here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out. Don't want it anymore.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
speaking
side?
down on the
The
defense
defense.
side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but
then
they
never
didn't
called
want to
him.
use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
I-
Any basis to know that?
If he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
This is the defense.
Oh my God.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I want to go.
They told me to, the defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I thought, and two times, Hancock and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th. And November 5th of 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kenney called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here. But
Yeah, they do.
Seth, he was a friend of mine.
Was.
And Seth Kenney called me from Hancock's office.
Was he also
He
a
was detective
bullfrog?
at the time. And he said, you're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you. Because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch that came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
You know him too?
Yeah.
Same batch.
Everybody.
I-
Awesome.
Dealt with this case a lot.
Okay, that's perfect. You're the perfect person to,
I dealt with this case a lot.
what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah.
The defense did know quite a lot of what was in this, like verbatim, which is also interesting.
I apologize, I'm the crime scene technician.
All right, well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it. So when, my big concern was having these, they said, oh, okay, I said, I have these rounds, I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds.
Okay.
or
This
a
is what
bunch. And
Kenny's
then,
telling him.
They, I said, well,
Christ.
you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture.
R.I.P. my
So I
ears.
took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. They looked at it and Seth said, yep, this is evidence from the accidental shooting. The accident.
And when you say they're from the same batch of.
Yes.
That's what Seth
rounds?
said in his text.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, this is evidence.
It's, if you know the case, Bell Reed had had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And they, Seth and Thel went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was,
Sir, why does your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see
Walked
who
out?
this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence, like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
So the gentleman said on the video, it was not from the set of Rust.
Yes,
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual's here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case.
Yeah, they were doing closings.
So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have a few questions.
Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want me to leave it here?
I mean,
You don't need it? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes,
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
yes,
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
he did mention that.
Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and vouchered it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Poppell comes into the room, or when your camera comes into the room, she says, I've dealt with this case a lot, right?
She did say that.
Yes,
And Teskey says, you're the perfect person, right?
yes,
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Poppell knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenney was, right?
yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single
What
question
the
was
fuck?
asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question
He's like, that was the crime scene tech.
pertaining to the case other than
Everybody just
believing it
passing
was
the buck.
evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case. And there was already a chain of custody until after he
Oh
began
my God.
disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation, or
oh
it
my
wasn't
God.
collected by our agency. It wasn't our
Chad, I
actual
know we're a little
evidence that
behind
was
real
collected.
time. Hang in there.
Right, and you.
I'm going to speed them up.
I
a
don't have
little.
all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say, sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct to turn in evidence.
He's at 1.25 because we need to get past this witness.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you
Holy
to put it under a
shit.
different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Holy shit.
You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense,
Morrissey.
correct? I have nothing further for this witness.
Morrissey.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness.
I don't think I have any other witnesses.
All
I'm
right.
happy to provide the information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 3:30. Okay?
Morrissey's going to take the stand.
3:25. Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
They're taking a recess and we're going to zoom. Morrissey is taking the stand herself after the court's break because this case is going down in flames. Like, this is beyond Kesha yelling timber. Morrissey's taking the stand. Buckle up, chat. We don't get redder than code red, but I don't know if I've ever seen a prosecutor take the stand in their own case as a witness. I don't even know how you do this. I don't even know how you stay on the case after you give testimony in an evidentiary hearing like that. Like, I don't know how you do this.
We're back on the record.
The court indicated that you wanted me under oath, and I'm happy to do that. Where would you like me?
Well, okay, so just to be clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidence.
She does.
Call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened. The court knows what happened.
I
I don't think we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a
Sure.
witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now,
Mhm.
okay?
She's not.
Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
She wants
Okay,
to.
So not only happy to, you know, I
This is
don't,
fucking
it doesn't
wild.
matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. Doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself
That's
as a
a
witness,
terrible idea,
there's
Kari.
no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
To defend
And
your
I am,
she's calling herself as a witness to defend her name.
it was my understanding that the court
This is a
indicated to me
bad
previously
idea.
that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it.
I have
Where
a
would you like me?
bad feeling
You
about
want me here at
this.
the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
She's so combative with the judge. She's
All
like,
right,
never
Ms.
tell me the
Morrissey
odds.
Voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand.
Death Star.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Kari. This is a terrible fucking idea. I'm living. I mean, I'm living for us to all witness this happened. But for you, this is a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea. Wow, that's too loud. I don't know what to... Ma'am, the court gave you every out. She's like, We fucking ride, motherfuckers.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father.
No.
I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kenney to the 1883 cowboy training
Just
camp.
that I was here in the chat.
When that was over,
I was here.
leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kenney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it
Oh my God.
from Mr. Kenney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ Props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kenney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence.
Did he say, give me everything tonight?
Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ Props that were originally in Texas
I am not breathing.
did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust.
But the ammo he brought into law enforcement wasn't.
We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona.
Except that they went to Texas. What?
I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch
He said that
that
to
was
the
sourced from
police.
Joe Swanson. And I said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles.
Yeah.
He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona
no
to New
spoilers
Mexico.
in the chat. Thank you.
So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teskey so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all six rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness.
Until he comes into the
so
police
Mr.
station.
Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust.
Because Thel Reed lives in
we
Arizona.
were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds.
But could it have
When
come?
I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust.
But then the one that showed up to law enforcement
They have
is
brass
different.
primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers. One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had
This part
seen
doesn't
ammunition that looked exactly like this. Not exactly, but very, very similar.
Can we skip to March?
And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department.
Can we skip
and
to March?
went
Skip to
to
March. Skip to March.
the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust.
Good to see you in the chat, Nate.
So when I saw this photograph, I could
I've been shocked
see
all day.
that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust.
I don't know how she's so calm.
And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust.
Can you speed up to March? Can you speed up to March? Can
So-
you speed up to March?
What ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness.
Okay, Bowles.
So Mr. Teskey sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I
And
was
then-
contacted.
If I eat this
I
whole
don't
bag of
think
gummy
it
bears,
was
I'm
the
going to
same
blame
day,
Kari.
but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that
If you
Troy
joke about
Teskey
spoilers in
had
the chat that aren't
dropped
even real, you also might get
ammunition
blocked,
at
so
the
just be
sheriff's
mindful.
department. Because
The mods
I
aren't
had already
messing.
asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called
So you knew.
a doc report.
So you knew.
And I said, great,
So you knew.
do that.
For those of you asking, what about Hannah? First, no spoilers. Thank you, chat. If you feel like you need to spoil, goes to another chat. You can watch with me, but just you don't have to type it. Second, what about Hannah? Hannah's lawyer knew all this. Hannah's lawyer had seen the rounds. So this is different as to Hannah, because Hannah's lawyer said, I'm going to call you as a witness. Oh, I see those. I don't want those. Completely different. But she knew that this existed. And
I
that
was
is
not aware at that point
bigger
in time that a
point
doc
here
report would
to
not
this
have the
case.
same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number.
It's your job
I
to know.
understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the
That's why she
ammunition
wanted to
from the set
testify.
of Rust.
Because it seemed
And
like you did.
I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though,
That's why she took the stand.
when Mr.
She wanted to
Teskey
explain that. It doesn't matter. It's her job.
showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico. He was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, I'm not taking that ammunition from you.
And this is how the defense knows.
That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here.
Because it's bad for
because
Hannah.
it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for.
And they didn't have it till after closing.
These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual
set.
ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look
Wow.
like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope.
And that's why it
So when
doesn't
Mr. Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to
apply.
take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's
the
department.
day of closing arguments.
And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all.
Oh my God.
And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
But the other case number is wild. And now you're going to be cross-examined. Holy
Can I
shit.
ask a few questions, Ron?
Yeah. Go ahead.
When you took over this case, handling the case,
Cross-examination.
Mr. Schilling left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union. And
What?
he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So
It was a timing issue?
when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor
Okay.
union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson,
Is that why they approached? In the middle of this, they said, Erlinda says she needs to approach. Did Erlinda walk out of court? Did Erlinda walk up and say, I'm removing myself from the case? Oh my God.
his national labor union, and he wasn't
Johnson, the next prosecutor.
Wait a second.
enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
Today.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
What?
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate.
Erlinda resigned today because she didn't think this should be a public hearing. Kari, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's what that is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What?
Of compliance with 5501.
We love
correct?
Erlinda.
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time.
You're on
I
the
did
stand.
not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But you are right.
And you concede that they are
Oh my
Starline
God.
glass silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any
Oh,
favorable
shit.
evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Yes.
any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question.
Holy shit.
When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews
somebody else didn't do something
that it
else.
wasn't there, that there was a problem with it. So
She
I
directed it to
then
get done. It's still your responsibility.
attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor
the one you yeeted.
had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Hague,
Odd.
it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report
That's
that
odd.
indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine. And that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
And they already dealt with that in court.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Good.
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in.
I bet you would
is
like to address
because
it.
Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
But
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but.
You say that the extent of the communications you have about the DOC report as you relay it to the court is that all you said in response was, great, do that? That's your testimony?
Yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
Make a DOC report.
No follow-up questions?
No.
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of rust.
But that
no concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us and it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe and still have no reason to believe that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague yesterday, when Ms. Poppell
set. It doesn't mean they don't have anything to do with the
testimony
case.
under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
The ones in the pictures don't. The ones in the bag
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
And that's the problem.
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
He's calm because he's winning.
And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. A lot. I've never seen these.
Winning
and I
a
never
lot.
saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to rust, yes. I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think,
But
given
you
your duty
knew.
of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this
No.
evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point,
It was
just so you
misleading to
know,
me.
I know about this. I
Misleading
knew
to the
about this
chat.
then. I was involved.
Seemed misleading to all of us.
I did not intend to mislead the court.
Seemed fucking
My
misleading.
understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen.
But you didn't
And
check.
it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of arrest.
But that's not
Um,
everything.
The truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue.
She's like, I actually don't
I
like
actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses
That's
who disagreed with
unexpected.
you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that was some.
The way his head whipped around. Different C word in court today. We'll see how YouTube likes it or not. Different C word, but appropriate for a Western movie. Oh my God. Did you see his head whip round?
On Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust.
Oh my
I don't
God.
recall saying that.
Oh
Do you
my
deny
God.
that under oath?
Do you deny under oath that you called him a cocksucker?
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
That
To
sounds
who?
about
To
right.
what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
This
I
is why
don't
this was
believe
such
I
a
did.
bad
I don't
idea,
recall.
Kari.
You
Oh
deny
my
that?
God. Oh my God.
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't
Cocksucker,
respond if I don't know
arrogant
what you're talking about.
Prick. Okay.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question.
Oh, fucking hell. What
I
are we
made
doing?
every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
Well, I don't want to
responsive.
talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
not. it's
and
not
that's where it's gonna
responsive.
go.
I have no further
All
questions.
right, do you have any follow-up
And that's where it's going to go, to
testimony?
plea negotiations.
All right,
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
I did not call that man
Thank
a
you.
cocksucker, Your Honor.
Step down.
Ma'am, you also didn't tell them about the evidence.
All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Are we done with the
All
motion
right,
hearing?
Argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you wanna make argument?
Further argument.
Oh.
I don't think you decide needs further argument on this.
Do you want to make further argument? Nope. He's like, nope.
All right,
My heart is pounding. They don't want to make argument. They're like, you've heard enough, Your Honor. You've
So-
heard it. Is she going to rule from the bench?
dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And
Oh, shit. She might dismiss
case
this.
law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to what.
Oh, that's what
why
she's going to do.
I'm
That's what she's
seeing
going
what
to
I'm
do.
seeing. So in order
That's
to
what she's
establish a
gonna
Brady
dismiss it.
violation, the defendant must show that the
She's going to dismiss it with prejudice, which she's going to dismiss it with prejudice. Did you hear her words? That's exactly what she's doing. Did you hear her words? And to do that, I have to make a very good record.
case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element, and I have to make a very good record as
that
to
seems
what-
exactly like what
why
she's
I'm-
going to do.
I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So
That seems like
in order
exactly
to
what she's going
establish
to
a
do.
Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence,
Oh,
the evidence
my
was
God.
favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense.
Baldwin is going to walk.
So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the
But
part
was
of
it
the
suppressed?
prosecutor.
Yes.
This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to
She's
defense
finding evidence was
and
suppressed.
provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied.
Satisfied.
The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is
She's going to
impeachment
dismiss
evidence.
this.
Has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence and is potentially exculpatory to the
She's going to
defense.
dismiss it.
Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late
She's making a
juncture
record
because of
to
the
dismiss this case
non-disclosure.
with prejudice.
Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this
Satisfied.
evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings.
She is pissed.
The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that
Do you
killed
hear
Miss
her?
Hutchins.
She is so
I'm
mad.
also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper.
She is going through
The
every
assessment of
prong and making
sanctions
a record
depends
to
upon the
dismiss.
extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state.
There it
Quoted
goes.
Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the
how the
state
court's
in
gonna
bad
rule.
faith,
She
or all
absolutely
access
knows.
to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the
Wow.
defendant. The state unilaterally withheld the supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently
Highly culpable.
also with the prosecutor.
With the prosecutor.
pursuant to Hancock's
Yeah,
testimony,
that part.
that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching.
Wow.
Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late
Do you think
that
he's
it
realizing that
undermines the
he's going to
defendant's
walk at
preparation
this
for
point?
trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong.
She's dismissing it.
Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Illinois.
Wow.
The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been
There it is.
sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The
It's
state
gone.
has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice.
That is the only remedy.
The motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Baldwin walks. This case cannot be brought again. This case is over.
With respect to the jury,
based on
I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take
based
care
on
of the
the
jury.
behavior
We are
of
in recess.
law enforcement and the prosecutor. Baldwin walks because law enforcement and the prosecution withheld evidence in this case.
I'm gonna.
I am not surprised that we're seeing Baldwin crying and hugging his family. That is awful for the victim's family. That bears no bearing on his behavior. I can't believe this feed is breaking up right now. This has no bearing on his behavior on set. This has every bearing on law enforcement's behavior in this case. Yesterday, the defense team was absolutely on the back foot. Yesterday, the defense had made critical errors in this case, assuming Baldwin's statements to police would be kept out. And today, the defense got this case dismissed with prejudice because of the withholding of evidence by law enforcement and the prosecution. Because as the day went on and as the witnesses came in, the evidence that the prosecution and police withheld evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution knew, law enforcement knew, it was under another case number. And when there is horrific behavior, the only remedy to sanction the state is by dismissing the case against the defendant, which can't feel like a remedy to the victim's family, but is what the interest of justice warrants and requires and mandates. And Baldwin is walking out of the courtroom. I'm going to take a look and see if there's a feed that is a little bit easier to see, because I imagine that his lawyers are going to want to hold a press conference. Kari Morrissey walking out of the courtroom by herself after Erlinda Johnson, the other special prosecutor, quit this case in the middle of this hearing today. Quit this case in the middle of the hearing today. Wow. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. I want to go and see if there is a press conference real quick. I'm sure that there is. Am I surprised that the court ruled immediately? Yes. Am I surprised that that was the ruling? I would have been this morning, but after we got to the evidence after lunch, no, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Kari Morrissey's like, I never saw those bullets. Well, because you didn't look. So we're going to answer questions after I go see if there's a press conference. Give me just one moment, chat. I promise we'll get to questions. But the question on a lot of your minds seems to be, what does this mean for Hannah? It might not mean much for Hannah. You know why? Because her attorney had an opportunity to look at those bullets. Her attorney knew that those bullets existed because her attorney is the one that said, we don't want them. So we're going to go to, let's see, outside the courtroom. I don't know if there is a press conference. It looks like people are setting up for one, but I don't know if Baldwin's attorneys say anything or if they're going to save it for his, oh, there go the defense attorneys, or if they're going to save it for his reality show. Because remember, he is filming a reality television show for TLC. So I imagine TLC is going to be shocked. Well, day 3 is the end of the state versus Alec Baldwin. And the defense is loading their boxes out. This trial is over. This case is done. The case against Baldwin has been dismissed. This is not a usual result. This is a fairly wild result. The rest of the prosecution team that is in there is breaking down all the tech in the courtroom. I want to get to outside the courtroom. That's a wild result, but it is the right result. When there is fuckery on the part of the government, there's not much you can do except dismiss the case. So, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Did the defense know this was coming? No, but they hoped that it would. I think the defense is still stunned by what happened, I'm sure, but we'll see. Absolutely wild. And then we'll do a summary. Today it went from, is the defense just throwing stuff at the wall because they're mad about yesterday's ruling and trying to get more time? It went from that to, what the fuck is happening? Maybe they'll get that jury instruction, to, this court's probably going to dismiss this case. Sir, move! Baldwin and his family are walking out. His attorneys are walking out.
Can we talk?
Can we talk? They're like, nah, we're leaving. So.
Well, that didn't work out. All right.
The media. Well, that didn't work out. I mean, they've got the microphones. Everybody got into an SUV to leave. If you're Baldwin, you know why? Because you're going to talk on your own show, aren't you?
Prosecution, maybe? Probably not.
Yeah, no, the prosecutor's not going to want to say shit, dude. No. So, Miss Morrissey, what now?
It's up to you, Alex. If you grab the mic or just wait till someone... Just wait. We'll wait for Kari Morrissey. We'll get it. So is it? It's wireless.
Oh, my
Then you can grab it if...
goodness.
Don't knock me off. I'm going to hold it up. Okay. Well, you're going to be in... Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Take it off the sticks if she starts to push that one. No, I know.
I'm going to just wait and see what happens, but we're going to, hold on. There was a question I was looking for. Oh, that jumped because there's like 40,000 of you in the chat. So I was trying to grab it and it jumped. Sorry, y'all. There was something I saw and it just flew by. Apologies.
They didn't want to.
Let's. I love listening to the media. Who wouldn't want to talk after that? A man with a contract for a television show who knows what makes good TV. That's who wouldn't want to talk after that. They're not thinking of the content. Think of the content, gentlemen. Think of the content. Wow. I'm just going to keep an eye on what the media pool is doing and see if they clear out. Oh, they're putting more microphones back up. Okay, they're all miking back up. So let's see. I mean, I can't imagine Kari would want to say anything, but maybe she does. Let's see. I'm going to try to scrub forward on the AP's feed here and see if we see anything, because maybe we will, maybe we won't. They are angling at the front of the courthouse. I don't know who that was. Doing a mic check, but let's see. Nope. We are in real time at the end of the AP's feed. And there is... Oh, so they're just going to go live.
Actually, I need the lighting's better this way. Yeah, just like that.
The lighting's better this way. Let me find another feed, because some of you say Kari Morrissey has something to say. So I'm going to go look at Court TV's feed, because they're not going to go live with their folks until everything is done. So let me... Oh, stop auto playing shit. YouTube. Not me yelling at YouTube in the middle of a stream. Yes, me yelling at YouTube in the middle of the stream. What a wild day. All right. Let's see if the prosecutor has anything to say outside of court. I don't see anything on their feed. Miguelina, let me know if you see a feed that has anything, because I don't see it on any of the feeds I've looked at. I see some of you saying that you do, but I don't see anything. So if you have a link, thank you. You guys, thank you to Miguelina, our amazing producer here on the chat, who you see in the chat as Rust Valor. Goodness, Tech Valor. Let's see. I'm trying to, let me scrub back and see. I'm trying to find where that is, because this is everybody walking out and then they're replaying stuff. Oh, there we go. All right. This is coming from a different feed. Thank you, Miguelina, for finding this feed for us. Let's see what Kari Morrissey has to say. All right, chat. Buckle up. Let's see what the prosecutor has to say. This is absolutely wild. So here we go. This is not the prosecutor mic'd up, but I saw her face, so we're not going to scrub forward too far, chat.
Believe.
They catch her right outside the door. All right.
There is no reason to believe
It's a bad day in court.
the evidence that we discussed in court today was related to the set of rust. It never left the state of Arizona.
That's not the point.
I understand that the court disagrees with me, and I respect the court's decision. There is absolutely no evidence that any of that ammunition is related to the incident involving Ms. Hutchins.
So the judge is wrong?
No, I said that I respect the court's decision. I think that people can disagree. I'm disappointed because I believe that the importance of the evidence was misconstrued by the defense attorneys, but I have to respect the court's decision.
Do you feel you let the Hutchins family down?
Do you regret not turning over the ammunition?
Well, I didn't know that the ammunition that became the subject of today's hearing existed.
Do you still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
You did know it existed. It was in police custody. You are a prosecutor. That knowledge is imputed to you, whether in your head you know it or not. The institutional knowledge is attributed to you. Sorry, chat. We got the volume fix. That was on me.
You know, that has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to.
No, you didn't. What in the world? That just cut. I wonder if there will be better
today's
feeds
hearing
of this
existed.
later.
Do you still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
That has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to.
And then it just cuts. This is wild. Okay. I guess they're done. Oh God, live remotes seem like the worst thing ever. All right. Nothing else on that feed. The prosecutor, I think, is still missing the point, but let's do a summary. And you've got a ton of questions. I am still stunned that this is what happened today. But for those of you just coming in, hi, welcome to the 3-day trial that is Rust for Alec Baldwin. Let's do a summary and then let's do questions. At the end of day 3 of Alec Baldwin's trial in Rust, a day that was completely taken over by hearings on the defense motion to dismiss that was filed last night and brought up yesterday and then argued all day today with a full hearing, the court dismissed the case against Alec Baldwin mid-trial with prejudice. This case is over. He cannot be prosecuted any further for any actions taken on the set of Rust. That does not end his civil liability and the multitude of civil lawsuits against him and producers on the set of Rust. But there are also some indemnity agreements as a producer. So some of those suits against him aren't civil suits against him personally. They're against him as a producer, and others will have to pay for that for the most part. There are some suits against him personally, not as a producer, and those have not been fully litigated yet. But this case against Alec Baldwin is over. The reason the court dismissed the case with prejudice after making a thorough record and a full hearing where Kari Morrissey took the stand, where Erlinda Johnson, the other special prosecutor, walked off of the case midday. I mean, Baldwin walked out of court yesterday. Erlinda Johnson quit in the middle of the hearing today and walked out. Because what became clear today is that evidence related to this case, not from the set of rust, but related to the case today. Related to the case today, we learned that law enforcement checked it into evidence under a different case number, and it was never disclosed to the defense. The prosecution said, this didn't come from the set of rust. We don't think it's relevant in this case, but under their Brady obligations, they don't get to determine that relevancy. The court determined in her ruling that that evidence was impeachment evidence. Also, the defense has a defense of intervening causes. Somebody potentially sabotaging the set, somebody bringing live rounds onto the set. Those are potential intervening causes that can go to defenses. So the defense asked to see all the ammo in the case. They weren't shown these rounds. The prosecution heard that somebody dropped off these rounds. Mr. Teskey dropped them off. They were booked into evidence under a different case number, and nothing connected them back. Nothing connected them back to this case number. And the defense was not aware of all of the rounds of ammo that were sitting in evidence. The ones in the photographs shown in court yesterday didn't appear to match anything from the set of rust. But when they came into court today, there were two that absolutely matched what was on the set of rust. And that was the problem. The prosecutor keeps saying these aren't from the set, but it doesn't matter. They weren't turned over. So what the court did today to dismiss this case was a sanction against the prosecution and the police behavior of not turning over evidence. It is a severe sanction. But when there are discovery violations that damage the defense, that can impede the defendant's constitutional rights, that is the only remedy. And it is rare, but that's what happened here. So whether or not Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger, whether or not he would have been found guilty by this jury, it is completely irrelevant. The court dismissed this case. It cannot be tried, and Baldwin's trial is done. Baldwin's prosecution is done. And for him, this is completely over in a criminal sense. Only the civil cases remain because of the behavior of the prosecution and law enforcement. I was stunned today when the lead investigator got on the stand and said, I had never seen this before. Girl, what? The lead investigator on the case never saw the things that were checked into evidence by the crime scene tech who also worked the case until today. And then there's body cam footage of it that no one had seen till today. And then the prosecution says, I never saw any of this until today. Absolutely shocking. And that is why the court ruled this way. I can't imagine that that feels good for the victim's family. It has to feel horrific. But the constitutional rights of the defendant can't be overrun by the state. And so the court, once we saw the IO say, I talked to the prosecution about this, I talked to the IO about this, and we put it under another case number, and we booked it in as a document or whatever. Once she said that, I think my exact real-time response to that was, fuck. Once she said that, you could see that the court was done. The prosecution knew, and it was never turned over to the defense. And that's it. And that's it. So every time I say courtrooms should be accessible, courtrooms should be streamed, This is why. I can't even wrap my head around how this would be reported and how I would even understand that. This is so wild. Yesterday, the defense was completely on the back foot, misunderstanding the court's ruling. Yesterday, the prosecution had rattled this defense to the point where lead counsel Spiro was stammering. And today, as this motion went on, you could see the prosecution go from we don't need a written response to oh fuck. And the defense was relentless, the way that they should be. But what an absolutely wild flip of events in 24 hours in this case. Absolutely wild. Wild. And Law Nerds, thank you for being here with me and making this the #1 place to watch live trials. I'm still stunned. We're going to get to your questions because you've got questions. I've got questions. We're not going anywhere. We're just here. We just do this today. Oh my God. We're going to go to questions. If I didn't see stuff in the chat, y'all, I apologize. I was really focused on trying to get a summary out that was actually going to be helpful for y'all and for the Quick Bits watchers and for everybody else. But oh my fucking God. This is absolutely wild. I'm sure you guys are feeling it. The prosecution taking the stand was wild. She knew she was losing then, and she was just trying to defend herself, it seemed to me. Ty Fuzzle said, can a dismissal be appealed? No. It can absolutely not be appealed by the prosecution. Why? Because the dismissal with prejudice would then subject the defendant to double jeopardy. The jury has been sworn. Jeopardy has attached. So from here, that would put Baldwin in the realm of double jeopardy. And double jeopardy is not permitted. It is prohibited by the Constitution. So no, that would be double jeopardy. Question, what does this mean for Hannah? All of you have this question. Does this guarantee an appeal for Hannah? No, it doesn't. Let's talk about why real quick. What does this mean for Hannah? Because we're going to have to timestamp this because it's a question all of you have. Hannah Gutierrez's attorney knew what Joe Teske had. And during their mutual defense agreement, I think it is Bowles that told Baldwin's attorneys all of this. Bowles would have told Baldwin's attorneys all of this. It's how Baldwin's attorneys knew so much. They have a mutual defense agreement. They are allowed to share information. But the prosecution seemed to not know as much as Bowles did. Teske was Bowles's witness, and Bowles did not call that witness. That is his right. Bowles does not have to disclose anything more to the prosecution. Teske went to the prosecution and was like, here. And then the prosecution said, apparently, just book it in a doc report. It's fine. And didn't look at it. And so they had the information. They didn't appreciate what that information was, but Hannah Gutierrez's lawyer did. So there's no discovery violation as to Hannah Gutierrez at all. Her lawyer knew all of this. The state knew it at the end of Hannah's trial and didn't turn it over to the defense. Could Hannah's lawyer tried to make a motion saying there's ongoing discovery needed? They could try. Will that go the same way it did here? No. Whoopsie Daisy said, please interview Erlinda. I don't know if Erlinda's going to want to talk about this at all. We can all say we knew we were here. We knew where we were. Yeah, y'all were here. Y'all were here. This is why we watch live court together, because I sat here all day looking like a freaking goldfish. All day, just all freaking day, all day. That's all I've done today. I'm shocked. I'm still shocked. So I'm sure Erlinda is pissed. Erlinda, it must have been when they approached. At one point, Erlinda says they need to approach. It must have been when they approached. Ann Bell said, motion to get sidebar transcripts. We'll see what we can do. But I agree that they will be interesting. Thank you, Niffer, for saying like and subscribe. EDB and her amazing team has the scoop and makes the fuckery. I mean, I don't know if we have the scoop, but we definitely have the live feed. I don't even know today. I don't even know. Emily, how was today? I don't know. Jess said, my favorite Emily is flabbergasted Emily. I'm stunned. When's the next trial? When's the next trial? Jess, give us a minute. We're going to be talking about this one, and there's still stuff happening in the Karen Reed trial. We're gonna need a minute. Emily wants some new tattoos. I'm gonna need a minute. I don't know. Next week, I don't know. Next week, I'm gonna get on stream and I'm gonna sit here with y'all and go, wow. I don't know. What does this mean for Kari? Well, the sanction against Kari was this result. Kari's a special prosecutor. Kari's not hired by the DA's office. She can't be fired from the DA's office. She's done. The cases she was brought in to specially prosecute are done. Could a complaint be made against her? Maybe. I don't know if much will happen from this. I think Santa Fe sheriffs are going to have to take a look at what happened here because, again, you don't get to make those decisions. That's the thing about Brady violations. You don't get to decide if it's material evidence. You don't get to decide. The defense gets to decide. So, let's see. I saw a question. Can Baldwin ask to have the state pay his lawyer's fees? No. He bears that on his own. And I'm sure today he feels it was worth it. Yesterday, I was like, Baldwin, you better get a refund. Today, I'm like, the lawyer's like, just add some billables. I can't believe how starkly this case turned in 24 hours. It's stunning. It's stunning. Evie Lee said, so basically Kari's attitude caught up to her. She assumed and thought she knew better, but and did what she wanted. And at the end of the day, it bit her in the butt. Yeah, it absolutely did. Fuck around and find out. Was Erlinda blindsided or did she simply jump ship? I think Erlinda was absolutely blindsided. I kind of want to go back. Take me back. I kind of want to go back to see when that sidebar was. Let me see. What feed was I on earlier? I think I want to go back and see at what point Erlinda bounced today. Because it was during questioning. Let me see if I can find it was right after lunch. Are you guys down? Are you guys down to do that for a minute? Are we down to go back and take a look? Like hindsight 2020? Chat's saying yes. Hold on. I'm going to put up a poll while we do this. Should we find the sidebar? Should I just call Dr. B and be like, can you bring me whiskey? I actually might take like a 3-minute break, go to the bathroom and go get some. But I'm going to just put in, should we find the sidebar? I'm going to keep answering a few questions and then I'll look for it. I mean, we've got it. And, mods, thank you for hanging for almost 8 hours today. But I feel like now we're all unresolved. Could Kari get criminal charges? No. It's not a dumb question. Atmospheric wonders, but no, not unless there's more here. Because it seems, look, when you're a prosecutor, you don't get the error in judgment in this way. She's like, I didn't know what was in the bag. It doesn't matter. If law enforcement has it, you know. Even if you don't actually know, you know. So she knew it existed. Her failing to check doesn't excuse the behavior. But the sanction of dismissing the case is the sanction. She can't be punished by her office. She doesn't work there. She's a defense attorney. And she had the court rattled. She had control of the courtroom. And then today, Nate, the lawyer, said, I had a case with the prosecutor and she was yelling at me. She was crazy. Are you talking about, wait, Nate, are you talking about Kari Morrissey in New Mexico? In New Mexico? Joshua Cornelia said to be a fly on the wall when Erlinda confronted Kari about all this. I don't know if Erlinda confronted Kari or just walked up to the bench and said, I'm out. I don't know if I would confront her either. I might just bounce. Erlinda's like, I'm protecting my peace. Out. Absolutely amazing commentary. Thank you. Wow, just wow. Wow is where I'm at. Wow, that's where I'm at. Have a shot of the cheap stuff on me. Aloha from Kansas said, Elle Woods, the rules of evidence are simple and finite. Any good lawyer would have known. I mean, look, man, it's Brady violations. You know what you have to do. Octo, stop spoiling my fun. I don't care if I have to be on the news tonight. That's all the more reason to have whiskey. Octo's like, you have to be on TV. So how's long till internal investigation has started? I'm sure Santa Fe is going to be investigating how the fuck this all happened. Chat remains bay. Lyndon, thank you. Thank you for sharing these trials and big moments with me. You guys, all of you, thank you for being here with me, because what the actual. The best elephant said, wow, rich guy got off of even a small sentence. I think where his wealth comes into play here is the amount of defense attorneys he had to be running down all these leads. Because she said she turned over a terabyte of data. So thank you, Mingli. Thank you, Mingli. My team is reminding me that I need to be on TV. The second I said whiskey, my phone blew up, the chat blew up. Nate, I can't wait to watch you tell that story on video. Yes, in New Mexico. That's crazy. Could Kari be disbarred over this? I would need to see more. I would need to see more than her making. This is not a judgment call she should have made. She shouldn't have gone, this evidence doesn't belong in this case. But if it is just a judgment call without more, we will see. But we need to see. We need to see more. So I'm not going to dive into that because I need more information. Shelly said, just discovered proper 12 Irish apple whiskey. Highly recommend. Ooh, that sounds very good. Apple whiskey, I enjoy. Question, did Kari sink the case? Kari and law enforcement. And where do I get the Facts baseball hat? It's in our merch shop, and there's a link for our merch down below. What do you think Judge Abby will think about this today? This is me completely speculating. I think Judge Abby will be really glad this didn't happen in her court. I also think Prosecutor Abby will probably just say, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Over and over and over again. That's my guess. Long Kramer saying the bullet would have been tracked. Bullet will have to be tracked to where it came from. I think there should be ongoing looking into this. But again, Hannah Gutierrez prosecution doesn't rest on the fact that she brought the round. It rests on the fact that she didn't check them when she loaded it. What, if any, is the next trial you're covering? Pokemon. That's what I'm covering next. I'm going to fix my nails that are janktified and ruined, and I'm going to play Pokemon. I'm going to take a breath. What's the next trial? I don't know. I would need to look. We need to catch up on it might be Corey Richins. We need to catch up on Corey Richins because she's got a 3-day preliminary hearing coming on. So we need to catch up on Corey Richins. There's stuff going on in Karen Reed. So we got to go back to the docket. But what's the next trial? I don't know. Well, Pokemon Go Fest is this weekend. I can't wait. Now I can put off church because my week freed up. Right. Next week, we'll be streaming. I'll be streaming next week on my regular days, but we're not going to be in court all week. Yes, let's get the whiskey. I might still go get a little. I might take a quick bathroom break and go get some. I really might. Donnie B said, do you think Kari deliberately withheld it? I don't know. You know what, Donnie B, I'm going to talk about this more probably on Tuesday. We'll probably process this again because I want to think about it a little bit more, but I don't know. The thing is, she was misleading when she said, I didn't see this till today. She was aware it was brought to law enforcement. So choosing not to see it it's a choice. So I need to think about it. Coffee, you're done for today. Whiskey, suit up. But the chat said it was fine. Brianna B77 said impromptu Baker family vacation now that you're free next week. I don't know if I'm free next week. I think I'll still be streaming, but no, we've got kiddos. Kiddos have stuff. What happens next time Poppell needs to testify? This is going to be a situation for Poppell. Are there civil lawsuits against Baldwin? Yes, a bunch. Yes, a bunch of them. You guys, this is new for our court coverage, is a dismissed with prejudice in the middle of trial. And this is why earlier today I was so salty. I'll talk to you about being salty in a minute. Ashley, this level of salty. I will talk about being this level of salty earlier. Not sponsored. I should probably just put it down and go grab my own merch. I'm not a real YouTuber. Ashley said, does the defense have to disclose a Brady violation as soon as they find out about it? The defense doesn't really have to disclose anything. But now that the prosecution knows about it and law enforcement knows about it, now it becomes a problem. So the Brady violation on a case with Poppell and Hancock becomes more significant to them in their future cases. Also, it's not going to be a surprise because this one is so public. So cases with these agents are going to be known, but yes, there are disclosures that will have to happen. So let's see. We ride for sidebar proud law nerd, but sad for the fam. I'm sad for the victim and her family here. But this is it. Carolyn said, not sure my super chat went through, but I'm suspicious this dismissal was on purpose. Just too many screw ups. It's possible that this was incompetence. Sure. But the only result based on the damage done is the dismissal. Nancy said, how can a prosecutor quit and just walk out mid-trial? I don't know, but she did. But she did it. But she did it. Vicky said, does this ruin Kari's career? Kari is a defense attorney that works for herself. So maybe not. So it's wild. Should Poppell be put on a Brady list now? I would need to look back at the testimony. But the department's definitely going to have to evaluate it. Someone please explain to me why these bullets are relevant. So, Michelle, it's not the bullets as much as the failure to disclose that they exist that's the problem. The failure to disclose they exist is a problem. The way that they were taken in is a problem. The failure to turn it over to the defense is a problem. The court said she found that it was potential impeachment evidence and defense evidence. And it comes up in that intervening cause that we talked about earlier today. So it is a problem. The chat said do it. I still might. Will the jury dismissal be streamed? No, they're going to call the jurors and say you don't need to come back. That's all. The jury services will call all the jurors and say you don't need to return on Monday. And then the jurors are going to turn on the news and be like, what the fuck happened? Right? Can you imagine getting that call? Your jury service is completed. Thank you. You don't need to come in Monday. How fast do you sprint to the news? Penelope, I'm sorry, went to the doctor and this happened. I see a lot of you in the chat asking, but why not a mistrial? Because on a mistrial, they can retry it. The prosecution was sanctioned for withholding evidence and for a Brady violation. And the sanction was to dismiss the case with prejudice. So that's why. And they are done. All right. Which feels like all of you were just like whiplashed, right? It's like today was just like, what? All right. I'm going to try to find the sidebar. 97% of you, 97% of you are like, girl, find the sidebar. Let's find the sidebar. And then we're going to keep answering questions. So I'm also going to tamper down my light. Do we just stay on code red the rest of the day? Do we stay on code red the rest of the day? I think we do. Thank you, Miguelina. We're going to go find that. We're going to go find that now. So let us continue on with, let me see. We have we have a couple super chats that I missed. I'm sorry. Joshua Cornelius, thank you for the super chat. Have a drink on behalf of the chat. I'm gonna do a small one. It'll be fine. Have a drink on behalf of the chat. Thanks for the spectacular coverage. You're the best, Joshua. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the support. Let's get back and cover this. Tara said, I appreciate your fairness. I try to keep an open mind. And when I can't keep an open mind, I tell you, when it comes to Seth Kenney, y'all, I was just like, no, I can't with this guy. But I do my best to keep an open mind and tell you when I can't. I'm going to try to find that sidebar. It was after lunch. And it was during, it was after lunch, and it was pretty quick during cross-examination of, I can't remember if it was cross-examination of Seth Kenney. I think it was during cross-examination of Seth Kenney. So let me pull this up real quick and see if this is the right spot. And see if we can find it.
Yes. They weren't entitled to all of it.
So this was, let's see. It was right as cross-examination was starting, I think, on Seth Kenney. So we're going to zoom to cross-examination starting, because I think she goes back to the table to talk to Erlinda. Let's see. And then he gets up.
So in the thousands of times you provided,
and everybody looked over to the prosecution's table.
Told me about
blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's
I'm not trying to use the
So-
word to
Okay.
get you.
Gotcha.
All right.
Baldwin's looking over at the
thousands of
prosecution's
times
table.
You've done that. That would mean
Sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Did you see Spyro's face? Bruh. And they know. Look at Baldwin's face. Baldwin and Nikas are looking back and forth at each other. They know something is going on to that. They know something's going on over at the prosecutor's table. I'm going to turn this up a little bit.
you could email me that.
The text message?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Megalina, go ahead and end the
Good
poll.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Watch them in the background looking over at the prosecutor's table.
So in the thousands of
You see Baldwin looking there. Something is going on over at the prosecutor's table.
times you've provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about.
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's
I'm
all
not,
right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to
Okay.
get you.
Gotcha.
This is wild.
In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Miss Johnson's asking to approach. And she approaches, and then they've got the live transcription. And then I wonder if Erlinda just walks out. I'm going to switch. It looks like they're reading the live transcription. Wild. So they're up at sidebar. And then Erlinda goes back to the table. Hold on, let me move me. Erlinda goes back to the table. The court reporter looks absolutely flummoxed. Look at her. Look at the court reporter's face. And then Erlinda grabs her stuff. There was so much going on with Seth Kenney that I didn't even notice Erlinda grabbing her stuff off the table. And the court reporter's face. And the judge's face. Huh.
thousands of productions that you've
1,000-ish, not thousands.
And then I don't see Erlinda leave. I wonder if she does.
Okay. The 1,000 productions that you've.
Because it looks like Baldwin is still looking at what's going on over at the prosecutor's table.
Oh, you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics.
I can't look at this man's face. I'm going to switch one other feed because I want to see if there's any video of that. I don't know if there is, but let me take a look. to my least favorite feed. Only for you, law nerds. Only for you. Only for you do we go to disfavored feed to take a look. Let's see if I can find that moment and see if there's any feed from that camera. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to zoom to see if there is, because if there's not, I'm not even going to bother pulling it up. Let's see. This is, when do they approach? This is when they approach. Nope. I'm scrubbing through feed. Give me 1 second, guys. Thank you for your patience. I should have put on our stretch music. Let's see if I can do it before the stretch music gets done. Hold on. Emily zooming. Yes, because there's advertisements on this feed and I hate them. A lot. But I don't see... No, I don't see a shot of the prosecutor's table when this goes down. So... Yep, I don't see any footage of the prosecution's table as this happens. So, with that, that's wild though. Absolutely wild. No footage from the prosecution's table of like Erlinda packing up and walking out. Only what we've already seen. So, unfortunately, we got nothing more than that. So thank you, chat, for indulging. I feel like at some point she must have left. I'm sure that that like Court TV has those feeds. We'll cut it down later now that they know what happened. I can't believe she quit midday. I can't believe Kari Morrissey took the stand. I can't believe the case was dismissed with prejudice. I don't disagree with the court's ruling based on everything we see. I'm just so shocked that this is what happened today. I feel for Erlinda. So I'm going to take a 3-minute in Emily time restroom break because we have been streaming since lunch and I have got to go to the bathroom really quick. So I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. I'm going to come back to answer just a few more questions and hang out with you guys for a little bit longer. And yes, I am going to grab maybe just a little bit of root beer whiskey. It's going to be fine. Don't tell Octo. Chad, it's going to be fine. We'll put on Feeding the Ducks. I'll be right back. If you also need a bathroom break, I know we've got a lot of questions. What a crazy day. But I'm also going to, I absolutely need to run to the restroom. It's been a crazy, crazy day. So Law Nerds, we'll be back. It's 6:20 here. What a day, Law Nerds. What an absolute day. I will be right back. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, Elena. We will be done soon-ish. I promise. I'll be right back, guys. Hello, law nerds. How are you guys doing? You okay? Y'all all right? What a day, man. The way my phone is just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? We'll put all the information for tonight in the app. I honestly don't know. Things are in my calendar. I will go do them later. I will get nudged in the chat when I need to go do things. Tell me your ADHD without telling me your ADHD. Well, I tell you all the time. Team Baker, make sure I show up where I need to be. So, today, Emily, what did you go grab? Also not sponsored. Root beer whiskey from Old Smoky and a cup. So I'm seeing you guys saying Erlinda will be on Cuomo tonight. Dude, the TV producers out there must have literally been breaking their fingers to try to get a hold of people. I'll watch it. Maybe we'll talk about it on the podcast this week. There's going to be a lot coming. There's going to be a lot of breaking news in the next few days, right? Like a lot of breaking news in the next few days. RJ Medic said you're being quoted on people.com. Yes, I love working with people.com. People has always been really good to me. And I really like the reporter Eric. However, yesterday in court, the defense had a terrible day. Today, the defense was like, and what? and got the case dismissed, which is what they have been fighting for. They have been trying to get this case dismissed the entire time. So today, it doesn't matter what happened yesterday. The defense won. So the position of the case yesterday and the position of the case today, 24 hours, the turntables have turned. And the defense went from, Your Honor, I understand your ruling, but we thought that you were keeping Baldwin's statements out. They went from that to getting the case dismissed with prejudice. Shazam says, what does with prejudice mean? It means it cannot be brought again. Alec Baldwin walks. The charges cannot be brought again. There is no criminal liability for Baldwin any longer. It is done. The civil cases are not done, but that is absolutely done. So just absolutely wild. So chat, just y'all, to those of you that are hydrating, hydrate. To those of you where it is the middle of the morning, water for you. Marika said it's 2:30 a.m. here in Finland, but this is wild. I mean, I don't know how you go to bed after this. We're just like going around the horn of 2:30 a.m. So for that, cheers. To the law nerds for being on this wild roller coaster with me. You are the funniest chat on the internet. You maintain your boundaries. You are hydrated. You are incredible. Thank you for being here, law nerds. I appreciate you. Thank you for riding with me today. Even when we had to say no spoilers. Thank you. Because what the fuck was today even? Emily, have you ever seen a case dismissed with prejudice in the middle of a case? I would have to go back in my memory. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. So, but for all of you who are, somebody in the chat said, wait, where was it? Cue the misinformation was saying Alec Baldwin was acquitted. Yeah, he was not acquitted. This is not a determination of his guilt or innocence. Today is a determination of the prosecution and law enforcement's violation of Baldwin's rights. That's what today is a determination of. We've seen these sanctions in other cases, right? They took the death penalty off the table for discovery violations in one of the Idaho cases. I'm not remembering which defendant it was in Idaho, but they said, no, you cannot pursue the death penalty in this case because of the discovery violations. These are sanctions against behavior. They do not say anything about Lori Vallow. Thank you. I couldn't remember which one it was. They don't say anything about the defendant's behavior. They say everything about law enforcement's behavior. And sometimes that gets misunderstood, but it is a strong sanction. I am okay with strong sanctions. When you have the weight of the government behind you, as a prosecutor, as law enforcement, if you wield that with fuckery, then what are the results for the people who it's wielded against? Other than for the courts to step in and say, we're done here. What other result is just, even when it feels unjust to the victim? What other result is there for the defendant's constitutional rights? And this is why people have to take their jobs seriously. So, did you guys tell me to Octo? Law nerds. I told you not to tell.
Law nerds? I thought we had an agreement. It's water. We weren't telling Octo. Law nerds. Come on now.
We had an understanding. We had an understanding. So, but I'm sure that Baldwin and his family feel hugely relieved, right? Baldwin, I'm teasing. I'm sure he and his family are you guys are saying I did. Damn it, I held up the whiskey. I totally self-snitched. Don't tell Bruce Rivers on me. I did. I totally self-snitched. Damn it. Law nerds, you're right. You're right. I did it to myself. You lost this for yourself. I swear I need to put that sound bite on the soundboard. Do we do it? Do we just put Gunnar Stahl on the soundboard? I feel like we do. Melissa said his tears gave me goosebumps. You know, this has been over Baldwin and his family for since 2021. So no matter what you think of Alec Baldwin and his actions on the set of Rust, I think he looked genuinely and immensely relieved, because yesterday his lawyers sat in court and were like, what do you mean you're using those statements of his against him? And those statements of his would have gone very, very badly for him. So, Cottonfish said, I'm going to need a bigger soundboard. Yep, probably. I'll sound balance this stuff next week. We've got some time next week. I'm like, whoa. Tracy Singh, RNJD. I bet you have a fascinating career of all of the things. You rock, Emily. My flight was delayed and I've never been so happy for a late takeoff so I could be here with you live for this. Wild is right. It is. And I don't know if a defense attorney has a better day in court than the day that Alec Baldwin's defense team had today. Jay Rose says, does it matter when the defense learned about this? If Bowles told them before the trial even started, would that change anything? No, because it's not Bowles' obligation. The fact that Bowles told them is probably why they found out about it now and not on appeal. And the danger in a case like this, I mean, in any case, is if Baldwin's convicted and then Baldwin sentenced to 18 months in prison, or anyone, and then this comes up later, it's the kind of thing that overturns a case after people have been sitting in custody. And that's not okay. Prosecutions and citizens should be able to rely on the fact that prosecutions are based on lawful evidence. Our system should be, Emily, don't soapbox, too late. Our system should be that of restraint. And that's what I experienced in my work, is that the amount of cases that weren't filed vastly outweighed the amount of cases that were. The amount of cases that got dismissed, that never even came into court, that negotiated for different types of probation, that vastly outweighed the cases that went to trial, as it should be. You bring the strongest of the cases on credible evidence. So when you fuck around like this, the result is correct, that the court sanctions the prosecution. Mithori said, please give a shout out to my wife of 10 years, Amira. I love her so much. She's the center of my universe. That is so incredibly sweet. So shout out to Amira. I hope I said that properly. And cheers. Center of the universe. It's like the moon and my stars. Katya said even Spiro looked unwilling to do it. I think he looked unwilling to talk to the media. Taylor said, thank you, EDB, and the amazing mods for the stream today, especially how long it is. The mods have been amazing, and a huge thank you to them, especially difficult when the spoilers start popping like fireworks on the 4th of July. Eve said, now Seth Kenney needs to be charged. I don't think we're going to see any more, because this special prosecutor is done, and the prosecutor's office, the elected prosecutors, have to be so mad. Was something Seth Kenney said why Erlinda left? What did she see coming? I don't know. But I don't know if it was Erlinda or if it was, I don't know if it was Seth Kenney or if it was Erlinda realizing that the body cam hadn't been turned over and no one had looked at these and it hadn't been turned over. I don't know. But once she gives an interview, we will absolutely talk about it. Nadine said Baldwin may still face career consequences. Yeah, I don't know if he'll be insurable on a movie set again. And his civil lawsuits are a long way from done. Bodie Lawyer said every lawyer has had an oh fuck moment. The moment where you realize you forgot to do something in your case and it might blow up. The anxiety is always there. Yes, but I don't think like this. I don't think like this. Like this was not good. So this was not good at all. I Love Pie said, going to see Billy Joel tonight. Oh my God, amazing. Have the best time. Today has been wild and staying strong. Seeing any Law Nerds at the show tonight. Hopefully, I Love Pie, they responded to you. Thank you, Against the Tide. Very much appreciate it. That's what we're here for. Janet said, I think we need the from Spyro on the soundboard. I mean, it was kind of everything. Jacqueline, thank you so much. Wendy found the Law Nerd cap. Amazing. We forgot all about Morrissey signaling. Yep. Mandy said Erlinda was an AUSA. Erlinda saw the writing on the wall and was like, eject immediately. Desiree said, who had Kari taking the stand on their bingo card? None. None at all. So what are the chances Kari getting hired as a special prosecutor again? Normally I don't do odds on things, but I would say it's going to probably be 0. You aren't really lying. There is water in it. Yes, in the form of a giant ice cube. There is. Did I fill this? No, I did not. It is a scant amount of whiskey. Why? Because yes, we do still have things to do tonight. What impact may this have on the civil cases? I mean, not really, because some of the civil cases are based off of his behavior as a producer, and that's completely different. So it doesn't say that a jury found he didn't do anything wrong, right? This result is the court saying the prosecution and the police did something wrong. That's what this says. So how much does it impact his civil case? I don't know how much it will impact his civil case. Mary said a dismissal on grounds like these seems unfair to victims. Is there a better way, in your opinion, or very cool, thank you, way to change the system? I have not given that nearly enough thought to answer it in a thoughtful way, Mary. I think part of the thing is the defendant's constitutional rights when you are being when your liberty is being taken away from the government is what the Constitution was really focused on when writing it. It was the government vis-a-vis the defendant. And there are things changing, victims' bills of rights and things like that are changing. But ultimately, when you're depriving someone of their liberty, that's where those protections lie, which is really frustrating in a case like that. When you look at this and you go, but Helena Hutchins didn't do anything, right? This happened to her. And that's where it gets very frustrating. But the system has to treat everyone justly, right? And so looking at those rights is what is important, even when it doesn't feel adequate to the victim. It doesn't say that this was not done to her, and it shouldn't diminish what happened. It just doesn't hold Baldwin criminally responsible. There are still civil lawsuits from members of Helena's family. There was a civil lawsuit resolved with Helena's husband and child. So there are still civil remedies there, and that's tough. EDB has been watching the case as well as Hannah's case. Oh, yes, I have. Miss Bain, thank you. That seems like informative to the chat, but not just to me, but yes. I get half days off on Fridays during my summer, and this made an amazing one. Today was wild. New dilemma is what to listen to while working on Monday. That is true. I mean, if you haven't watched all the cases I've covered, there's plenty. Kate said Erlinda saw the signs and pulled a 180 right the hell out, turned back 180 degrees, going like hell. The whole day was absolutely wild. Today was wild. And I imagine that Hannah is probably also pretty pissed. Bethany said, my son went to cowboy school in Montana. He is now a professional cowboy and living his best life. This is the greatest thing ever. I didn't know this existed. I love this so much. Again, Emily, tell me you grew up in Southern California. Yes. We went to surf camp in the summer. I need a jailhouse podcast with Hannah Stat. I'm sure her jail calls are going to be spicy. Wait, Lindsay said, I'm used to Canada's stricter privacy laws and don't always agree with EDB's opinion on public trials. I absolutely get it and appreciate that. But this and Karen Reed illustrate her points. And I absolutely get it because it depends on the trial, and particularly where you have vulnerable victims, it really is hard for them to have to testify publicly. But we've also seen some restraint in that, where testimony of minors is not publicly televised and things like that isn't as public. But yes, that people can still walk into court and watch it, which is different. So yes, our laws are different. The Swampy Marsh. Did you also write all of like Phineas and Ferb, the Swampy Marsh? I have questions. Do you think Kari would have not have made herself a witness? Things could have been different. No, the court had already decided, or at least in my opinion, I think the court had already decided when the IO said, the prosecutor, we had these conversations. So the prosecution already said that. Do you think if Kari would not have made herself a witness, things could have gone different? No, I don't. I think it was probably already done by then. And I think that's why the court was so strong on telling Kari, you don't need to do this. I think Kari wanted to explain herself. Have you ever seen a case lawyer take the stand, not while they're the lawyer on the case, without another lawyer coming in and then being off the case? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Ashley said, how long do these law enforcement officers, prosecutors lose their job? I mean, Kari's already done because she was a special prosecutor. I don't know if anyone in law enforcement will lose their job. I think there absolutely are going to be consequences and a lot of conversations about what happened here and what this ruling means for those involved in this case, because it will impact them. Winter C said, question, if the defense had the witness, they knew the evidence existed via Bowles, didn't request it from the prosecution, is it a Brady violation? Yes. The defense doesn't have that affirmative duty. The prosecution has to turn it over. And the defense did ask for all ammo in the case. And they didn't say it was there. So no. I see a couple of you asking if I'll join FNF. Probably not, because I have some media appearances that I have to, that I've already committed to before I knew what was happening today. Do I want to just go galloping into the bathtub and then go to sleep and sleep? Yes. That's not going to happen. I will probably be working till about 10 o'clock tonight, so probably not, but I might pop into the chat. So thank you for asking, but I might pop into the chat. And when I pop into the chat and everybody says, Emily, come on. No, because I will already be galloping into bed. Anne said, every single time you say zoom, zoom, the pitch perfect zoom, 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 zoom vocals before they start singing Since You've Been Gone runs through my head. Zoom, 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 right? I get it. I love Pitch Perfect. It's one of my favorite go-to background movies. Amber said, do you think Kari got on the stand because she saw the writing on the wall and wanted her position on the record? Amber, I exactly think that. I agree with you. Exactly. Jolly said, I don't understand how the ammunition was in his favor. Partly because law enforcement didn't disclose it and law enforcement didn't run down that lead. So it gives the defense, my white balance just shifted. It gives the defense the argument to say, but somebody could have brought this onto set and you didn't investigate that because Baldwin was the shiny object. It gives them a potential defense. It gives them potential impeachment to all of those witnesses. And at the end of the day, there is the jury instruction. My brain is starting to buffer after almost 9 hours, but there is the jury instruction that says, if there is an intervening cause. So did someone else's action or inaction kind of intercede between what Baldwin's responsible for? So there are some things that could have come up, and the court said very clearly this was impeachment evidence and this was material. The court went through all of those elements to find that this was a Brady violation, found that it was a Brady violation, and then said that dismissal with prejudice was the only remedy. The court basically said, I got a fever and the only remedy is a dismissal with prejudice. And more cowbell. You guys, how many of you have been to Alpine in Wisconsin, the concert venue? Do they always play all the cheeky intro things where they're like, you're not allowed to bring into the venue instruments, weapons, alcohol, cowbell, even if you have a fever, and the only cure is more cowbell. Like, as you're going into Alpine for concert, Dave, as you're going into Alpine, it gives the whole like rundown of what you're not allowed to bring in, including you may not bring in a cowbell, even if you have a fever, and the only cure is more cowbell. It made me laugh every single time I went to the venue, laughed my ass off. I'm like, this might be my new favorite venue, because it is like legal jargon, but it was cheeky as fuck. I just loved it. I loved it. It was a great venue. My calves have not recovered. Like, the slopage at that venue is like more than Verizon Wireless. May she rest in peace. But the slopage was much. The sound was so fucking good. The sound was epic, like rattling your chest level of sound. Oh, it was so good. Take me back to concert season. Emily, what are you going to do next week? Let's see what concerts are around next week. Her Royal Abbiness said, I'm officially enjoying the drama as it unfolds. I'm sweaty. Today was much. It just keeps giving, and I'm invested only in the drama. I'm not sure justice is possible at this point. Listen, don't point any gun at anything you don't want to inanimate. Yeah. Don't. Yes. All yes. All yes. Handmaid Darcy said, Poppell said she was told to make a doc of the statement. Didn't say it was Hancock who told her to do that. No, she said it was her supervisor that told her to do that. The supervisor was the one with the body cam. This is so sad. The second trial in a row was so much fuckery that the victim and the family are totally screwed by the behavior of law enforcement. Beats Kill Bean, I'm so sorry I didn't get to this earlier. As the day went on, the fuck around and find out inversion, as the day went on, it was like, at the beginning of the day, I was like, are we just seeing what sticks? And then as the witnesses started testifying, I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, no, this is worse. This is worse than I could have ever anticipated. What comes after Code Red? Code Death Star is generally the only thing we have after Code Red, which is like, wait, that wasn't it. Emily, did you hit the right button? No. This was our Code Death Star. That was Code Death Star. That's about all we got. That's it. We don't have anything. We don't have anything else. But the judge went Code Red. Her face went Code Red. So, we are literally watching Spyro's origin story right now. Yep. And he will probably never have that result like this again, because this is so wild. Your Honor, I know the defense thinks we didn't share discovery, so they want to dismiss, but here we are. We have some body cam footage that's brand new today. We assume they knew about it. Miss Girl, what the fuck are you doing? Exactly. Kate Elizabeth, exactly. Exactly. So, absolutely. For those of you asking, can we case closed? We will absolutely case closed as we round out the stream. We were. Why is the defense not screaming again? The defense was winning. At one point, the defense saw it tip. And when the defense saw it tip, they got very calm. Very, 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 very calm. So, Snowy YP asked, Emily, do you think the defense sat on this information waiting for this moment? I'm very suspicious. Sorry, I'm trying not to sing for the moment, but no, I don't. Could they have? Yes. But do I think they did? They've been asking. They have been complaining about the prosecution not turning over evidence for the last few months in all of their motions. They have literally been yelling about the prosecution not turning over everything. And the prosecution's like, well, tell me what you don't think I have. And they're like, we need to make sure we have everything. Do we have everything? This is still redacted. We don't have this. So they have been asking and asking and asking for discovery, but they had an idea, but I don't think they knew that physical rounds were checked into evidence. Maybe they did, but it's not for them. It's not for them to disclose to the prosecution. It's for the prosecution to disclose to them. And they didn't want a dismissal. Could they have sat on it till jeopardy attached for this to happen? I mean, I guess they could have. I don't know if they did that or not. I guess they could have, but even if they did, we wouldn't be in this circumstance if the prosecution didn't do the thing, right? There's no there if the prosecution doesn't do the thing, and the prosecution did the thing. So with the prosecution doing the thing, they did the thing. So, this is a good question. Elisa Miller said, my question is the point of it. If who loaded the gun, where the bullet came from wasn't in question to Alec's action of pulling the trigger, how is this prejudicial to him? It not being turned over is prejudicial to him because it can be used in the defense and it can be used in the defense and it can be used in impeachment. So it's prejudicial to him to not turn it over. The evidence itself's not prejudicial to him. The failure is prejudicial. Tara said, I think the defense was utterly disgusted. They did look flabbergasted today. And I don't think they knew how bad this was going to get. It just kept going and going and going. Susan's Inks and Drills said, best line of all. Is she objecting or just talking? Question, how do the jurors find out the case is dismissed? Not the judge. Jury services will call the jurors and say, your jury service is no longer needed. Thank you for your service. The case is resolved. They may say that. They may not. They may just say, your service is no longer needed. And your service is no longer needed. And then they will immediately turn on the news because they will no longer be on jury duty. And then they will learn probably from the news. So all my neurodivergent people know screaming equals not vocal. I mean, I'm sure the defense was sitting there there were moments with Spiro's face where you could see his face just being like all day. His face was just like, wait, bro, what? Bro, what? Bro, what? So, but we'll see what happens. Anna said, why don't you cover Young Thug? I do. I don't cover it day by day. Well, it's on pause right now. I don't cover it day by day. I've done check-ins on the Young Thug case, but the reason I didn't cover it day by day is because there was no way I could commit myself to the trial that's already been going on for 18 months with 7 defendants. I couldn't do it day in and day out. It was way too big, but I've checked in on the big things, but I've been covering trials actively for like 12 weeks now. So we've only done a few check-ins, but they're on the uploaded videos. So yes, I do. Do I cover it day in and day out? No. Could I? No. There are 7 defendants. And it has had so many false starts and stops. I couldn't guarantee that I would be able to cover that case day to day in court because it's just, that case is going to go until 2025. And then I would be covering nothing else. And I don't want to cover nothing else. So that's why I pop in. What's our next case? Y'all. Law nerds, I love you too. We need to check in on Corey Richens. I need to see when her stuff is. There's a bunch of stuff going on in Kohberger. There's upcoming Kohberger hearings. There's stuff going on in the pop culture cases. There's stuff going on in VPR. We're going to get back to our docket. I don't know what we're going to do on Tuesday. We need a minute. So I don't know what we're going to do on Tuesday, but y'all, I need a minute. SF said consequences for government fuckery have to be severe or prosecutors with less ethics than EDB will violate constitutional rights more frequently. Yeah, and they shouldn't. I will stop on how I feel about when people do things willfully. They should have stricter consequences because there are some immunities that protect people that maybe shouldn't be protected depending on what they do. So Diana said EDB mods and chats trying to catch up live, but EDB, I am so off put by the lead detective. To me, it appears she's smiling slightly while giving her testimony. I was trying not to be too off put by that because to me, she seemed very, very, very nervous. So very nervous. Join the Law Nerds, join Karen Reed, and our trial's always filled with this much drama. I mean, there's always moments. There's always moments, but not like this. This is unbelievable. Back to EMF. It's unbelievable. Yeah, this is unbelievable levels of wildness. But they always have moments. And if you watch the other trials on the channel, there's always moments where I'm sitting here going, what is happening? What is happening? But yeah, all trials have those moments. And oftentimes the only ones in court are those interested in the case and the attorneys. And then you go home and you look around and you're like, you're never going to believe what happened today in court. You're never going to believe what happened in court. And then you try to explain and nobody was there. And you're like, all right, tomorrow's another day. So you guys are saying Bowles said he would try for a dismissal. It's not the same case as to Bowles. Bowles knew. So Bowles knew. However, even when the evidence came into the prosecution, they should have disclosed it to Bowles, even though Bowles knew. So Bowles is going to say, we didn't know those bullets were turned over to the prosecution. We didn't know he gave a statement to law enforcement. We didn't know. But I don't think it's it might be materialistic, Hannah. We'll see. I'm sure Bowles is going to be filing things. I'm sure on Tuesday we'll have more. That's content all day. I don't, Anna, go into cases that I can't keep covering. That's why I've been just checking in on it, because it's not all just about content for me. It's a lot about energy and about being able to cover a multitude of cases. I can't cover one trial till 2025, just for my own sanity. So thank you. I appreciate that you want my take, but that's why I'm checking in. Rio said, I would rather the guilty go free than the innocent lose liberty. Sometimes that's a tough philosophy to stand by. It's what the Constitution is founded on. Well, or at least these parts. So I will sit with a peach Bellini in a hot tub. Thanks for everything. I know it's unresolved, right? It feels very unresolved. So it feels incredibly unresolved. Eve said, I feel like the state had a chance at winning this case. I agree. I agree. I think things were going well for them, but we were very early on, and you see how quickly things can change. Shelby said the court dismissed with prejudice. Could they charge him with something else? Not unless he does something else. Not in relation to this, they can't. Unless he does, again, if he does something tomorrow, they can charge him with that, but not with this. Let's see. Mar said, this stream has been the best drama I've seen in 2024. You made my day. This was wild. Wild, wild, wild. This whole experience said very fitting. This turned into a pro wrestling match. When I'm going to a local wrestling show tonight, our court characters, kayfabe? I don't know what that means. I don't know. They're not characters though. These sadly, we are still dealing with real life consequences for Helena Hutchins and her family, which is awful. I wonder if Kari will call Helena's family to explain. Maybe Erlinda will, because I think if I were Erlinda, I would want to explain. I don't know if they're going to want to hear from Kari. Maybe they will. Joshua Cornelius, do you think Morrissey will still get that legal contributor gig she was hoping for on mainstream media? Or I don't know. Was she hoping for that? I don't know. I don't know at all. So thank you, chat, for I had no idea what this meant. Where is it? Pronounced kayfabe? Kayfabe. I don't have any phonemic awareness at all. The depths of my neurospiciness know no bounds. So I'm still going with kayfabe because I still don't know how to break that down. But is wrestling for pretend in character versus shoot equals real? Yeah, no, I don't think they were in character. I think this was very real for that night. Did I accidentally turn off my fan? Yes, I did. Ooh, chat, I'm going to have to get going soon. Not only have we been streaming, well, we're going to hit 9 hours, 10 more minutes, chat. We're going to hit 9 hours and we're going to hit it. We're going to hit 9 hours and then I've got to go take a break and change because, well, we've got some news tonight. We'll put all that in the app because I don't know. So we'll do that. So Judy said I had to buy a fax not fuckery due to this case. I mean, we've got the hats, we've got the mugs, we've got all the things. Seconding call for Code Black to honor the victims. I don't know if I can do that with the lights unless I try to turn them all off. I don't know what that would do. I could try. I don't know what would happen if we turn off all the lights. We could try to turn off all the lights and see. Let's see. I don't know. What we can try. Let's see what happens. I don't know if it will just be. I don't know. It feels very my face feels very stark. It feels very, very stark. Chat, you're going to have to let me know what you think. We've now changed the white balance but whatevs. Emily, you were complaining about the white balance in court. We were. It's definitely very dramatic. So, let's see. I saw you guys asking, are we covering Sarah Boone? I don't know yet. I need to look at the schedule and the docket. So I'm not going to be able to tell you what we're covering next. I don't know. I just don't know. This will do. It's not the darkest because it's still light out. So it's still light out outside. No, the chat's like, nope. Do I have a black light? No, I don't. No, I don't. We'll just go, we'll go to blue the best that we can and see how that works. Maybe we'll go here. We'll go to fireplace vibes. No, candle vibes. We'll go to candle vibes for the, no, don't like that either. We're just going to go to blue. Emily, how many times can you change the white balance on your camera? A million. Let's see. Milo said, side quest. Have you considered a nose piercing? I've been asked. You guys keep asking me about a nose piercing. Have I considered a nose piercing? I mean, I have a large nose. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, but y'all have asked if that's what we're doing for 1 million subs. I don't know. I haven't really been thinking about piercings. You know why? Because I keep thinking about tattoos. I'm trying to fix the white balance on camera so I don't look absolutely pink. Clue up, or clue in, clueless, cue up, clueless of me turning just pink by the white drama, by the white balance. This is the word drama that got into the middle of that sentence by accident. Catherine said, I missed part of the drama, but could this affect Hannah and her case? I'm interested to see the defense motion. The prosecution has ongoing Brady obligations, but this was a defense witness. So what they know from the defense witness is going to be a little bit different, but I don't know. I'll be interested to see the motions. So is anything possible? Yes. But is it the same here? Not necessarily, because the defense had access to this and knew it existed. And it seemed like there were conversations about it. Bethany said, I think Morrissey began to see the two cases as synonymous. Bowles knew, so she didn't need to inform Baldwin's team, maybe, which would be an error for her. And was. Crying over spilled milk said, I'm entertained, also deeply sad for Helena Hutchins. Yeah, and her family, and for everyone. I mean, this leaves a lot of unresolved questions for everyone. But it will leave a lot of unresolved questions for everyone, and that can be very frustrating too. So, let's see. That's Seth. Serious fuckery. I wasn't a fan. What are you jumping in on what the tattoos are? Are we just going to let I'm going to turn into Ludwig with a title of like, chat picks my tattoo. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of down. I'm not going to lie that I'm kind of down for chat picks my tattoo. I'm not going to lie, but have I thought about a nose piercing? No, I haven't. Should ask Judge Abby what she thinks. You guys are like, we love the nose ring. Y'all are wild. We're definitely not. Nick W, we're not getting a pickle tattoo. Oh, I did forget to feed the Snorlax lunch today. Oh, well, my Pokemon sleep is just shot for this week, but it's okay. It's Pokemon Go Fest tomorrow. What will happen to Hancock and Kari? Hancock's gonna, I think, have a rougher road than Kari, because Kari's done. She was a special prosecutor. So Kari's already off of this case. It's over. And for Hancock, the ruling of a Brady violation may have more implications for her going forward in other cases. Emily, just get a cool tattoo. B2, I appreciate you looking out. Marlene said Erlinda wasn't going down because of Morrissey's fuckery. I don't think Erlinda knew. I really don't think Erlinda knew. So Jasmine in the chat said only a purple heart emoji makes sense. A screaming goat tattoo. I don't know about that. But what's going to happen to Seth Kenney? I don't know. Spyro's demeanor on Kari's cross, she was so disruptive yesterday. Yep. And today, the man cooked all day long. Like all day long. Spyro crushed in court today. He had moments yesterday, but Kari kept throwing him off his game in front of the jury. With no jury there today, the man was just like, how many of you were like, damn, sir? Okay. Hi. Go off with your bad self. I know you were, chat. I saw it. I saw you guys just being like, go on, Spyro. You guys were fans. You were cheering him on. He cooked today, man. Look, every case I go into, I want to see good lawyering. Today was some great lawyering. Just great lawyering. So as we wrap up, chat, Dom's mom 725 said, question for first time chatting. Sorry if I already said, but how was lead investigator allowed to sit with prosecution? She was a witness. Don't get it. Because she's the lead investigator, there is an exception because she already knows all the evidence because she interviewed all of the people and did all of the things. So there is an exception for the lead investigator. The defense can have their investigator sit in too. So yes, there is an exception for that. She is not subject to the exclusionary rules. And we thought the judge wearing gloves was weird. Oh, sweet summer children, what we didn't know earlier today when they were doing a unboxing like evidence edition today. It was just like, I think somebody said hashtag evidence haul earlier. They were unboxing evidence and we were all just like, well, this is wild. And then purple heart wearing sunglasses. I don't hate it. Goat tattoo. I don't know about that. But no, you're not the screaming goat. Shut up, crickets. If this case brought us anything, it was liberal use of that. It was liberal use of that. You have to get a real YouTuber tattoo at 1 million. Does that mean a play button? I'm not getting the words real YouTuber on my body. That's definitely not happening. Katie, I'm trying to get through all of them. Thank you. I'm not going to be able to get to all of them at all. And are you thinking about covering Sarah Boone? I need to take a look at the timing of Sarah Boone because we have some other stuff that I'm also very interested in. I know that she's now gone pro per. So her representing herself is going to be really, really interesting to see. Law nerds, thank you for rolling all day. Diana, I'm going to answer this and then I'm going to start wrapping up because I do have to get ready for more talking after a 9-hour day. And I need to let the mods go. Let them go. Diana said, yes, the great Spyro. He showed up. He did. Kari is still so skilled. She is. She threw him off his game. I stand by that. And turnabout's fair play today. Lead Detective Kenney and Poppell were knowingly ignoring evidence. It did feel that way. Perhaps they have blinders on. They all were just like, not my job. Like, not my job. She did this. He did that. I didn't look here. I didn't look there. Don't look behind door number 1. Once it's in police custody, it doesn't matter if you actually looked at it or not. You have it. You have knowledge of it. That's it. Period. What a wild day today, law nerds. I'm going to wrap up so we can go. Lee Hill asked, can we get a food court soon? Yes, it's just going to take me a minute to prep and I'm going to need a minute to process. So next week we will be back. I anticipate on our regularly scheduled shit. We'll do a members only next week as well. So with all of that, law nerds, I appreciate you. I owe you 2 things. 1, we have binged quite a lot, just a lot. And so we're going to celebrate all of the new law nerds that are here. Where are we at? 784? Look at us, law nerds, growing by the minute. So I owe you that. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Ah! That was absolutely owed. Absolutely owed. But before we roll the outro, this is something we don't always get to do because with a lot of the cases we watch, there are still appeals ongoing and the cases are not done. But today, this case ended with a dismissal with prejudice. And with that, the Alec Baldwin case is officially closed. So Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. Thank you for hanging with me all day. You've been so productive. Take a minute, give yourself a pat on the back. Look, you have body doubled. We have co-worked. You have cleaned houses. You have crafted. You have done all of the things. You've done laundry. You've even put it away. And there's been a lot of mobile gaming. I know that there has. I am glad that you are here with me. I'm glad to be here with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. You matter to this community. And I am so thankful to be a part of it too. And at the end of a very wild fucking day, y'all take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. Woo! Trial is done in just 3 days. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Don't forget to get the app and we will be chatting there. Members in the app, we will be chatting. I will see you soon. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.